stayed awake last night, 'cause I couldn't close my eyes and see you another night. I drove myself crazy thinking you'd take my wildest dreams and tear them all to the ground. So I tried to create a decoy world for you to destroy in my mind. You could stay and believe you're tearing me apart while I'm coming to life, while I'm coming to life. Couldn't keep the secret. You found my darkest demons and brought them out in the light. So I ran to all the preachers, despite having every reason to shut down and mobilize. So I prayed to the gods for one last saving grace against all odds, and I built an escape using all my energy just to come back to life, back to life.
Hello and welcome in everybody to the Paladins World Championship. Today is our final day. We only have one region left. Brazil is all that is left for us to determine who the best team in Paladins in each region is. If you missed it, North America and Europe were already happening earlier on this weekend, so you got a lot of VODs to catch up on. We didn't get a chance to see those. But before we dive into today, we are giving out the crystals, the community awarded voters that have been able to get people awards based on what they did this year. Today, on our final day of the Paladins World Championship, feels fitting to go over the esports winners for the crystals.
Well, hey there, champions, and welcome to the Crystals, a Paladins-themed award show to recognize some of those out there in the community for all of their hard work. We had you submit nominees, finalists were selected by Evil Mojo, and then the winners were once again voted on by you out there in the community. And today, or at least for now, we're going to be looking at those in esports. Your play of the year, your rookie of the year, as well as your pro player of the year. So, first and foremost, your play of the year. Now, there's been a lot of insane plays here in the PPC, but the plays that have been put up towards the top were those from Otev, Bones, Legacy, and Cool. Only one player could make the play of the year, and that was Otev from Celestial Esports.
I'd rather they feel like it, but I don't know how likely that's going to be, especially with how they're playing right now in the back and first blood for Otev.
OTEV double killing them.
Looking good out there on the EV OTEV. Always good to see some of those hot plays, especially from these names over there in Europe. But we do still have, well, quite a few international players as well. Considering we're looking at 3 different regions, we can move to the Rookie of the Year. A lot of players that come through. Of course, Brazil, the newest region this year in the PPC, had quite a few players here as well. Deja Vu, Reincarnated, Uber's Payday, and Woodknock players from all around the world. But again, only one could be the Rookie of the Year, and joining the league and winning it this time is Deja Vu, being able to take this one away. And we got a couple of words from Deja Vu as they take this award.
Muy buena gente, mi nombre es Oscar, también conocido como Deja Vu. Soy un jugador del circuito profesional y capitán del equipo Ignite Gaming. Les agradezco de corazón, gente, a mis amigos, a mi equipo, a mi comunidad de gatos en Twitch, a una parte de la comunidad de LATAM y una pequeña parte de la comunidad de Brasil por haberme apoyado tanto y darme la oportunidad de estar aquí. Su apoyo fue enorme y los aprecio un montón. Ya saben, gente, sean buena onda y que tengan un buen resto del año.
Well, again, beautiful words put there. And for those of you who might not have caught all of that, or maybe just don't know the language, just to paraphrase, thanking friends, team, your community of cats on Twitch, the LATAM and Brazilian communities for all of the support and the opportunities that come through. And I expect there will be a lot more going forward for you, Deja Vu. A great player that comes through and deserving there of Rookie of the Year. But now we're moving to the big one, the Pro Player of the Year. Now, there's a lot of people on this list that have played for quite some years and have proven themselves in all different lands and tournaments all around, but it's Spexy, Midtow, Prosper Logic, and Poison. Only one can come out on top, and it's going to be Midtow. Once again, being able to take another award here. And Midtow, I mean, a great guy who's been playing for years on some of the best teams, deserving of this award, and has proven himself as Pro Player of the Year. So congratulations to Midtow, as well as everybody else for being nominated, and of course the winners maybe more so than the others, just because you got your awards. But that's not quite all. We have more crystals coming on throughout the rest of the weekend.
Welcome back, everybody, and with that, it's time to get into Brazil. Aggro and Fawn will be riding you through this very first set. And Fawn, normally, I would say today is all about beating Parallax Gaming, and I suppose I would still say that. But it is worth noting that in North America, we had a nearly undefeated team, a 14-1 Pickled Peppers squad that didn't even make it into the final. So Parallax Gaming had a phase 1 game better. They went undefeated, 15-0. But I think we've learned here at the Paladins World Championship this weekend that that does not guarantee anything.
No, it doesn't, Aggro. And I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was just immediately thinking that. It's the fact that throughout this weekend, we've seen some of these star teams, these star players, end up losing out to these teams that may have not been as favored as some of the others. Parallax versus Ignite, all eyes are on Parallax, just like they have been throughout Phase 2 of the Brazilian region, and as well as Phase 1. The thing that's so interesting about this is the fact that Ignite have their work cut out for them. Parallax is no easy team to take on, being undefeated in its entirety throughout the entire phase. Everyone's going to be looking to see who can put Parallax in the loser's bracket, or are they really just that good?
Parallax is going to be the team to beat here today. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Ignite is going to get the first crack at it here in the quarterfinals. But after that, they'll be maybe awaiting the winner or potentially the loser of Carnage up against In Control. But that's for future desk people to worry about. For us, Fawn, I want to dive in to this Parallax Gaming team. Midtow, we just saw a Crystal winner here this year, and certainly very deserving of that. What made this team so unbeatable during Phase 2?
I think what really was important to keep in mind about Parallax is because we've seen some of these players sort of spread out in between. If you were following the Paladins esports scene last year, we've seen them in the PPL, we've seen them in the PML, we've seen them in the minor league, we've seen them in the console league, we've seen them everywhere. These are names that if you are a Brazilian fan, if you follow the Brazilian region very intensely, you will know that these names are nothing to scoff at. Having Midtow, Spexy on the same team, Spexy, Dintic, Midtow, these three are so pivotal on the team to be able to be brought out at any point in time. Flexible players that can really play to their strengths here. I mean, I remember multiple times Spexy getting his Shaolin banned out, something he's so well known for. Kron's immediately on the Inara is so powerful, such a great frontline player. They really were sort of shaping how things looked in the Brazilian region. They were some of the first ones to actually end up picking Barrick to make sure that they had the frontliner where everybody else was sort of doubting him. Parallax were really on top of their game throughout that region, and I think their uniqueness and their ability to not necessarily conform entirely to the meta is what separated them from the rest.
Well, that's just great news if you're a Parallax Gaming fan. The fact that they're mechanically very talented and creative and willing to set a meta. I mean, that is definitely not a good sign for a team here like Ignite. Though, if we're going just based on Crystal winners, at least we've got a tie in that way. We have a Crystal winner here on Ignite as well in Deja Vu. What do you think this Ignite squad is going to need to do better than what they did during Phase 2 if they want to have a shot here this weekend?
Well, I mean, of course, on Ignite's side as well, I mean, you have some very star players, but even still, I think one thing that they have to do is that Brazil is known for, even though I just mentioned the fact that Parallax have been known to sort of almost shape the sort of meta that we've seen develop in Brazil, Brazil is one of the types of regions that I believe they sort of follow the statement, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're the ones that will stick to things it is that we've seen last year. And a lot of the time we haven't seen them quite expand on that. And I think Ignite is one of those teams, which is a no discredit to them. I think that we need to see some more unique picks. Some things are really stuck in Brazil in terms of how things were played out sort of last year and how things translated into more so this year. We haven't really seen too much of diversity here. I'm not too sure if we'll be seeing all the skies that we saw the other day, if we'll be seeing all the Groks picked up as consistently, the IOs. People typically like to stick to the Barrack. They understand the power of the Corvus and the Koga, but even still, I don't think there's a lot of branching out there. Ignite might have to have some tricks under the sleeve to catch Ignite by surprise. I mean, Parallax by surprise.
Think that's a wise way to put it. Gotta catch them off guard. Can't just play their game and expect to beat them at it. And Frog Isle is where we're going to start. As for map bans, Warder's Gate, Shattered Desert, Stone Keep, and Jaguar Falls. Interesting that Ignite take away Stone Keep and Jaguar Falls. A couple typical bans that means left open. Ascension Peak comes to mind as one that we often see banned, but we've seen teams almost specialize in that map. Maybe that's something that Ignite is hoping to capitalize on later on in this match, but we're kicking it off here on Frog Isle. Fawn, immediately, what comes to your mind when you think of these two teams on Frog Isle?
Well, I think of the aspect of danger. Danger, for those of you that don't know, that call out is when you're pushing in through, regardless of what spawn it is, there's a big pillar and there's an edge right next to it. It has like a little pool area sort of around it, and that is the area that people would like to maintain control of because it leads directly behind the enemy line straight into the opposing team's window, where a lot of snipers like to sit, a lot of backliners, the healers typically like to chill out at. That is what needs to be focused on in terms of control. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of Frog Isle. It is the aspect of danger that everyone has to keep in mind that they need to play around in order to actually gain some leverage for their team.
Well, Brazil kind of sticking to what a lot of other regions have found out, that Torvald's pretty good, Zin is pretty good, and so are Rom and Makoa, but Io is left open. That's the first one that comes to mind for me, is Ashe being locked in. Seemed like Ashe was kind of team dependent on which teams prioritized her. Some European teams a little bit less in North America, but Parallax Gaming going to sign on to first pick her here in this one.
And having the off-tank Ashe first pick is typically the sign of a more consistent dive composition. I mean, that's typically what you see when people want to play a little bit more aggressive. Ashe is great at forerunning a lot of engagements that happen regardless of what map that you might be on, but the con pick immediately is the answer to Ashe. That's what you want, especially on Frog Isle with a map that has so many edges. It's going to be very important that they overpower her or keep her away from her assert dominance as frequently as possible. And the Strix is probably going to want to do that too. Just focus down and hone in or whatever squishier targets are possible. And if Ashe is out of position, punish her for doing so.
We saw Strix a lot yesterday in Europe, and his win rate was astronomical. I mean, through the roof on that character yesterday. So worth noting that we might see that trend continue here in Brazil today, as Maven, Genos are the pickups for Parallax. Genos has been one of those top tier healers. We've talked about it all weekend. It's really been Io, ahead above the rest if you ask a lot of our analysts here, and then Genos Corvus kind of in the same boat, but Parallax going to sign on for the Genos right away as Androxus, and there's the Corvus on the other side as expected for Ignite. We saw a lot of Andro clips for both teams. Seemed like that might be a priority pick, so not surprised to see it locked in here by Ignite.
Yeah, the verticality that Androxus can bring, I mean, the Accursed Arm in areas where people have to group up in. Granted, they don't have a Grover on Frog Island. We probably wouldn't see that to try and count out the Strix, even though that was a sort of consistent pick back in the day. Kinessa typically can fight. Perfect. I'm glad that I mentioned it because I was just about to mention how Kinessa could be a very, very powerful pick in the Strix. We typically like to see the sniper battles a lot on Frog Isle. It does good to have these longer range DPS sort of duke it out because whatever sniper has control over the mid and can peek their way into danger, it becomes a harder battle for the opposing side.
Fernando is the pick that stands out to me the most here, Fond. But 2 tanks on both sides, 1 support, a sniper and a flank, pretty similar compositions. Do you think that Ignite did enough to upset Parallax here in Game 1?
I think it's all about the Khan shutting down that Ashe. Certain Dominance is such a powerful ultimate. I don't think Fernando can live long enough, especially with the changes to his shield. Aegis is such a good talent for him to take on. It means that he can stay alive a little bit longer, try and contest against Barrack, but I don't know if the staying power that Fernando has is going to be enough to rival that of Barrack, because once those records come online, once they get those shield breaks, it's going to be harder for him to have a decent time.
Excited to get this one kicked off. The final day of the Paladins World Championship. Brazil starting right now between Parallax and Ignite.
Thanks, Aggro. Let's kick the day off here in Brazil. My name is Merlon. With me, your boy, your tech caster, the insane knowledge machine known as Kresnik.
I can't be paired with anyone other than the Italian hype master Merlo. And looking at these compositions, I'm actually shocked right now to see that they're running Aegis on the side of Parallax, because Kronz has been a scorched truther since the start of everything, honestly. I feel like he ran it when no one else was, even as main tank Nando, but we'll see if he does choose to roll out with that. Parallax, they have a comp that can get aggressive, but this Kinessa may be speaking differently, going to be trying to watch those angles. If they get too far forward, then Mitau won't really be able to help either way. And either way, danger is going to be where this fight happens on the map, because this is going to be the stalemate we watch for the entire round.
Absolutely, and we know that now, thanks to Aegis, he's going to be able to actually jump in and back out onto that point. So kind of a safe position for him, you know, as soon as he gets that heat out of him, he's going to be fine. Mitau is going to try to hit those shots, but of course those walls are going to be super useful. First blood coming in. Of course, Parallax Gaming setting up the stone and setting up the action. They're going to go for the second one, and you can see the pressure coming in from Aspexy.
Yeah, getting aggressive on this Maven, utilizing the verticality to fight Window. Some flankers don't really function that well on this map, but Maeve is one that can, I think, excel fighting in some of these lanes. But Kronz just lets the Barrack in. He didn't want to get grabbed, so a retake guaranteed for Ignite game, even if this Barrack just gets shredded from start to finish.
Completely destroyed, and I like that Kronz actually chose to be in the front end position just to try to block him. They got the retake though. The overtime is going to pop in. We see a little bit of CC coming in from Khan, but it's going to be huge because Kinessa is still up in the air. You know, it's still there, hitting shots over shots over shots. Strix was actually the first kill that she got in this action soon after the Barrack, and Khan is going to be the next one to fall over.
I like this angle that they're playing here, just splitting the Khan on point. Neither of these tanks can really protect themselves from all directions, and both of them can't contest the point. Parallax, they take it away, even with Ornstein still keeping this up, and Zeeds tried to make that happen, overextended the rest of them, just collapsing here as Parallax go to stagger out the rest of these kills, their composition. They can use a lot of these ultimates quickly. The assert dominance that they were able to spend helped them significantly, but they could just get aggressive with a Midnight as soon as they try to walk out. But look at this positioning, just Aegis on Midtow on top of this rock. When you have the pro player of the year on your team, you got to make sure he's protected just like this.
And already was super hard to actually get to him. I see that Androxus does not have the angle, the opening to actually get around this Kinessa, get around on Midtown. And, you know, with Fernando on your side, you basically have a big rectangle that's going to cover you. And as soon as I said that, you know, hold the phone, he actually got the kill, but the payload is still running, so they got a long way to go. This is probably the last stretch, and they need to fight hard for it. 1 minute and 30, that's a lot of time to actually expend for this final push.
I don't know if I like how Dintic chose to disengage there. I think he didn't really need to shoot on the point, had to keep prioritizing on Vines, but no way. Bizu just backed off the point. He just let him run it in. Are you serious right now? Kronz just stands there and runs the payload all the way in. Parallax, I don't even think they were expecting to be up 2-0 here, but now they are, and they have a couple ultimates for the next fight. The Immortal can let them get so aggressive, maybe Headhunter to stop some of the pushing power, but Ignite, they're relying so much on Kubies. No one is going to be able to push onto Midtow. It's basically just them saying, all right, Kubies, can you kill Midtow? And if you do that, then maybe we have a chance to win this, because neither of those tanks are going to be able to put any pressure onto Midtow at all, especially since Abizu just used his overpower to try to make that defense happen.
I know that Deja Vu right now is like screaming internally. He just got a triple kill out of that, and the payload just rolled in. So as you said before, of course, now they have the pressure, they can go with the Immortal, and it's going to be hard. Strix is not really working, so who are you going to kill? Fernando is invincible. He's great. He has the Aegis shield, he's big enough to actually guarantee the conversion of the point. He actually takes another kill on Deja Vu himself, and Ash is going to try to just slide around the wall and survive, but no can do, because you can't connect to the ground, so you're not going to be invincible. Either way, we see the Parallax Gaming, they got control, they actually have enough pressure, and Aspexy could shine right here. He just needs to find another angle, go into the backline, and do some damage.
He's got good control on the side of the map as Dintic makes it back to the point after that unfortunate circumstance earlier. Just couldn't get the leap from the Assert dominance before, but an extension on the side. They trade out for one tank, but Aspexy wants to make good on these frags he's getting.
He's going to try again, and Khan in a very tough spot. He's going to get bashed in. Oh, completely in shambles. Aspexy and all the others. We see that Ignite Gaming takes the comeback mechanic. They actually got a nice percentage going, 93% to go. Strix just needs to hit some shots. He needs to find those kills, especially on Midtown. Fernando back in action. He's going to try to do as much spread as possible with the fireball and on everything else. Situation could be calmer, but watch out, because Khan can grab you out of that shield. Through time and space coming in, no targets were found. Khan's still trying to resist onto this point, and as I said before, as soon as you leave, you can basically engage right back up, thanks to Aegis.
Yeah, this control on the side is fantastic. Look at this overpower actually, pulling Dintic off, finally charged it back up. Did Abizu, and he has the contest for now, trying to fight in, but he gets caught up by the Kinessa.
And that's super hard when you're a Khan all alone by yourself. You need to do CC on Fernando, you need to do damage, you need to find that stun. There's very taxing, it's a lot they're asking from him. It's going to be hard, and times and times again, the barrack is not really working unless he has the dome shield, and that doesn't happen each and every time. And now we see Parallax Gaming 3-0. They're going to be ready for another push, and actually also killing. So that means everybody's just going to be backed up into the respawn. Androxus right there is going to try to take Midtown for a spin, but no can do once again.
Yeah, managing to survive there, having no one trade out to Deja Vu's dive, will force Ignite back. But this is interesting by Parallax. I don't know if you need to necessarily get this forward, but wait, they're staying this... I didn't expect them to stay in the corner. They just stand there and let Aspexy run all over them.
Yeah, he actually took a kill also thanks to Kronz, but no can do. All the others actually managed to escape. That's good for them, for sure, but it's a very worrying trend, because right now, same thing as before. They need to find a breeder. They need to find an angle. They need to get at least a kill again on Midtown, and that's not going to happen, because Midtown, same as before, same position, super safe. It's going to be huge, team fights, and the pressure. You can actually see those shots coming in over and over and over, while Aspexy is going to be a cleanup crew potential, and yeah, it's just going to take everybody around for a spin. Aspexy with a double, with a triple, actually. And I think that's pretty much over. That's set in stone. Parallax is going to win about a clean 4-0.
Yeah, brutal near the end there, the Maeve, just showing why she has such a monstrous win rate across all the regions in the PPC right now. You can just snowball so effectively with her. You get those midnights going, teams don't know you're there. I do think that Ignite misstepped just a little bit. If they had maybe actually continued to retreat instead of stopping, Parallax weren't close enough to chase the kills off that initial midnight, but Kubies and Ornstein just hunkered down behind a shield there and let Aspexy and the rest of them catch right back up.
Absolutely, and you can make an argument, between Kinesta versus Strix, and we saw the potential from Kinesta finally after a while, and kicks off things perfectly. But now I want to see the breakdown from our Deathcaster. Back to Aggro.
Thanks, Merlo and Kresnik. Parallax deliver. As good as advertised so far here. Frog Isle goes their way in a breezy 4-0 victory over Ignite. And Fawn, I think I kind of did you a disservice. I asked you at the very end of that picks and bans segment if Ignite had done enough to beat Parallax with the draft. And I understand now that that was a foolish question, and I apologize for that. I won't ask that anymore.
Right. Yeah, I think genuinely when you look at it, I think it just came down to that Mave. That Mave, having the verticality over the con, the Spexy just was able to rotate pretty efficiently. There wasn't really anyone that I saw that was able to sort of shut him down. The Strix was so busy battling the Kinessa, trying to keep pressure on the point, making it easier for Barrett, trying to make it easier. Not so much for Khan, but whenever there was a situation where he may have needed peel or help, or maybe a little bit of extra damage to get the enemy off of him, he was able to provide that. But then you have situations like this, like I said, where Spexy is not as contested. And I think that goes to show exactly why they were able to do so effectively, because he went 14-4. He's the only one on his team in double digits. Maeve was pretty much uncontested that entire game on Frog Isle. There were times where I saw her rotate through danger. She wasn't really punished. She would come up, get the kills at the last second, make sure they were all cleaned up nice and tidy for her team to pretty much just capture the objective, having 70,000 damage as well compared to Kubi's Strix, which is 61k. But I'm pretty sure most of that is him shooting into like Ash, into Fernando, like characters that are eventually going to have to lose their shield, and it's going to break, and they're going to go on cooldown, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm pretty sure most of that was due to being shot into tanks, because I didn't really quite see him deliver in terms of the eliminations or the kills that you would expect the Strix to be able to do. So I'm hoping for the next draft that things will change just a little bit for Ignite.
Well, Ignite has their work cut out for them, as we knew they would. Fish Market is going to be the call up next. And if you're Ignite, I don't know how excited you are to see Fish Market, because this has been a polarizing map this weekend. Teams have often just steamrolled their opponents, and when you're coming off a fresh 4-0 victory, Fish Market is probably exactly what you see on the side of Parallax.
Yeah, and it's a much more wider map. I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to see the Ceres quote-unquote pick that we saw so many times yesterday, and by so many I only mean 2, and that's more than I would have ever expected her to be picked, right? But it's these longer angles, these longer sight lines that can't really be broken, that make snipers pretty prevalent on this map as well. Frog Isle, they can post up by window, pretty much duke it out one after the other against the enemy's opposing sniper. But in situations like this, there are longer sight lines, there are bigger areas for you to cover, so you can lock in the Strix, you can lock in the Kinessa if you want to. But what's even more so better on this map than the snipers, I think it's the dive. I think that's why they got rid of the Rom immediately, even though he was banned last time. I think Rom, Ash, Ruckus, these guys do so well on Fish Market. It's so hard to stop them because they can come in from so many different angles.
It's really, really difficult in order to lock those down. So Rom, Ash both taken off the board. Torvald and Io here by Parallax. And now you're looking at someone like Makoa, potentially, though Makoa usually doesn't do as well on Fish Market because of those longer sight lines. It's going to be the Khan instead, and obviously 0% win rate so far, as we've only had one game, but we've seen Khan really heavily prioritize in North America. Europe, he felt like a tertiary option at best. Seems like Brazil seems to think that the Khan is still a top-tier pick.
Yeah, Khan is definitely one of those picks to where we see the counters being brought out against the Ash, but having that Leon shield, it's a little bit up for debate right now. I've seen chat talking about it. I know it's a discussion among the players about whether Leon shield Khan going solo tank is something that can work for him. And we've seen it work, but it hasn't been as effective as people might be. I think that just comes down to the record and situations like that. When we saw solo tank Khan yesterday, it wasn't actually Leon shield in Europe. It was actually Stormer Bullets. A couple of them end up taking Stormer Bullets. They feel like that aggression, having that consistent poke, moving with the team is way better than just having that sort of point presence that you know will fall off the longer the game actually goes on. So I think having the solo tank Khan here, if they go that, could be fine with the Corvus as his healer.
Well, Androxus alongside him as well, so plenty of damage is on the other side. We already have plenty of damage just between the Genos damage amp and this Xin, which has been really, really potent here at the Paladins World Championship. Strix as well. I already talked about how successful he was yesterday in Europe. Now you damage amp him with the Genos. Going to be tough to beat, I think, as Fernando comes through again. Talk to me about this Fernando Fod. Is this Parallax knowing they can get away with whatever they want, basically, or do they really think that Fernando is one of the best point tanks available?
It is. I feel like Fernando throughout the phase has been sort of has been in the shadow of Anara and in the shadow of Barrick in the Brazilian region. I feel like the Fernando hasn't really been quite looked at as effectively, typically because you have situations like having a Khan might be relevant, but a Talus hover. I want to get back to the Fernando, but having a Talus hover is not something I would have expected to see. I had mentioned it before, Parallax shaped things in the way that we've seen them do throughout the phase, and they lock in the first Talus pick of the World Championship. I don't quite know what else to say except for the fact that he has that dive potential. He can make Leon extremely uncomfortable. That Fernando with his immortal, his immortal is going to make sure that everyone stays alive around him. It's the counteracting dive potential that I believe they're looking for on the side of Fernando. That ultimate's going to be huge. Strix is going to hit for nearly 2,000 damage for every headshot thanks to the Genos buff. So that's going to be scary playing into that with these longer angles with the Leon and the Androxus.
Parallax throwing everybody for a loop. I don't think that should be something too out of the ordinary for the rest of today. I think they've got that type of potential. The Talus Genos combo, man, I mean, it's still there, right? It still has that potential. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. Something tells me that they will. Parallax Gaming up against Ignite Gaming. Game 2 going to Fish Market.
And after a stunning 4-0 in this set, we're on Ignite's turf now. Are they going to be able to achieve the sweet spot? I don't know, but, you know, they can still score a game. And Chris, what do you think?
I'm thinking it could be possible, but just looking at the drafts that they had, the first pick, Khan, Fish Market, he can work, but it's only if you really want to play kind of slowly. They have a bit of a hybrid composition here. The Khan and the Leon will be the more defensive side of things, while the Andro and the Ruckus are the ones looking to get aggressive. But I think Parallax, maybe outside of the Strix, are definitely a more one-mind kind of composition. That Xin and that Talus are going to be trying to run down the back as quickly as possible. How well can they counter-engage on the side of Ignite Gaming? How well can that Ruckus and that Andro kind of pincer the dive once Parallax gets aggressive? We'll see exactly, I guess, how far Dintic can get in here on this Talus. Definitely the surprise pick of this set to see how they can turn around and deal with them, but first one already goes to Parallax.
Yeah, and he was actually super close to get the Corvus bet thanks to Mitzhao. No problem at all. He's going to be able to pick that one up, and as you said before, that's exactly the problem with, you know, having a solo tank on your point and the entirety of the team is down. And Khan, very risky pick unless you use that elimination method thanks to your ultimate. It's going to be super hard, and now they're up and running, setting up, and that's the problem with Fish Market also. You have a sniper against you, and it's an open map.
Yeah, but look at that. They actually have, they're utilizing the flank routes, which people forgot about. And yes, Parallax get it, but now they're in maybe a decent position to fight it. But wait, Abyssu went over there alone, and the flankers were just waiting for him to take him down.
They just melted him. That was huge for them once again. And Dintic, you know, he has all the right spots, all the right angles, thanks also Xin and all the others. And so as soon as they try to get to the payload, they're going to get melted off pretty easily. Even though you have a shield as Khan, there's so much verticality in the map, so different in heights, etc. You can just shoot over him, and that's what just exactly happened. So hard for them, so hard to actually try to avoid right now, Specs and all the others getting into your backline, because as soon as you do a little bit of damage, the shield is right there, thanks to Fernando.
Yeah, he's able to really keep them alive when they kind of recollapse here, but even though everyone on Ignite was low, Corvus can heal them up pretty quickly, so they're able to come back pretty much right away and turn this around. But snipers on this map, there's a reason they're picked so well. Mitzhao trades one, but he won't be able to survive much longer.
Oh my god! Able to escape though and get another one. And, you know, that just shows you how Mitzhao and Strix in general is such a superior DPS than Glean. You have, you know, the reposition, you can go invisible. People have to spend Illuminate to actually get to you, so that's a huge burden economically speaking. In general, so hard to put pressure. Maybe with, if I have your Androxes coming in vertically with your Cursed Arm, you can kind of open up the situation. Could be different, but I don't see that coming anytime soon.
Oh! Look at that time and space, dude. They had 2 with that as they were trying to retreat. So 2 quick ones. Parallax now, I mean, Ignite. They are just reeling from that one. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to recontest Merlot. They're going to send the Andrew in, but again, just 1 second there. And that was great synergy from them on the far right side. Parallax, they forced them to escape with the pressure from the flashbang. They don't know where the time and space is coming in. If they can't see, they can't dodge it. So 2 picks quickly from that pushes Outlander being the second top fragger on his team right now.
Yeah, Ignite kind of getting roasted right now. And the problem is they need to recollect and regroup, figure out how can they approach this middle point. There's still an opportunity, because if you take the middle point now, you still have a free push, even though you can spend a couple of resources maybe. In general, you don't want to lose this particular point, because then you're in that tough spot, that tough decision when you can spend the ultimates, because the net match point then is coming up. But also, if you don't spend, you're going to go with another 4-0. So they need to get this middle point and use those elimination methods, thanks to Khan and his ultimate.
Yeah, you have to spend your ults on mid. I mean, that's a 100% no-brainer. There's no reason to hold it onto it for the defense, and they know that already because they're coming with a quick Hexafire, but Deja Vu's the one to get the first.
Not bad, and Zabi actually gets 2 in a row, thanks also to the intervention on Droxes, but the problem is they're pretty much even Steven, They're trading blows, but at the end of the day, Parallax Gaming has the upper hand, many more bodies and people, but hold the phone once again. Orn actually takes another one, but once again, a Spexy just rebounds, takes another one, and Droxes, look at the pressure he's able to actually maintain into this light defense. But yeah, even though we got 90%, situation pretty much the same as before.
Yeah, the even back and forth here is going to be make it hard for both teams to really want to cap, because by doing that, you give up resources that you would be using in the fight otherwise, right? If you threw them onto the point, but the engagement comes in quick, even if it's spited in response.
Pretty good right there, and with Talos following up, oh boy, they're gonna collapse onto the enemy team. They're crumbling down one after the other. Look at Lian, look at Khan inside that middle point. Lian is gonna be the next one to go. Khan completely alone by himself, no heals, no way he can escape. So even though they got 74%, thanks to the comeback mechanic, it's all Parallax Gaming from now on, because you got Talos, you're gonna pop those mounts off. It's gonna be super hard to actually get onto that point. Maybe you can actually try going to the side, since they have so much verticality thanks to Ruckus, but I don't see that happening because Spexy takes another kill. And right here, Khan is going to just get into everybody's faces, getting melted off by Fernando, Talos, and all the others. Super hard to have this retake.
Yeah, on Fish Market, when you lose a clean fight like that, it's almost impossible to really get back in. The sidelines are just so big, you can't really stop it. But Deja Vu at the end of this, surprisingly, after his team got shredded coming in, they're trading a couple frags their way. They killed one, and they're just stalemating now. But Deja Vu proving his Rookie of the Year status here with another kill.
I'm noticing a trend from Deja Vu. He's really the engine of the entirety of Ignite Gaming. Like, he's able to find kills even in the desperate of times. The problem is he needs to find those kills sooner, at least when you're trying to do middle point contesting. Yes, they're great. Yes, he puts the pressure up, but the problem and the matter of the fact is it's a 3-0 right now, and nothing is going to change that.
Yeah, this aggressive zone is making it difficult for them to refight back here, but actually Dintic maybe overextends. No rune up, and Deja Vu spent the Accursed Arm to take him down. I love the vertical play that Deja Vu has here, constantly playing above that roof, and also Abizu playing by this hook here on the side, really threatening the flank onto the cart. Not only threatening it, he's actually doing it now, and Parallax have to respond.
Spexy is going to try to escape, but also he's able to take the tricks to trade a single blow. He has the ultimate, he has so many tools and potential, and that's the problem when you're playing against Xin. It's so frustrating, so hard to actually get him in a tough spot, because he has so much potential to just go away. But Cubits, on the other hand, able to actually take that triple kill. You're going to stop the advantage, and you're going to stop this payload advancing, though. 50 seconds is a lot of time, and Fish Market is not a long map. You can block them on the elbow, but it's still a long way to go before they get this absolute defense and 1 point out of it.
Watching Kubi's play Leon really shows why you want to pick Leon on this map sometimes. Is it worth over Strix? Probably not, but the snowball potential is there, and it is massive as Ignite gets aggressive kind of off the back of that still, but the rest of them are getting collapsed on from the backline. Look at this Nando go.
Watch out for Cubits. A super dangerous spot for him. Is going to get melt off, but he's not actually able to escape. Spexing with another one, mid-cell, and another one. And they're just pushing. 70 seconds to go, so that means the last stretch is going to be all in overtime, and that could be a great advantage. Though, you can't spend resources. As you're in Ignite right now, you just need to go with your basic cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, Ignite are the one that might need to spend if it gets closer. Parallax are going to have to save, and they want this to go long because they want to charge up what they already have, right? They're down quite a few ultimates minus the Immortal, so definitely want to do some damage as they get this cart moving, and the shield will help them quite a bit, but Deja Vu now, he's looking for the back. They want to stop this push now.
Dingtek probably also taking that sideline to the right, trying to block Khan, Leon, and all the others. And as you can see, everybody from Parallax just chilling in the left, trying to find the right sniper. And Drux is going to get taken off. Oh, and he switches back to Leon. Xafire is going to get spent. The Fernando also used the Immortal, so they're always surviving 1v1, and that's a good trade. That's a good value, because you just saved Talus, you just saved everybody else. The defense is going to be successful, though, because Fernando was not touching that payload. So I don't know, but I don't think Parallax was expecting that.
Yeah, they didn't have anyone to replace Kronz. Kubi's was the one who managed to take the Fernando down, and since the overtime had been going on so long, that's fast OT. That drains in less than a second. The way that the payload checks for who's contesting it, you would literally need someone already standing on it with the Fernando to make that work, and that's just not the way that Parallax's composition really works here. And they used a little bit there. They're down the Immortal, which I thought was going to be kind of their crux going into this next one, but the overpower is going to be the most important thing here. I got to give Ignite the edge coming into this mid, as long as they get one person with this pull. If it's a Spexy, I think that's even better. Not only is he the one closest to his ultimate, but he's also the one who's kind of been the most, I think, a key factor in all their kills. He's 10-3 right now. He just has not really been punished by Ignite, and an overpower would do just that.
Yeah, and you can actually see that Orn is trying to find the right spot. Talus is going to spot him. He's up there, up and running. Spexy actually able to take another kill. Ooh, he's not going to connect against the Fernando. The shield is going to be there, sure, but you're up in the air, completely toast over. So, yeah, I don't think this middle point is going to go to Ignite. They still have the resources, though, and on a Corset Arm available at this very moment. So maybe, there you go, he's going to get popped up, though. Ooh, the shot from Strix, and of course, a Spexy cleaning that up. So no ultimates left unless for Khan, but you're such in a bad spot, and 96%, 99, no way you can do a rebound and touch the point. And Parallax Gaming, another very clean victory down here.
Yeah, just crushed there near the end, the way that they stopped Deja Vu from getting that Cursed Arm off. They just, no ults they wanted to use actually happened. The Khan, instead of overpowering, went to the point and tried to grab the Nando for that. Play slow, get a DPS. You don't need to contest. You have comeback mechanic. Play off of that instead of forcing it. To me, it just looked like Parallax felt a lot more comfortable on Fish Market, the map, and Ignite looked a little lost in comparison.
Absolutely, and that's the tough spot I was talking about, you know. You have to use those ultimates because you're 3-1, but, you know, if you don't use them, then the middle point is going to be super hard. If you use them, well, that just happens. So, good job for, of course, Parallax Gaming, but we are bound to go to the desk and analyze the problem. What really happened?
Well, at least we got a point this time if you're on Ignite. The completely undefeated run for Parallax dies in the quarterfinals. They have indeed lost a push successfully. Fun. Other than that, I'm out of silver linings here for Ignite. They're now down 2-0 against a Parallax Gaming team that looks like they woke up mad for some reason, and they are stomping Ignite right now.
Yeah, I think part of the thing is that when you start off the game and Midtown immediately gets a kill like that, and you have first blood that already happens, and then he just decides to kill everyone else, then yeah, that's typically a line of that is an error, particularly with your draft. And I was mentioning this a little bit before when we were watching the game. I think it comes down to how the draft is actually created. I know Brazil likes to lock in Leon to try and contest these long-range snipers, see if they can bring out the damage necessary. And don't get me wrong, Leon does a lot of damage, but I don't think she does as much as a Genos-boosted Strix does. So I think in a situation like this, you need to focus on your dive. You have the Androxus, you have the Ruckus, you have the Khan. You can forgo the point. We've seen it happen before, and this is part of what I was saying before about how Brazil is typically in the mindset of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's a situation where they will consistently go back to some of these older characters that we've seen, characters that have been picked that may have fallen out a little bit out of the meta, and sort of still stick to them. I don't think Leon was the play here. I think they had a great draft. I'm not saying that, you know, it was entirely Kubi's fault because they could have played a lot of things better, but I think if they would have stuck to the dive, I think Leon sort of set them apart. It sort of split them down what they should have done, and it was a rough game overall. I mean, Deja Vu only did 1,000 more damage than the Ruckus did. That typically doesn't happen on an Androxus. To do only 1,000 K more than your frontliner, that's rough. And I think that in this draft, they definitely have to figure something out. I think the drafts have been falling a little bit short in terms of what Ignite. In terms of what I know Ignite can do. So they should be a little bit more careful with how they choose their characters.
I mean, we talked about at the very beginning of this set, if you're going to try and just play normal Brazilian-style Paladins, Parallax is going to beat you at that. You've got to come in with something a little bit different, something that they're not used to. I don't know that Ignite has done that quite yet, as Splitstone Quarry is going to be our third map. Ignite here maybe tries to throw Parallax for a loop in the draft. What are some kind of off picks that you think that a team like Ignite might be able to go for?
I think that BK could be a good pick here. I mean, we've seen Bomb King be used on Splitstone a couple of times, maybe not so much in the recent phase, or more so in the recent phase. We haven't seen Bomb King be picked up like that. I think Bomb King is a good pick here on Splitstone Quarry. I think it's hard to play into him. You lock down areas by fidget spinners. You make it so that they can't quite push in and pretty much lock down that area, and you try and see if you can get into their opposing high ground. Bomb King brings a lot of presence on the map. I think this is a good pick for him. I think this is a good area for him to be in. And if they don't ban Io here, I definitely think they grab Io. This is a good map for Io, and a map where I think she excels. And that way they can sort of play off of, we can get aggressive and see what they can do against Parallax.
Let's see if anything goes in Ignite's favor here in the draft as they ban away the Rom and the Genos. Torvald already taken out by Parallax. I don't think we've seen an IO quite yet, either in picks or bans, if my memory serves properly. Is that typical for Brazil, or is this just kind of how these games have sort of gone so far?
Well, the last set, they did end up banning Io on Fish Market, but it's not the best map for her. So I'm not too sure why the Io ban was prevalent there and not in any of the other maps. There's definitely more areas where you can feel the Io should be banned out more. Stonekeep is one of those maps, and so is Jag, but they already banned both of those maps. So I'm not too sure. This could be a pretty decent map for her to be on here, especially since they didn't ban her. But having the Makoa first and the Corvus soon after that, you got sustainability on the side of Parallax Gaming, and you have Buck. That is a very great start in terms of just having tankier DPS. You don't always have to rely on the frontliners to be able to live. Buck does a great job at excelling at making sure that he stays alive, especially after he dives.
Also worth noting that when Kresnik's talking about Splitstone, he always brings up verticality, and Buck's kind of the verticality dude. You know, my man got hops, so he's going to be getting in there regardless of where the enemy team is hiding. As Zin and Khan come through, I like what Ignite have so far. It's not different, you know, it's pretty standard from what I can tell, but these are just solid picks. Zin, Khan, Makoa have all been impressive here at the Paladins World Championship weekend.
Yeah, and I definitely think they're the three to be looking at if you're trying to draft any sort of character, but having that Inara as well. So you got Buck, Strix, Inara, Corvus, Anar has so much presence on the point. I mean, it's hard to argue that she doesn't. This is just the reality that you're faced with. You're faced with going up against somebody as tanky as Inara. A lot of the times, we've seen this Inara fall flat throughout this weekend when she's been picked. Not doing so good as the Makoa, not doing as well as the Khan. And I think most of that has to be to the statement that most of the time we've seen Inara be picked, it has been solo tank. It hasn't been 2 tanks. It's just been her. And she's great at solo tanking, but even still, a lot of the teams weren't able to quite execute on what she was able to provide for them, I personally believe. So I think that this time, if there was going to be a team that could really pull it off, I think I really enjoyed the Inara here.
Inara solo tank, an option for Parallax, is they're kind of wide open with this final selection on where they want to go. They've got a lot of different directions that they can go with this final pick. They're going to pick up another vertical flanker. It's going to be Eevee flying around the map, zoom in, and probably putting some pressure on this Leon and Maldamba. Going back to the Leon here for Ignite, certainly something that, again, they feel like they are sticking to what you said at the very beginning of the day, that ain't broke, don't fix it. My problem, Fawn, is that I think it might be broke. I think they might need to change it. They might need to fix it because it hasn't worked so far. Parallax looking pretty poised here, I think, to take the 3-0.
I think so too, and that verticality is going to hurt Khan a lot. It's going to really open him up. That's one of the things that he's weakest against, is having that verticality. It's great if you're only shooting from the front side, but what happens when they jump up, jump around, and really get behind the shield is going to be a problem for Khan to try and stay there, sustain himself. He has to use the battle shout to see if he can live long enough for him to even be in the fight, for him to be relevant. So I don't know. I'm not too sure how I feel about this so far.
Well, let's head to Splitstone Quarry, Game 3 between Parallax Gaming and Ignite.
Ignite on the ropes here. I'm gonna be honest, Quarry could bring them some much needed space, but it all comes down to how well can they adjust against that verticality. What are your thoughts, Chris?
It's going to be hard to adjust, man. Looking at just a Strix and a Buck and an Eevee triple DPS on this map, the Eevee and the Buck in particular will just be a wrecking ball that can swing in from wherever on the map they need to follow up on the poke that Strix does. It'll be hard for Ignite, but I think it depends a lot on how much their tanks can do inside the other area of the map. They're both kind of defensive, crowd control oriented tanks, so if they can catch one of these DPSs on the way in and slow them down, it can work, and that's what Ornstein is doing. Look at this. He's already kind of in the way of Dintic, not letting him move in, but now Aspexy's here, and Khan, he can fight 1 DPS, but I'm not sure about fighting 2.
I mean, it's almost up to 3, though, because everybody's just chasing on him and piling onto that big pile of muscle, and it's just going to escape. Makoa is going to be the first one, and thanks to the blasting Aspexy, we're going to have C2 in a couple of while. There you go. And Khan, of course, not being on point, they're leaving so much space to Parallax Gaming, and they're capitalizing. They're already at 60%.
Yeah, I mean, better for him to be up, to be helping his team instead of standing on point right now. I feel like he would have just died there as Kubi's gets chipped down by the Inara. Khan now will have to go in, but they've already lost 2.
And that's what's gonna happen if you stand on point without anybody else. Makoa just jumped in to try to contest a little bit, maybe buy some time, but the problem is gonna be, of course, the Eevee. Such verticality, so hard to pin down, and you can see already the same problems as before. You know, very flexible and movable flankers. This wall from Inara could set the stone. Yep, that's the last nail in the coffin, and Khan just gives up, just stops.
I mean, if anything, at that point, if you fight back, I guess he probably should have shot at least to get some ult charge, but doing anything more, if you're just shielding, if you're shouting, you're just delaying yourself from your respawn. He's already one of the closest to his team for ult anyway, as Parallax let this cart roll even closer. The last corner is an important one because of that vertical hold you can have on it. You want to be able to contest it there, but look at this, the Strix. How are they going to get onto the Strix? They can't, because Dintic is already jumping around to try to split them and make them look around.
They try to stop him, but no can do. And at this point, you know, you have that vertical position. Khan is going to try to hold it as much as possible thanks to Qubits. He's going to go for the ultimate, but no can do. Not even that can save Leon at this point. And everybody's going to fall down. We're at 4 minutes into the game, Kresnik. Already 2-0.
Yeah, just non-stop, basically, there from Parallax. They used that Buck Wild at the start of the push, and they're already only at 50%. That's how quickly they got that card all the way around everything. Just 50% charged up from that Buck Wild for the Buck who's there. And hey, if you're going to say anything about Ignite Gaming, you can talk about their consistency. Look at those KDAs. 0-3-0 across the board for them. 3 fights was all it took for Parallax to be able to convert this payload all the way through. I love the way that they started that fight, though. Again, the Buck and the Eevee on the right side fighting the Khan. Ornstein can't really stop them alone, while Kubi's was trying to fight the mid line. He was trying to help his Makoa instead.
And it's so hard to pin,
Yeah.
Eevee down, and that's the problem. So you can focus Eevee, you can go on Buck because he's bulky and has verticality. Okay, maybe we can jump on Strix. It's just so hard. Not so many options at your disposal if you're going to try. But at this point, another fight ensures, and we see that Inara takes the, complete pressure. Makoa is going to be all around by himself. Same thing as before. Ultimates are coming in, but this Khan is not going to find any capitalization with all the others. Yes, he takes a kill and takes to Moldamba. They're back to 2. Comeback mechanic could be something, but it's kind of a tragic situation.
Yeah, they got the overpower. That's going to be helpful for now, and they actually get one more Outlander on the escape, and now it's all into Karans to delay on point as much as he can.
I see the weight is shifting a little bit for Ignite Gaming for sure. And remember, comeback mechanic, you are able to take the point. They got a couple of more kills. Buck is going to try to put a dent to it. A little bit of defense. Inara could be falling soon after if they focus their out as soon as possible, but no can do. Buck just going to be relentless upon this Khan. Super hard to him to reach out and also defend. And everybody's just scrambling from defense. Another kill thanks to Ignite Gaming. They're trying for sure. It's not going to be super important. Not going to matter. If as soon as you take a kill, you're bound to trade, that's going to be a detrimental.
Yeah, they have the hold inside Quarry, but they can actually break out. They're playing still like they're worried about an overpower that doesn't still exist, and Ornstein will fall, and this might be what it takes for them to get out, but they trade for a Spexy.
That's for sure. And right now, Parallax Gaming on top of the point. Overtime, they can try to touch with the Lian, Zin, and all the others. They actually take another kill thanks to Midtown, saving Buck. At the end of the day, they got the point, and that's going to be a clean 3-0 once again. And now we're back in the same tough spot as before. You're about to use your ultimates. You have to defend unless it's match point, right? But also, next matchup is going to be match point at the same time. So you can't spend, but you have to spend. It's going to be a disaster.
I mean, a Spexy with a triple on the back of an Ice Storm. I was going to say, man, you can use your ults when you're this far. You have 2 whole minutes that you have to charge up your ults. You can use them if you want, and Spexy agrees with me clearly. His 4th kill in a row, cleaning up basically everybody with that Ice Storm there. And Parallax, they just continue to spend these ults to get around this first corner because they know how hard it is to break through that first choke. When they have the high ground, it's almost impossible. And Ignite, they got to be thinking about using this overpower here to equalize.
Yeah, they definitely can. Parallax, they got the spendings. They're in the bag. It's safe for them to just go aggressive at every moment. Not the same for Ignite, though, and I can clearly see that. The overpower, yes, could give us a much-needed breather. But, of course, you need to think about the next matchup. But we're on the last inches, the last stretch, and they're desperate. They're going to try it now with a little bit of a CC. Moldamba is going to try to keep Leon alive, but Leon sliding into the DMs, into that sideline, trying to do a little bit of damage, but no can do. She's going to fall down. Buck chasing for the Moldamba. Nobody on the card, nobody on the point, nobody to contest unless it's this Makoa. Makoa getting pushed back. The overpower is going to come in. They're trying to take another one. Is a desperate struggle for survival at this point. 1 minute. They got the space. But that's a lot of time once again. And Inara is back in action.
Yeah, but she's not going to go all the way back in. There's absolutely no way she moves into contest there. Ornstein, though, saving grace for the team for sure with the overpower, pulling the Buck out. That's the second one in a row that's connected on a flanker, and that's kind of what they have to do. They can't let this Buck and Eevee move together as a unit, but Parallax, they're hungry for this. They're pushing in right now, even if Kronz took a lot of early damage.
That's true. The aggression is still there. They can kind of do it as soon as they find another kill out of this single action. I don't know, though. They don't have that much space. There are a lot of, objects in the way. It's hard to pin down the enemy team. It's hard to find the right angle, but you need to do that. Or you can slow down and play for the next game. Play for the next match point.
Yeah, I think they don't have a choice now. I was gonna say maybe they'll hold back, and I think Deja Vu made that decision for them with the picks he was able to get there in a row with him cleaning up on everything. But the damage is far and away in favor of Parallax Gaming. Just looking at these charts here, Dintic, the one leading the charge, and this shows what these vertical flankers are capable of doing here on this map. Even a Strix, who's one of the highest damage in terms over time champions you'll get, he's constantly bursting you for 1,200 across the map. But a Buck and an Eevee are outpacing him. They're throwing themselves at these tanks, putting on so much pressure they can't use that CC that much. Shoutouts to the tanks and Ignite for being able to keep up, honestly. In the first place, I think they have been the ones to keep Ignite in this game, but they're going to have to do more if they want to turn it around so much to make this map theirs.
And I think Parallax Gaming realized that. I mean, even the last game, we saw how much verticality can put Khan in a very tough spot, and it's going to be the same as before. So you can see that Ignite, they're actually adjusting, trying to take the right side of the quarry. So at that point, yeah, you are a little bit more covered from vertical flanks and vertical assault, that's for sure. But you're not able to actually take those kills. Makoa maybe, but Buck with Dintic, takes the first one, and Spexy on the other back takes the second one. Oh, incredible stun on Moldamba, and it sure came in with a capitalization. So support is gone, tanks are gone, and Parallax Gaming, being out in the open, they actually were able to touch the point and get 272%.
Yeah, and I think this honestly might be it, Merlot, because they're trading everybody out. I don't think they can touch.
And, coming in, they're blocking them. And thanks to that verticality, that mobility, you're able to, just scuff over the wall and block everybody coming in. Those reinforcements are never going to come in. You're never going to have a rebound. And unfortunately, that's going to be a very first 3-0 clean set for Parallax Gaming. But good job to them.
I mean, did we expect anything else from them? Ignite has looked good throughout the season, but Parallax there's a reason they're the only undefeated team left, and they showed it here. They just looked fantastic on every map they played so far.
Absolutely. And now, back to Agro for the breakdown.
Thank you, Merlo and Kresnik. As expected, Parallax Gaming moves on to the semifinals. And Fawn, they did it in exactly the way we thought they would. Maybe a little bit worse, actually, going 4-1 in 2 of the 3 maps. But overall, dominant performance by them.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's overall rough. I mean, I was complaining about it before when I was watching the game. I'm like, why did you send Khan by himself into lava against the 2 people that we just talked about would be his counter? And what exactly happened? Khan goes into lava, Eevee, Buck are both there waiting. Zen, for some reason, is by fidget spinners with Makoa. They're getting whittled down because it doesn't quite have the means of actually getting to the kills that he's trying to get to. He's getting poked down. Khan is by himself by lava. It's a 2v1. It's also a 2v1, but you're also burning into a Nara. You don't really have a lot of stuff. You have like Cauterize 1 maybe. You don't really have, your ultimate's not going to be up anytime soon. So you're pretty much just wasting your own time. And by the time they had killed Khan, they rotated over, helped out Anara, and made sure that they could do what they could. And I actually was thinking about it a little bit before, and that's why I'm so glad we're seeing the slash lines, because Kubi's was 2-9. It is the Leon again. I do not like the Leon into these long-range snipers. I don't think it brings out the damage. I don't think it has the control that they might be thinking that Leon does against another sniper. That's typically why people pick snipers against other snipers. Leon's damage might be huge. The bigger the range is, the bigger the distance is between her and the target she's shooting at when she uses presence, when she uses her Q, if you play on default bindings. It's hard to do that, though, to consistently deal damage to Mid-Tau. Even if you hit him at a long range, yours still has a cooldown. Mid-Tau, if he even sneezes and hits a headshot by accident, you're getting hit for 1800, right? And that's more consistent than an ability is in terms of you trying to make sure you have that proper damage. I think Leon's damage fall off is too big on her basic weapon shots for it to be relevant against somebody like a Strix.
Well, Parallax make it look pretty easy in the face of that Leon and everything else Ignite was doing. They move on to the semifinals. They await the winner of Carnage up against In Control. That will be your next matchup. Now, if you are a fan of Ignite, don't worry. They aren't done quite yet. They drop down into the losers and will now await the loser of our next matchup. Carnage is a team that also was pretty dominant during this phase of the PPC, 11-4 for them in control, sharing the same record as Ignite during this phase in 8-7. Carnage has looked awfully good here, Fawn, but we'll have to wait and see if it's good enough to continue on and face off against Parallax in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. Paladins World Championship coming right back.
Well, it's time for set 2 of your Paladins World Championships here in Brazil. My name is Finch, and we are moving on to the second set. Parallax, I think surprising nobody, won their first set 3-0. They've been doing it all season, and looks like they continue doing it now. To help me break down this next one between In Control and Carnage, though, I've got Merlo here with me on the desk. Merlo, I know you're ready for some more action here, man. We've got another really good set coming up.
Yeah, very similar to the last one, actually, because we have very similar power structures. You know, during the entirety of the last BR set, we saw Parallax Gaming, you know, and how strong they can be. Watch out for Carnage, because they are the second in command, and it's the entirety of the tournament. So I'm really expecting a lot out of them. And of course, we're going to move to who's going to lose this one against, Ignite. So pretty much balanced. Kind of, semifinals coming in from this one.
Yeah, I think so. And, you got to remember when we were back in North America, we saw Pickled Pepper drop. There's been some upsets, right, in these tournaments before. So just because Carnage are that higher-seeded team, and they are the higher-seeded team at 11-4, they had a great regular phase to make it here to this point. It's no guarantee that they're going to succeed. What we have seen, Merlo, is that you need to be able to adapt at this tournament. When new strategies come in, we saw the Sky earlier, right? We've seen some of these surprise picks come through and really catch these teams off guard. If you're not ready for that, suddenly your tournament could be over just like that.
That's the key word, adapting, being able to actually embrace this new meta. The problem with Daedalus not being in the pool is they're kind of relying too much a little bit on Khan, and that means Khan as a solo tank, incredible for sure, but a lot of times when we saw him just standing alone on the point getting shot at, and not too much you can do at that point. But in general, we can see a little bit for Carnage, though. I want to focus on this team in particular because it's the same as Parallax, it's the same as Pickled Pepper. They're kind of the favorites this time around, and I'm super sure that a couple of their teams and players could really pull something off incredibly out of nowhere. So Ares, for example, he went hard in this season, almost to 700 kills, something like that, just alone by himself as a DPS.
Yeah, Carnage has been popping off, and their opponent lining up across from them are In Control, who had some ups and downs throughout this phase, making it to this point, but they did manage to qualify in the end. So we'll see if this team can kind of get it together. I know that you were talking about that adaptability. I assume that's going to be important here for In Control in a tough matchup, Merlo.
Yeah, and also it's so different to see the meta in BR. We're used to, those classical picks in EU and A, but then you can basically take almost anything you want in BR, and we saw that before with Talus, for example. So I'm expecting, if Sky was, the surprise pick in the, in the days before this one, I think we're going to see a little bit more Talus and a little bit more different approaches to supporting and picking supports for your side. And for In Control Nation, we talked about Carnage, how good they are, how flexible they can be. But I want to talk in specific of In Control Nation and King Kaiser, for example. I've been able to actually cast a lot of games with him in it. I think he's an incredible flex player, and in general, he's so much adaptable. He can play anything at your disposal. Very good in Droxus, I'm going to be honest. And the first map we're going to see him in is going to be Shadow Desert. So probably, I'm expecting a lot of vertical action because it's just a long and drawn-out map.
It is, right? It's a big, wide-open map, too, that we'll start with. No Jack Falls, no Splitstone Quarry, popular maps banned. Maybe the Ascension Peak Frog Isle, not as big of a surprise. We do often see those taken out of the pool. So Carnage Gaming will be in that first pick spot this time around in Merlo. We have seen Makoa be highly valued up until this point. Io has been highly valued up until this point. We've seen the off-tanks like Ashe and Rom. These ones are the ones they're looking for, and Rom getting banned here. Are you expecting any of that to change, or are we going to keep seeing the same stuff prioritized here?
Probably Torv could be the next one, and I'm very, for sure. We see Zen, they don't want to play against those flex players that I mentioned before against In Control, and Droxus is just a good ban all around. You don't want to play against him, especially in Shadow Desert. But I also think it's a kind of a respect ban against King Kaiser, and Rocka's going in. So as soon as you drain out that tank pool, what you're basically left with, okay, we can pick Io as a first one, because Io basically virtually makes your team from 5 to 6. Or you can go Makoa, which is another good tier 1 pick, but at this point you can take a combo if you're in Control Nation. So basically it's time for a flanker, time for DPS, or still a couple of supports. Janus is available, Corvus is available. You can go with Double Mark.
Yeah, all the great pockets are still out there, and it looks like they do want to go ahead and grab Corvus, so taking this opportunity to prioritize the one that they like. But you're right, man. Makoa has just become the pick, hasn't he, in that first pick spot. That half shell makes him so potent. The hooks are the big difference makers, too. If you're able to get those pulls, you're really setting up for your team. So now I feel like that's what we want to see here, right, Merlo? Someone that can really follow up off these big Makoa hooks, but they go for this Torvald right away to make sure they've got that pocket to amplify, I assume, some big damage to.
And I'm super scared because basically, you know, Carnage were like, okay, you can have the Torvald, that's fine, we don't need it. But if you really want to, we can take it back. And at this point, Torvald is so essential because not only is a tank and an extra body you can basically place on your point or just to pressure out the enemy team, you're actually making completely immune to damage one of your flankers because they have so much kit for survivability. So if you place Torvald and Zin, great combo. Torvald and Lex, great combo. Torvald and Meave, that's going to be hard because also you have the extra supportingness of Midnight Pulse. So on the other side, yes, you have Corvus and Vivian has been in a really good spot for a long, long time. Even though, you know, nerfs are approaching, even though she also got nerfed, she's still incredible for sustained DPS. And Lex, you know, we're talking about special picks. Lex is one of those picks that you don't really see that often, but it's going to be huge down here, especially to chase Meave down.
No, you're exactly right. This Lex could be huge. His ability to burn a target, to have that mark on the right guy and cycle through till he gets to him makes him pretty strong. But how do you feel about Victor? I feel like he's fallen a bit by the wayside lately. We've seen Vivian's and Cassie's and Tyra's and all these other picks kind of rise up into those slots where Victor used to thrive. Here on Shattered Desert, I feel like he can get a lot of value out of Barrage.
He can, and also thanks to Luminary, you know, he's incredible with the first burst shot. He can actually, you know, 100 to 0 you very quickly. The problem, I think, is since it's a good hit scan meta, you want to go with Sniper. So Canessa, so Strix are very important, and we saw that before, you know, the other days, and even this first set. And that's why Victor fell down a little bit. But at this time, since you have Khan and Anara, they're such huge tanks. The barrage on the point, the grenades, you know, that's a lot of pressure you are actually not going to be able to take for that much longer, especially because the only healer is Corvus. And he's going to spread those heals around. And I'm hoping he's going to be able to manage all of that, but that's a lot of pressure.
He's got to make sure he keeps them both healed. Meanwhile, the Makoa, largely just a solo tank over there. So will Carnage win as we expect, or will In Control get the upset? Let's find out with map 1.
Great job on the desk, you two. It's Fawn the Legend and Gore Miser here to bring you to the first set of Carnage Gaming versus In Control Nation on Shattered Desert. Now, I'm interested to see how this double pocket sort of works. I mean, you got the Genos, you got the Torvald. Torvald got let through, actually, and you mentioned something when we were watching it. 4th pick Torvald. Not something you typically would have expected to see at all.
Yeah, our North Americans and Europeans that have already played are all baffled at this draft. I mean, I'm looking at what Carnage have, and I can think of 7 teams that would die to have this in a competitive game. I mean, this is something that it's just perfect for you. You get double damage amp with the Torvald alongside the Genos. You get Ares on the comfort pick in Maeve, who is going to be very, very prominent on this. One of the best flanks on Shattered Desert, outside of maybe Eevee, and maybe just alongside the Eevee. And then you get the comfort pick in Victor, even though he hasn't been as big lately. With the double damage amp, he's going to shred people. This is looking like a really good draft for Carnage. I just want to see if they can be as in control as they should be, because the other side, I mean, at least Anara Khan are going to stand stalwart against them.
Well, their positioning seems to be decent enough. They did force out a couple members on the side of In Control Nation. And so far, it seems like everyone's just having a poke war. No one's really committing to one objective or the other. Everyone's trying to see if they can get people low enough so they can commit to fighting Ares. It's brought down pretty low, but thanks to the Torvald, the Genos heal. It's going to be enough to keep him alive, and he's just rotating from left to right. Everyone's poking at each other. This is probably the most reserved mid-fight I've seen in a while. They actually start out so long that the barrage gets used, gets built up just enough time, but even still, no one's dead yet, except for the Makoa. That's the first kill 2 minutes in.
So now you lose that. Torvald, not necessarily known for standing on the point. This is great for In Control. You get a lot of pressure onto the mid because of this, and they just not a lot that you can do on the other side. Yes, the damage still exists, but you just lose Cool, unless Ares pops off in the next couple of seconds. This point looks like it might be done.
He gets killed. He tried to make sure that the clock struck midnight, but the only thing striking is the law. I can't escape that one. As a double kill for Lex comes through, Makoa might be the next on the list, as he immediately gets killed soon after that. 99% to 18. No way for Carnage Gaming to be able to touch In Control, capture this objective. Really, this Lex has been pretty interesting to see. I mean, towards the tail end, when the fights started happening a lot more frequently, you get that first blood on the Makoa, Scooter goes down. Lex seems to be in a position to where he's able to freely rotate. I don't think anyone's been keeping any pressure on him.
It's very difficult to. I mean, look how fast he's moving. Again, it's one of those things. I mentioned Maeve and Eevee on this map because of their mobility, and Lex maybe doesn't have the outright same capabilities they have, and right there you get to see why he's not able to escape as easily. But up to this point, you know, 3.5 minutes in, you've had nothing but a lexicon of why Lex is so good at doing what he does. He's just so good at traversing the map. He's got a lot of movement speed in that kit, and King Kaiser's using it very efficiently to jump around the map. Well, I guess jump is the wrong term. Slide around the map on the sand here and just kind of stay in the face and around Carnage Gaming. And this is one of those matchups, Fawn, that realistically Carnage, as good as they've been in Brazil, and as much as I think because they're second seed and because of history they're favored here, In Control is a bunch of competitive guys in the minor league last year as well as what they've done this year. They've always been able to keep up with this team. It's with Parallax that's the issue to keep up with. So Carnage have to be a little more careful, I think, with their engages. Even now, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to keep this defense up. So far, the answer seems to be yes.
Half Shell has really been playing a pivotal role into the retake situations that we've been seeing Carnage Gaming be able to take advantage of. The Half Shell being dropped means that they were able to push in. We saw how many kills they were able to get because of that as well. Rachel just engaging a one-on-one with Khan, but that one-on-one's not going to look too well for you. As the overpower goes through, drags him right on in, keeps him pinned against the wall. The rest is history. As the Control Nation managed to take care of one, and he's they force the retreat on the remaining members of Carnage Gaming. Makoa, Scooter is really low once again, and actually ends up being killed. Looking for a different opportunity. They want to get into the back line, see if they can put a stop to Genos. They kill him. How much more will they be able to deliver? Cool and Z is going to be able to at least take care of the Vivian. But the rest of it Control, they're not too worried because they're already pushed into the spawn of Carnage.
Yeah, taking care of the Vivian only seems to be maybe not even half the problem. It's this Lex every single time. King Kaiser right now is the reason they keep moving forward. I think Ice Monkey is contributing pretty heavily as well. Being the Zanara and kind of at the front, making sure that things can continue moving forward is big for them. But right now, I'm looking at Carnage. Good defense so far, but still not necessarily stalwart. They need to do something fast.
Seems like for right now, overtime is a factor. No more time remaining on the clock. They're trying to see if they can find the kills necessary to make this go their way. They found 4 already. The last man standing is the Inara. She's on the cart. She's getting focused from all different angles. Bubble onto Maeve. And a couple more daggers are going to leave her in the dirt. 1-1 tie already as Carnage Gaming decide to tie things up for themselves. It was a rough mid at first. It didn't seem like there was a lot to be gained there, but I mean, Victor doing Victor things, being top damage, 81,000, almost 40k above the Maeve. I mean, that's Victor for you.
That is, it is always a little ridiculous though. Like I'm always reminded, especially with a Torvald and a Genos behind him, like he's already vomiting damage out there, and now it's just going to escalate because of that. I mean, it is almost again disgusting how much he's able to get done. But you have to look at how that's converted to kills. Carnage, like you had said, they didn't really have a good time around that mid. They got a lot of poke in there, and that's what Cool has, but not as much of that converting over. King Kaiser, on the other hand, a ton of kills, a lot of credits for those kills as well. I mean, you can look at it, full cot plus 3 items after that, all tier 1, but still, that's a lot of money that he has dropped out, and he's going to be full kitted coming into this. It's dangerous to go up against.
They're being a bit more aggressive through time and space, goes wide in the back, but they manage to get 2 kills because of it. Grenade tossed out, knows Lex is back there, goes for the chase and gets the kill. Runs them down, if anything. Makoa, Victor on the hunt for the Khan. Gets the hook, the battle shout, just to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Is not going to mean much, especially when a hook's dedicated to go right at you. 45% for Carnage Gaming. 4 ultimates online. Make that 3 as he used the barrage. minute that wall drops, so will the ultimate. Not going to quite use it there, trying to make sure they keep him as far back as possible. Hook goes out. They got rid of Rachao, but they will be able to hold on to the objective for a little bit longer. Not much can be done. Void Grip on Khan means he can't touch. That means Carnage Gaming submit themselves a second point in this game. Vivian, Victor fighting 1v1, but Inara comes around. The Earthen Guard is gone, so it might be a little bit easier for him. The lifesteal, the Void Grip, the whole 9 yards is enough to keep Victor alive. That lifesteal built in to his cards, and the healing from Genos as well as the Void Grip is enough to take down an Inara.
We went from rough round 1 mid-fight to the easiest round 2 mid-fight Carnage. I mean, they just decimated In Control. They took care of the Inara early on. They got rid of Lex early on. And again, those were like the 2 biggest problems that I could see. Khan, Vivian, as well as this Corvus are a thorn in their side. But once you get rid of the real problem up front for In Control, they don't have enough to fall back on. If Ice Monkey goes down here, this payload's going to keep moving forward. And honestly, I think it's going to continue following this route for Cool, who right now, he hasn't been getting as many of the boosts, but he's just shredding people. I mean, look at this.
Triple kill already on Rachao. The Torvald is the last person you expect to get a triple such as that. If anything, Cool is going to be able to at least get one of the kills and start Rachao from consistently being on that rampage that he is. Gonna have to calm down at some point, if anything. He's shooting around the corner, seeing if he manages to get the shots on Inara, which he does. He's just spreading out damage. Victor holding angles, making sure he's focusing on whoever his team might be currently calling out to kill. Hook goes out, gets the kill onto Inara as well. They're trying to stall. They lost their tank. What more will they be able to do? Cool with a double kill. Carnage make this a 3-1 against In Control Nation. And you phrased it perfectly. Started off so bad for them. This is not the type of stuff that you would expect to see on a team that really wasn't doing too well in the very beginning. Scooter missed position, pushing up too far, gets killed. And then you have situations like this where now it seems like they're looking like a whole different team from round 1.
I really wanted to call Rachao out because I see you look when you see a support or a frontline get a triple kill. Most of the time, they're getting some last hits in there, right? And there were a couple of last hits in that, but Rachao actually did a lot of work in order to make sure that one was confirmed the way it was. But it's hard to tell and break it apart when Carnage Gaming work the way they did. It was just so solid, and you can see, I think, why things are going the way they are. Movement speed increase here, firing stance 5 as well as Predator 5 for this Victor. Make sure he's staying alive. He's not really worried about the supports. He's just getting it all done on his own, and no one's been paying attention to him.
Stalling on the objective for a little bit longer through time and space. The whole 9 yards, seismic crash gets brought down. Barrage is being called. The storm sirens are here. Who will they find? They manage to find. And Vivian, there's one. Khan already low on the side as well as Inara has to try and find some sort of way out. The Earthen Guard is going to be enough to keep her alive as she's escaping, but not for long because they still got her in the sight lines of the Victor. Gets the kill. The silence on Lex. Make sure they can submit that kill for themselves, and they have the Hyper Beam. If anything, they're going to sit back, chill on the objective. Anyone that tries to make it there will be ulted away as they try and keep this one locked down for him. Ult goes straight on out as Khan actually does manage to touch this one, but I don't think it's going to matter for much longer. Half shell drop. Makoa just trying to hold his ground here, but all the way in the back, Maeve manages to flank around, gets the kill on Corvus. That's going to be curtains for Inara. No Earthen Guard, no healing, no more life left remaining for her. Overtime is the last thing that is available in the game, and Carnage Gaming take this dub over In Control.
I really admire In Control's ability to get back to the objective. I mean, getting hyper beamed off and still managing to keep an overtime going for a little bit is insanely difficult, especially against the way Carnage were playing. And then Carnage showed their backup plan, right? Hey, if hyper beam doesn't work, we're just gonna slaughter you. Like, we're just not gonna let you touch. We're not gonna worry about it too much. They burned through the tanks pretty well there. I think they had a good draft for Shattered Desert. I'm excited to see what they do as time goes forward because I cannot imagine getting Torvald and Genos on the same team again.
Well, Shattered Desert is the first map that we go through, and I'm glad you mentioned that. I don't think Corvus and Torvald have a chance, Genos and Torvald, excuse me, have a chance of being on the same team again either. Let's toss it back to Finch for the analytics.
Yeah, thank you, Fawn. That is the first win for Carnage. In Control started off well. They won the first mid, but after that, it was all Carnage. And as they said, I think we got a great argument for maybe banning Owe Torvald, a great argument for why Cool is good on the Victor there as well. And Merlo, you were there watching me with it the whole time. And how often do you see a Torvald flank behind and get a triple kill? Not a lot, right? But it happened there.
You know, scooping off those kills here. That's all my job. All good. All thanks to me. And the problem is when you leave Torvald out in the open, that's just too much. It's a reason why he's always first ban, because it's such a huge plus for your team. So I guess at this point, in Control, we saw a little bit of what they can do with that Lex, and that was the surprise pick that we were not expecting as a flanker. That first middle point completely open thanks to his ultimate. In general, pretty good for them. But Victor with Luminary, with the Janos combo, thanks to the conversion, and everything else on top of him is just a huge plus and a huge amount of damage. Very hard to counter, actually.
Yeah, difficult to do anything about how much damage there was for Carnage Gaming, and it felt like, you started talking about it right before we made it into the match, that it was going to be difficult for this Corvus to make sure that everyone was healed up, right? He had to worry about the Inara and the Khan, and tried to make sure that the rest of his backline, the Lex 2, were healed. It was just not going to be feasible for him. And on the other side, Carnage with this Genos and the Torvald bubble, it felt like once that first mid went down, it was a little bit too easy for them to keep up with In Control, and In Control really didn't have a way to slow him down.
And as you can see from Ares, the problem is where those credits are starting to roll in. That's a huge plus, because not only you have the possibility of being just tanky by yourself, you can use a bit more spread of Ignite, etc. You're good to go, because you also have that extra shield. That's a huge plus that you're not getting with any other champion. You have a tank who is a support, who has a Babel shield. You're getting buffed up. You're able to be so much aggressive, so more aggressive with your flankers, and that's it. Also, you stuck Luminary on top of that thanks to Janos. It's over. It's over into the mid to late game.
Yeah, and 11 deaths for Amadeus. That Vivian never got to get off the ground there, did it, Merlo? With Ares causing problems for it, you had to worry about Scooter's hooks as well. There was just no room, I think, for this Vivian to breathe, and In Control end up dropping this very first map. Now, I don't think it's such a big surprise. 148,000 damage from Cool. Now, that is maybe a bit of a surprise. That's a ludicrous amount for only 5 points, but we kind of expected Carnage to come in and be the better team, at least initially, but it's up to In Control, I think, to understand where the problems were, to make some adaptations, maybe make sure, like the casters were saying, there is no Torvald Genos combo, try to break up some of what worked for them in that very first map.
Absolutely. They need to, go back to scratch and find out a better way of picking, because they picked for themselves and what they felt comfortable with, and that's okay. You can pick Vivian. Again, she's in a really good spot against Victor, for example, but in general, that was not the right strat for, Shadow Desert, and it shows. It shows a lot, and we're bound to go to Fish Market, so that could be a little bit different. We're still bound to see, Khan, Janos, and all the others, because it's easy to get an elimination out of the map. But yeah, something needs to change quick on the DPS and flanker side.
Yeah, gotta hope that Torvald's banned, though. Hyperbeam can get even more value on maps like this with the big wide open hazards out there you can fall into. So perhaps you won't see him being picked up this time. In Control will be the ones in the first pick spot this time around. So already, in and of itself, that's a big adjustment, right? If something really valuable is left open, they can make sure they're the ones to grab it in that first spot, as once again, some off-tanks are being prioritized, taking away the Ruckus. And another Zen ban from Carnage. This has been consistent from them. They do not want to deal with this Zen.
They don't want to play against him, but that's the problem. When you ban Ruckus and Meave, so many good picks are out in the open. Torvald, once again, could go for In Control, but also you have Io. I wouldn't recommend Io on Fish Market for the solely reason such an open map. When you place Luna down to the point, she's going to get melted off for sure.
Yeah.
But Rom, which is one of the most consistent tank and, 100% ban rate for BR, and we saw, yesterday, he basically was never played. You have the best tank in the game, but also you left another really good pick in the hands of Carnage, and they're going to capitalize on that. And Torvald, once again, coming in for them, such a good pick, such a huge plus. We're always going to say that. I think they're going to go with Cassie at this point. That's okay. So they just need to find the right flanker, and I think they even can take, Lex by themselves or something else. You can play Strix, Snipers, Canessa is also pretty good. You have, a way to just balance it out. And Leon coming in from In Control, they really want to play Leon in BR, and that's okay, but she's kind of, down a notch in regards of other DPS that you can actually pick.
Yeah, maybe not the most priority DPS you can pick right now, but seems to be the one that In Control want to go with. Somewhere out there, though, Rashao is at his PC, unable to believe his luck that he's got yet another Torvald game here that he gets to play. So I assume we'll get to see it pop off. And a good call there, Merlo, for their flanker. They do indeed elect to pick up this Lex, who we saw for In Control, at least on that very first mid-fight, was dominant, right? So now we can see that over in the hands of Carnage. Not exactly sure who they'll give it to, but certainly will be something that can take over this game and the Khan as well. So when they grab their other supporter, it will be a bit of a solo tank Khan here for them, but I think they've got the tools here to make it work with that Torvald there as well.
And that's why I love Brazil. You know, they are bound to experiment. They always go for the the niche picks, the special picks. And from Carnage, even before Lex got the upgrade, the dash in midair, they were actually playing the Torvald Lex combination, and that means I've seen it. That's a lot of sustain. And with Janos front in the mix, Lex is completely immortal. You're gonna see Lex snowballing hard in this map, being able to just go into front and back line and take everybody out. And Khan, as you said before, good call right there. With Khan, you also have the elimination method for the middle point if you're going for a last point and last matchup. And in general, you can use him to basically counter Fernando. I would never pick Fernando in Khan because you can just grab him and he's out of his shield. Fernando is really appreciated as a tank, but I'm scared for In Control. It's going to be hard for them.
It is certainly going to be a difficult map for them. Some bad matchups here, but maybe In Control can deal with it with this double frontline composition they're working with. Again, though, Corvus is going to have his work cut out for him, making sure everyone is sustained up. But Rom's ability to kind of move up on his own, to create some path, some room for the Leon perhaps to move along with him, maybe the Shah, whoever it is, he'll have that opportunity to try and set up one of those side lanes. But which way are you leaning here, Merlo? Carnage or In Control? Who do you think takes this?
I think Carnage. That Lex is going to be completely uncontested. And the problem with Rom is he's going to actually run into the enemy composition, and there's a Janos. So as soon as you try to run or escape from a fight, Janos is going to just pull you up. It's the same thing as with Grover and the Crippling. So at the end of the day, Rom is not going to be easy for him to just roam around and be helpful for his team. Strong tank for sure, but we're back in action.
We'll see if it'll work here. Game number 2 with Carnage In Control. It'll be Fish Market.
Gore, when we closed out the last set on Shattered Desert, one of the things we said was not to let... one of the things we said was not to let Torvald Genos through again. And we go, there's no way. There's no way they get Torvald Genos again. That would be asinine to assume that. And yet here we are with a Genos Torvald once again.
And we're going to Fish Market, man. Look, Rom is insane. I actually think so. In Control have a really solid draft, but the thing is on this map, that's not the kind of draft that wins. I think if you're on Stone Keep and you lock in what In Control have, you're probably rocking the world of Carnage. I mean, you're controlling every mid, you're winning every fight afterward. But when you come to Fish Market, there are a few key factors that usually win. Triple DPS is typically the #1 strat to go to here. But when you don't get something that's triple DPS, let's say you maybe need a support. IO not available for you, so you go somewhere. Well, you get Torvald in there, plus the Luminary boost that you're going to have from Genos. Your 2 DPS are doing the effective damage of 4 DPS here. I think Lex and Cassie are going to have a fun time.
Well, you already see that they're forcing them all the way back. They rotated all the way behind them. Now plenty of a good enough position to sort of melt down this Rom. Rom is having a hard time trying to position himself in a way that doesn't end up getting him killed. He has to position behind the Fernando shield. Cassie may have dropped down a little bit too aggressively. Dropped down behind them into 5, and therefore is going to get burnt respectively. Rachao goes down next, trying to see if they can get Max Souza, but they're peeling for him pretty well. It's hard to make it to him in the long run. They have to jump off the sides of the map. I don't think Ares made the correct play there by jumping down into 5. They had control, and they sort of lost it with that.
Yeah, the minute Ares was down, all of your damage is coming from Lex, but you know who's overextended because they were trying to save him? The Torvald and the Khan.
Right,
Both
exactly.
of them out of position at this point now. Your team can't collapse the way they wanted to. And what's crazy is how fast that In Control are able to capitalize on it. They stagger out those kills beautifully throughout that round, and now they're picking up even more to make sure this payload goes. And yeah, they lose a couple in the process, but I think this is well played from them because it's a draft that admittedly, I think is going to struggle as the game goes on, but unless Carnage are able to play a little more clean cut, they're going to be seeing that more and more often. I think this ROM is just consistent enough, same thing for the Nando, just consistent enough that you can't afford to make mistakes on the side of Carnage Gaming or else this is going to happen again and again.
Well, Corvus is going to be the next one that falls here on the side of In Control Nation. As Rom was forced away, Fernando's meaning the same fate. Ares might have overextended a little bit again, or may have held the wrong angle. Regardless, King Kaiser is going to be the one that ends his life. Shaolin moving from target to target, trying to see if he can fight one-on-one against the Lex, but it might be a little bit harder. That is Lex you're going up against, and if you were his bounty, it makes it even more difficult for you to try and win that one-on-one trade, especially when you got the Torvald and you got the Jenna. Those Scooter rotated around, of course, to help him, but even still, you have a situation now where he's in perfect position to overpower whoever he pleases, and I think that's sort of the perspective that we could try and find through time and space. Goes out, manages to catch Leon, but even still, that's what they were trying to do, stall long enough for the rest of the cavalry to come in. Lex is on a tear as immediately as he moves in. Void Grip goes out to stop Rom from moving and running away. Now the rest is pretty much history. They can keep this zone going for long enough. In Control have a huge hill to climb.
Yeah, and it's just outside their base. Once they get past that, though, there's another 50% of the map they have to cross, right? Just to get back to the payload, and then they have to go all the way around. Yeah, it's going to be difficult all around the board, I think, for In Control to get there. 30 seconds on a map like Fish Market is not a lot of time to work with. Even if you get all the kills here, Amadeus finding 2, getting back to the payload and getting it moving and finding conversion is a different conversation. The biggest thing I'm noticing, at least that seems to be a trend here right now, is that Carnage Gaming are just not a first mid team. Like, I don't know what it is about last game and this game, but getting into that first mid fight, they have just not looked the same as they have on defense and then the rest of the game. To see if they can stabilize the same way they did on Shattered, because as of right now, it's going into overtime, and they still got that defender's advantage.
Yeah, no, they really haven't been able to capture these first mids quite consistently enough for them to really try and keep this lead. And typically, they capture they lose one, and then they win the rest of the set from that point on. Lex engaged in a one-on-one against the Rom. The Torvald bubble keeps him alive, but not for much longer. Rom runs to the back. He wants the Cataclysm. That's what he's setting up for. As he goes out and manages to catch 2. Amadeus with 3. The Enlightenment went out. Wasn't the result of the kills, but it is enough for them to clean up shop here. As In Control Nation slowly roll this cart right on through. Everyone else is going to get dismounted. No one else really able to touch either, as the cart is going to meet its end. Cassie drops down, but at the last possible second, with a beautiful setup on the Cataclysm ultimate, the Enlightenment goes out. So a couple of ults used there on the side of In Control that really secured them that final push.
What a turnaround. I mean, Tuga 5-1 and 11. I think I saw 7-3 and 7 there for Amadeus. Maybe not as clean as he would like it, but still really clean when it comes through. And this combo, I mean, that ult being able to just lock him down, that double kill, gifted to you by the gods that are, I guess in this case, just straight up Tuga coming forward. A great ult, great angle for him to go forward with, and that's what this ROM is going to bring. That's the downside that I think Carnage are into this. When you say triple DPS on this comp, right, or on this map, and how that works, part of what works well with that is typically also some aggro tanks, and when you look at ROM, he kind of gets the best of both worlds. He's really hard to kill, and he can output a lot of damage because he's hard to kill. And I think that's where this line is being ridden by In Control. They could feasibly keep this going.
At least managed to grab 1 with the ultimate here. Their Corvus is gone. They don't have a healer. So if I were them, I would start running. But King Kaiser opts to still stay at least in a little bit of the fight. Keep in line of sight, but I don't know if I agree with that one. The rest of Carnage Gaming are following through on this engagement here. Fernando goes up, but they're really looking for Leon. Goes down soon after that. Same thing can be said for the Fernando, who are on the side here. Looking for any dismounts, looking for people that leave spawn. But even still, they've been zoned out long enough. The comeback mechanic is prevalent enough for Carnage Gaming to capture this first mid on Fish Market.
And if you've ever wondered why we say it's so important, if you have a Khan on your team, you want that overpower going into a mid-fight, that's why. They get one kill at the very beginning, gifted to them because you hit your ult if you're Khan, and then there's not much you can do about it. Like you said, there's no healer. At that point, maybe I'm trying to turn and run. I'm already engaged in the fight. I can't really do anything against it. And because of that, Carnage just, well, do this. They just take them down one by one and keep that payload moving. They're about to get halfway. And remember, for Fish Market, this fishbowl area, like when you go down towards where the payload is actually converted, once you crest that hill, it actually becomes a little bit easier for the attackers as opposed to the defenders. So you really need to get your heels dug in here if you're in control, and you need to do it fast.
Yeah, and already it seems like Fernando's being forced out. This is the same thing that happened last time. Lex in the back line, sneaking around, giving them the old solid snake treatment. Triple kill for the Lex already. Forces Corvus back into his spawn, and they end it just as fast as the last round went as they tie this thing up 2-2. Plenty of ultimates on both team sides, but even still, I really think that that's the second time that happened. Lex was hiding in the box, right? The cardboard box. Yeah. Nobody suspects the cardboard box of anything. And then when they check in, when he pops out of nowhere, everyone else has just ended up getting murdered. 14-3 and on a 13 streak for Cool.
I wish I had looked at what his slash line was at the end of round 1 versus round 2, because that's insane. To go to wherever he was to 14-3 and 10, you just know he put in a lot of work for it. And now full Kot's coming online. Ares there with the Wrecker online as well, so he's going to be causing a lot of trouble for the shielding, mainly from Ice Monkey. But Amadeus, I think, was what, 7-3 and 7 is what I had called it. Now 7-6 and 8 doubles the amount of deaths, gets no kills that round. Yeah, as time moves forward, that's an issue for you. Your carries are getting isolated. They've got no overpower just yet, Vaughn, so they won't have the same prowess at the beginning for Carnage.
Yeah, but it's only at 83%, so it's building. Rom's caught out actually on the left-hand side, tried to escape, and I know he got silenced. Lex in the back. Here we go. The Torvald bubble is on him. You want to know why you don't let Torvald and Genos through for the Lex? This is exactly why the silence goes out. The law is ringing true, and you find another kill onto the healer. You may lose your life, but they don't have anything to heal left, if anything. They have to back up. They can't really commit to holding on to the objective here. Even Shaolin goes down soon after that. The big game damage, especially with the Genos buff, is enough to delete that ROM. There's nothing else that he can do. No more space that can be gained for another 2 seconds at least as the Entropic Breach goes up. Gets dropped down, and the Overpower pulls Fernando right on in. 72% for Carnage Gaming. Ares playing around cover extremely well, waiting for his teammates' cooldowns. The silence on King Kaiser. Lex Torvald, the deadly duo, if anything, are on the sides here, trying to force King Kaiser back and get the kill. They've captured the point. Rom is the next one on the menu. He's served up, cooked, and eaten by Carnage Gaming. The next one left is going to be the Leon. She's already marked, moving in once again. Corvus is in the back line trying to escape, projects himself out of the fight, but can't help his teammate. Ice Monkey goes down. Corvus forced back in the spawn. They're on a tear on the side of Carnage Gaming.
I mean, just absolutely decimating people. It feels like, again, first round, whatever it is, the Carnage just need to kind of get the jitters out, right? You come into the game, you just shake them out, and then second round, third round, as of right now, they're just absolutely dominant here over In Control. Not exactly what I expected to see, even though they have such a solid draft. I mean, after the way rounds 1 have gone in both games, it's just a complete turnaround, and now, once again, they're cresting that hill. Things are about to get a little easier for them.
Has to back up this time. Can't quite take on the fight, take on the day how he did before. Not without the Torvald bubble, of course. Goes right on back in as the right-hand side is really being dealt with. No one's on the cart pushing it forward, rolling it in at all. Lex decides to help out the members on the right-hand side, but it might be a little bit too late. Shaolin forced off of the side, excuse me, as he's trying to combat slide his way around, going for Corvus once again. No way he gets the kill right. No way he manages to get the kill in the back line and uses the spawn door to off himself. If anything, Carnage Gaming managed to get that kill and stall things out. They can't really push up without the Corvus. He may be able to get back in time, but it doesn't matter. They can't get any more positioning in the back or in the front to stop them from making it back to the cart because they have no healer.
Now, that Lex death is important on 2 fronts. 1, it stops the stagger, but 2, he was on such a massive streak. If that kill comes through for anyone on In Control, you've got ult charge that's going their way, credits going their way, and now you get a full regroup from Carnage. They're looking to try and tackle this, but low health bars all around fall.
Void Grip already going to be brought out by Tuga as he tries to run in. Going to get stopped by the Genos, but all the rest of the team, King Kaiser, they're not going to be slept on either. The shots come through, stalling out the Torval as much as humanly possible. They don't want the kill, and I saw, but people sometimes are still confused about what exactly happens, why people jump off the side. That's why you don't want to be staggered out too long from your team, especially on a retake.
I mean, at that point, he almost staggers himself. He could have just kept standing there for a little while. He's finally going to have his team catch up to where he was. Unfortunately, though, I think that's just well played from In Control. If that payload makes it another, let's say, 5 feet, I think things start to get a little catastrophic for them. But luckily for them, they found the right the punch back. And again, it's on the back of King Kaiser. Look, this guy, when we first saw it, it was very easy to discuss, okay, King Kaiser's playing Banmoji, right? I mean, it was a fun conversation.
Right.
Of course, she got nerfed, so we don't have to see the Moji as often. But King Kaiser is still that player you have to worry about. Only 8, 10, 12 right now compared to, Cool over there, 18, 6, and 15. But definitely making an impact. And as long as Heat Haze is available, which as of right now it's not, he's going to be deadly. Not having that coming into this round, Fawn, is definitely going to be impactful for this Shaolin. He's not going to hit as hard, and he might not have the same impact that they need on In Control. The last couple of mids have been overwhelming in favor of Carnage Gaming. I just need one more.
We'll see how they start things off. The overpower is available. It's going to look for an opportunity to use the scout to see what they can find here. Through time and space, going to go wide and hit the shot in the back line of Leon. One's already gone. And that's going to be the next one. They're moving in. They got the kill on him. They force out the Immortal. If anything, they have the overpower already ready on the side of Carnage Gaming. Fernando jumps off the side. The kills come through. It's too much for them to handle. They don't want to get staggered out. They have to play passively here. They have to find a way back onto the objective. The Through Time and Space found the hit in the back line, got that early kill, and the rest followed suit soon after that. Khan's looking for Rom. The overpower is gonna come through. I know that it is. He's looking for an opportunity to find anyone, one of the frontliners he needs to take care of. Knows that Fernando is there. Uses the overpower. Where you going? Sends him off the side or not good, but it doesn't matter. It was just for a stall. Carnage Gaming are still gonna be able to capture this one and take another dub against In Control.
And just a hair too late. You see that Rom come crushing through at the very end. He was ready to, but just slightly mistimed there. You got to go a second earlier. Those windups having cost a couple of abilities in the last couple of games. You can really see the impact there, though. And that's, I think, where the biggest thing. In Control, they always seem to be punching back, but sometimes they're just a second behind where they need to be, and that's another, I think, glaring example because you lose the map for it. That overpower was a gift because Fernando doesn't go off. If you were just able to get overtime, we're looking at a different game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Thankfully for Carnage Gaming, they weren't actually able to get the overtime. They may have been not wanting to have In Control, weren't quite in control of the situation. I gave a pun. I can give it back to Finch. I'm done. You go ahead and pass it back.
Yeah, Fa, that'll be 5 minutes in the timeout chamber for you. We can go back to discussing what happened there on that last map. Carnage, man, seemed to be able to get it done. Let me think about what the pieces were. Was it the Torvald and the Genos and the Lex all together? Was that what really did it there for the... I'm thinking yes.
Yeah,
I'm thinking yeah.
I think that Lex was completely immortal, you know. The crazy thing that when we were watching the game was he was getting shot at and the health was going up instead of down. Not even Hi-Rez was stopping him. So, you know, good predictions, I know. But in general, I think that Carnage was a little bit too sure about themselves. We can see it right now, cool in the replay. And the problem when you have so much buffs, so much markups on you, is you don't want to engage in a fair fight, you know? You don't want to go against Cool 1v1. You want to throw everything you got and stop him, and then move and focus to another player. And he was completely unstoppable for the entirety of the game. But I'm going to be honest, there was a time when In Control was really getting on. And that little point, you know, could have been much different, as Gore said, as soon as they took the overtime. But that didn't happen for sure, unfortunately. But yeah, Carnage, a little bit too sure, a little bit too in control for the whole game, but not that much. They need to be playing a little bit slower and a little bit more methodical, but that doesn't matter though, because it's 2-0, and you can see that, you know, from just the stats coming in. Look at Cole, 20 and 6. That's a flank you do want to have on your team. 135K, and on top of Ares just helping out, sniping each and every time, you know, those low health targets.
And look at Crimson's damage taken. 12,000 damage from In Control was put under the support, and that's often a good metric for how often the other team is winning fights, right? How often they're able to eventually take care of the support since they're so often at the back of the fights. And that gives you a good idea. In Control was rarely winning fights, was rarely getting back into some of the priority targets, and largely because Cool was on a rampage, aided and abetted by Genos and Torvald bubbles and Luminary buffs and heals and everything you could ever want in terms of trying to have a good game as a Lex. You even saw him pull off, as Fawn said, the Metal Gear Solid there when he snuck up behind the Fernando outside of the spawn. So even have a little bit of fun mid-rampage was cool on that one. So now if you're In Control, you are facing the lower bracket here, aren't you? Stone Keep is all that stands between you and defeat in this set, and suddenly being in trouble of getting eliminated in that later set. So they got to figure something out here. I think a really good start, though, would be not letting them have Torvald for the third game in a row.
Absolutely. I think they finally, learned their lessons. It's time to ban Torvald. I mean, I get you're scared of Ruckus, because he can go into the backline. He's basically a flanker tank. He can trade 2 for 1. Yes, but you have tools to fight him and counteract against that aggression. But with Torvald, it's something, ethereal. You can't touch. You can't expand him. You can just give the Babel Shield, and your target is immortal. So in general, those flankers are never going to die. And In Control at this point, they're playing on their turfs. They banned Splitstone Quarry, but they're feeling comfortable enough to play on Stonekeep. And I need to remind you, Stonekeep is a very, very vertical map. So in general, it's going to be the same thing going on into this game. Maybe, if they find some snipers, if they try to find the aggressor with something different, could be okay. The fact that ROM, once again, is open, Ayo, in this particular moment, is open, that could be a good pick all around for this kind of engagements. There could be the better chance. And ROM, of course, getting picked up by In Control.
Yeah, this is a surprising way the picks and bans have gone. Finally, In Control banned the Torvald, so we thank our lucky stars for that. You mentioned the verticality on Stone Keep. That's why Carnage banned away the Androxus this time. And we really just have not seen Io get valued much here at all so far. So maybe both the teams right to kind of pass on it, knowing no one else wants to grab it. So In Control do grab that ROM, that priority off tank when he's not available. But Makoa goes the other way. And just when we thought we wouldn't see her, it is Io time here on Stone Keep. And Merlo, this is one of those maps where Io can thrive. There's only a few places you can poke your head out to contest Luna, and you can cover all of those.
Absolutely, and you're right to think that Io should be the key factor in this, upcoming game. The problem in general that I see is that when you're taking ROM, because it's so strong as a tank, and remember, Atlas is not in the pool, so you're kind of out of options if you're talking aggressive tanks, right? So ROM, okay, but you're giving up Makoa and Io, so another very good tier 1 pick for tanks, and a very good support. Cassie coming in because, we saw that Carnage was very flexible with it and actually worked out pretty well. And she could be able to shut Lex down because Lex at this point with Vivian does not have any sustain, does not have any markups, etc. And since, of course, you got ROM, that means you're not going to be picking up Khan. Fernando is such a good pick. And with Dio on the point, Luna on the point, is going to be super safe. The Immortal, you can go back to church and pop your shield right back up as soon as you need it. That's going to be super hard for In Control to actually break through. They need to burn through a lot of shield, Aegis and half shell. That's a huge amount of walls in between you and the enemy team.
Wow, I don't know if we've seen both teams going double frontline at all yet, but here we are. Rom, Anara, Makoa, and Fernando will be doing battle here on Stone Keep. And I'm a bit surprised Carnage went to the double frontline since they already had the IO oftentimes. That helps, make the single frontline work, but that's not what they went for here this time. Now they have this backline, the Victor, the Cassie, working together, and that's plenty of damage to try and take care of this backline, but no real flanker. So in terms of getting back there and causing problems for this Corvus or some of those immobile backliners, they're going to break through rather than go around.
And that's my main concern, because we know Record is not as good as before, and you have to burn through Makoa and Fernando, and you can build basically Record on Vivian. I don't know. The fact that they went with an Ara, it's kind of hard to go through all that defense. And Victor is a great DPS to just counteract the Lex action at this point.
you know, the Victor and the Cassie should be able to deal with them. So perhaps a difficult one for In Control, but one they have to win or they'll drop down to the lower bracket. Game 3 on Stone Keep.
Interesting to see this Cassie being brought out to sort of stop this Makoa and Inara. But what I'm more so concerned about, Gore, is the Victor. The Victor can pretty much free fire into both Inara and Rom. That's going to be hard for them to stand anywhere. And I understand they got the Lex, but they don't have the Torvald to quite make it as relevant anymore. And is that a Shrapnel Victor?
Oh, I actually really, really like that going into this. So
I do too.
want to say a lot of people love burst mode, and there's good reason for it. Effectively, you take the place of a sniper. But Shrapnel on a map like this, there's a lot of tight corridors, especially if he's running like grenade resets here for cool, then he's going to have it more often than not. And you have to look at the strengths. In Control have the Rom-Lex combo that's going to be paired much like you see right there, and you get a grenade either into that or into the other side, you're going to shred people.
You already see that he tossed one out, manages to get the burst damage enough on the Vivian for her to get brought down. Just too many people to have to be concerned about. You can't deal with the Fernando and the Victor. Maybe if it was a one-on-one, it'd be a different story, but in Church, there's a fight breaking out. Tuga is going to get killed, Scooter, so it's going to get killed as well. So that's a one-for-one trade in terms of the front liners. They're already on their way back to the objective here. Luna, I love to talk about Luna because of the fact that you drop Luna and I imagine like a time bomb ticking, because I feel like you have to win the fight, right? Like you have to win this battle against the opposing team, because if you don't, Luna will just cap the point for you. It feels like a ticking time bomb already on the objective as Io heals up the Cassie, and they have to get the point. They have to stop the Luna, but they can't. That's the power of Io. They can't get there in time.
And perfectly placed. I actually think I just saw Luna standing on top of the payload as well, so it's moving even further because of that. And all because, you're distracted, and like you said, there's not much you can do here. If you're Inara, and let's say you just, kind of walk your way through, you force your way through, you stop shooting, you stop carrying, I gotta go touch the point, you're just gonna die. You're not going to be able to get there. So you have to be as cautious as In Control are, but like you said, the problem is that you still get a full 5-on-5 fight for Carnage. In any other circumstance without IO, then you are in a 4v5 effectively. You've got 2 defending on each side and then 1 person standing on the point, but having that extra healer and that extra positioning come through is huge for Carnage. And Brazil, it's a while back. You can roll back to phase 1 when she was available for him, but that's where IO had, if I remember correctly, her highest win rate, because they were the teams that would let her through more often than not. And if you were one of the lower teams, maybe you didn't quite win with her, but it gave you a much better chance at taking down the teams like Carnage, like Parallax. But giving it to someone like Carnage or Parallax, that was almost a death sentence.
Alright, it seems like things are going pretty well for Carnage. They have the Barrage. They've got good stuff in terms of damage as well into Rom. Of course, he's not going to be able to win that fight, not without the Fernando being there. He's just going to shoot right from behind Fernando. There's no harvest, no souls for him to harvest against these two, not with the shielding up. It means that Victor pretty much becomes a mobile turret. The barrage goes out as well. They're willing to dedicate a few things to the death of Rom. Disengage bolted as well off of the side. There's a lot that's going on here. They drop Entropic Breach in that little corridor right there up on high ground, and it causes damage to be spread out, but even still, King Kaiser drops down. Man, just gonna kill him Ares, and pretty much Anar is still on point trying to stall. They haven't really been able to push past this archway. It's so far seemed like the hardest thing Carnage has had to do all game.
Man, it's going to be difficult. This is the archway. It is the main and pretty much only choke point on this map that can cause trouble for anybody. And as highlighted on the desk, and I think we touched on a little bit earlier, there's no real flanker for Carnage Gaming to get back there, get in there, and really cause disruption to pull attention away from In Control. They can really dig their heels in here. Now, I don't know if it's going to be enough to fully stop it every time, but at least for now, it seems to be putting the push to bed.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they'll be able to do much here. The game is going to be tied up thanks to In Control, thanks to Carnage Gaming as well. Carnage Gaming wasn't quite able to push in. See that they were a little bit too disjointed, people going in at different amounts of times. One person going in over the other, and therefore getting picked off means that In Control were able to punish them correctly. But this is what they have to do. This is what they have to be concerned about. You have to win these fights. I don't know where you got to position, what you got to do. Just make sure you do it, because when Luna gets dropped on point, you can't have that capturing every single time.
From this point forward, I'm just worried about the midpoint spawn. I'm going back to it. I
Right,
see Bulldozer
exactly.
there for Ice Monkey, and that's going to be helpful. And as Merlo had highlighted, Amadeus is going to be able to get that record to help deal with the shielding. But I feel like there's just so much to tackle. There's so many hurdles to jump over. And at the end of the day, this is the downside. Maybe you deal with Luna, and they did pretty well, but you have to stand on the objective now where everybody's going to be able to look at you.
And the Cataclysm falls through. Man, just get the stun on both of them, but as soon as Fernando isn't stunned anymore, he's going to use that Immortal to keep Victor alive. But look at this, the kills coming through on the side of Carnage Gaming. Ares with a double cool manages to get a kill in keep and make sure that he keeps some credits in the back pocket as well. There's somebody back by their spawn, and that's the Rom. Managed to run all the way back there, waiting for a better opportunity to make it back to the objective. But once again, Luna's on the point. You have to be able to stop that. Anar did a great job of stopping it earlier. Will she be able to manage the same thing again? Locking a 1v1 is the Rom, and the Cassie. Duke can get out time and time again, but the hook goes out, obviously stops the Rom from running. They get 2 kills, they get a third one. You have 90% already available for Carnage Gaming. As they managed to get a kill on Corvus on the way out, they captured another objective. Now, can they roll it in this time?
Well, the whole point of this aggression right here, look how many dismounts they're getting and a lot of damage into that Anar, actually. A couple more shots from Ares. That's going to be a kill. This is all just to get that payload going as far and fast as possible. And again, you can't speed it up, so it's not like it's going to move any quicker, but just trying to get around this last corner, maybe hit that archway a little bit faster so that if it is another chokehold, you have a minute and a half, 2 minutes maybe to deal with it overall. But ultimately, that timer is going to be the thing that Carnage, I think, are playing against the most. They've been dominating the fight, and as long as they can keep that pressure up, especially with a barrage available now, I think they have the capabilities to break this down.
He's looking for different targets, just trying to find something, spread out that damage, use the barrage to make sure people are uncomfortable in low health bars. They can't really stall. They managed to get the kill on King Kaiser. Tuga had to have dropped down to try and get away from both the Victor and the Makoa, but that sprint was stopped in the middle of it, so he didn't have any DR to make sure he escaped with his life. Carnage Gaming have now passed the archway. They've made it past their demons. They fought them and they won. Now it's a matter of can they push the cart in its entirety. Anar going down might make it seem more likely. Be Gone is going to be used, knocks him up, gets the AoE damage as well. That chunks people down considerably. The rest of the remaining members of Carnage Gaming are firing on whoever's around the objective. Souza can't touch, and so King Kaiser, Tuga, the last two on the objective trying to stall things out, are going to be killed. That means that things are now at a 3-1.
And again, it's just been a little bit of a rough early game for Carnage and then flourishing into so far a beautiful late game. Ares this time, the one that's really driving forward. 13-4-4, finding a lot of kills. We saw what this Cassie's able to do on the sideline, doing a lot in terms of damage. And ultimately, it seems like finding Amadeus and King Kaiser every single time. I mean, both of them have 6 deaths. It is not where you want your carries to be if you're in control. And the problem is once again, I'm coming into the mid saying, how do you tackle this? You can't stand on the point. That's what they tried last time. You can't win the fights on the side. That's what they tried the first time. There's not many other strategies other than to maybe 5-stack onto one side and just overwhelm one of these 2 splits of Carnage Gaming.
Already manages to get the disengage bolt. It's good damage on Rom, chunks him down if anything. Scout is going to be used first ultimate here. Second one to follow up after that is going to be the barrage, and manages to get a kill as well. Inara goes down. Same thing could be said for King Kaiser. Rom is stuck back in enemy lines as he gets killed. They did manage to get Makoa, but even still, there's no one else that really can stop this IO from just freely capping the objective. Luna's just been on the cart the entire game. They haven't been able to stall things out, even with the bulldozer provided by Inara. Ares is willing to die here, moves in front of the Inara. Fernando comes in to try and peel, but Luna's been capping the whole time, and nobody can touch. Rom tries to sprint on to stall things out, but it's too late. That's the power of IO. That's why she's so good. That's why people commit to using her. Not only was the DR enough, but so was Luna. She captured that point every single time. I don't think I saw a single person on the objective.
I mean, they didn't need to, right? It's the glory of it. It's the problem is that draft is going to win because you get a tank plus a carry and a support on one side, a tank plus a carry on the other side, and Luna, the only one standing in the middle. If you go to fight Luna, you're now standing out in the open and they can just shred you, which is what happened to Ice Monkey the last 2 rounds. And otherwise, you lose the fight, similar to how you did in round 1. It just was a strong draft from Carnage, and unfortunately for In Control, they couldn't take care of it.
Yeah, it just was a little bit too much for In Control Nation to try and handle. Carnage Gaming, they make this the second 3-0 of the day. Let's toss it back to the desk to get some closing thoughts.
Well, in all the regions, the top seeds have struggled sometimes, succeeded in others, but here in Brazil, no doubt, no question, the 1 and 2 seeds are moving on easily with 2-3-0 sweeps apiece. I still have Merlo here with me on the desk. Merlo, man, just another dominant map here from Carnage on Stone Keep. The Anara pick has seemed to really struggle for my money lately. No matter how much fun I want to wish her back to success, it's just not happening right now. What did Carnage do here again that was so successful?
I'm going to say we don't take no prisoners in Brazil, and clearly shows in those seeds. The problem, I think, is what I've explained before during picks was the amount of shields that you have to burn through. And, you know, you still have Makoa with the half shield, Fernando. You don't want to break Makoa's shield just because then he gets it back up, right? But at that point, the tunnel vision was so crazy because they saw Fernando sitting on point or sitting in those angles, and basically they were, God, how can we turn around? How can we move around Fernando? We don't know. But then, you know, at the end of the day, he was just covering maybe for Victor most of the times. You could have gone the other way in the extra mile to actually get some more targets instead of just focusing so hard on those tanks and why you're not removing them. But also, as Gore said before, the problem was Luna in this mix-up. You know, when you have Luna on the point, you're basically trading the fact that you're playing as 5, you know, versus 6. So it's so hard, and when you're exposing yourself to get a Luna, you know, she's going to get shielded, she's going to have a half shell on her, she's going to have so many people just dancing around, and also you need to deal with like a pocket Fernando coming your way with the Aegis shield, and you're not going to burn through that. So Inara also as a pick, I think, was the nail in the coffin because she's very good as an anchor, as a point tank. She's the best one at it. You know, you want her to have down there onto the point and resist as much as possible. But the problem is she's so immobile, so she's not moving. And into the late game, her ultimate is not scaling quite well in regards of Fernando and all the others. So at the end of the day, Inara was just standing there, not doing damage, not blocking anybody. The damage was not coming in from the backline. It was a matter of factors that just came to a complete downfall for In Control.
None of it was really working for him. So In Control will be dropping down to the lower bracket. They'll be facing off against Ignite Gaming. Both of teams suffered a 0-3 loss at the hands of Parallax and Carnage Gaming. Of course, those two will be moving on to the upper bracket semifinals, the winner of which will move on to the finals with a 1-map advantage. We're still a ways away from that eventual outcome. We got to figure out who's going to get eliminated in this very next match, right? Ignite and In Control, one of those teams is going home, and then one of them has the reward of fighting either Parallax or Carnage in the next match. It doesn't get any easier from here, Merlo. It was tough at the beginning. It's tough all the way through. But, of course, you know that means you got great games coming for you all day long. It'll be a real quick break. We'll be right back with that lower bracket match.
Welcome back, everybody, as the Paladins World Championship here in Brazil continues. Aggro now joined by Gormizer on the desk as we are getting ready for the first elimination match of this championship Sunday. Gore, one of these teams, either In Control or Ignite, has their season ended after this set.
Well, and the quickest this weekend we've got to the elimination match. I mean, that's the downside, I think. In Control, like, they had a very good contested 3-0 as much as you can, right? But ultimately,
Sure.
I think both of these teams looking to make a pretty major bounce back from what we just saw out of them. We know Parallax and Carnage are very dominant, teams that come through in Brazil. Ignite has been able to kind of surprise everyone, I think, this year and this last phase at least, being able to keep up with and almost stay tied with Carnage for a long portion until like the last few weeks. Same thing for In Control, a team that did really well in the minor league last time. Both of them have the capability to push back. It's just who has the stronger mental this time to take that 3-0, dig their heels in, and just push.
Being able to bounce back, a big part of these championship runs, and we'll see which of these two teams, if any, can really make that work, as we are going to be starting off on Stone Keep. Ignite, Banaway, Splitstone Quarry, and Jaguar Falls Frog Isle, and Ascension Peak banned by In Control. Does that mean, Gore, that we might see our first Warder's Gate of the whole weekend? I don't know if we've seen it unbanned at all this whole weekend across all 3 regions.
I would love to be able to jump there. Just a little different flavor.
Why not, right?
Look, you got look right now in the reserve map pool. You got Bright Marsh, Timber Mill. There's your Serpent Beach, and one that I'm forgetting, which is probably okay because no one's gonna play that one alongside Timber Mill anyway. But you don't have Serpent Beach and Bright Marsh. You got to give me at least the World Tour right now, Brazil. So I'm hoping for you to do it. As much as I love Stone Keep, I'd love to be able to go somewhere like to Warder's Gate, just to get the flavor.
Fingers crossed we'll be able to see that one if you're a Warder's Gate fan, as Torvald, Makoa, and Zin are the first 3 bans off the board. Ignite going to round it out with a second flank ban in that Androxus. A little bit different of a strategy here from Ignite.
Yeah, I actually like the change-up. Again, it targets a lot of the players on In Control, but the downside is, well, Rom makes it through, but Io also makes it through. I guess if you're Ignite, you're going to be able to control that. Genos as well, who has been not necessarily game-changing this weekend, but has definitely been a big aspect for a lot of these teams, so it's not surprising to see him highly prioritized here by Ignite, just getting that damage boost. But it does target the flanks and try to control what Stone Keep have. Honestly, when I see Andro banned, it almost makes me wonder if they want to pick up something like a Drogo's later on.
Certainly something to keep your eye out for, as Io left open and now possible to be picked here by In Control on the same side as that Rom. You said that Genos hasn't been super game-changing this weekend, and I completely agree with you. But today, so far here in Brazil, it's 4 for 4 on victories. So something worth noting if Ignite can keep that trend going and keep Genos as that priority pick is without having their support quite yet, but knowing the Genos is already locked in on the other side for Ignite, no IO lock-in here. It's going to be Buck Cassie instead.
And I like this for In Control on Stone Keep. This is also a draft that would work really well on something like Timber Mill that could come through. It gives them aggression. You have someone who's going to be able to push forward, whether it's Buck or Cassie, with the ROM and give him a lot of backup. Not that he really needs it, but just some extra damage out there for the off-tank. And you're not too stressed about getting a support because they already locked in Genos. Unless they're going to do something like we saw yesterday in Europe, you're not really worried about them trying to grab a second one.
Shaolin and Maeve, so no blaster quite yet if that's the direction Ignite was thinking about going, but solid DPS from these 2 members of the squad. And Io actually gets left unpicked, assuming that they're not going to go Corvus Io. Not normally, if you're going to see Corvus plus another healer, it's that Genos on the other side, but obviously with that pick, that's not an option. You surprised to see In Control not go with the Io here and elect to go Corvus instead?
Honestly, yes. I think Corvus is going to give you some very similar, prowess as what the Genos is going to, and it maybe enables the Cassie and the Buck a little bit better. But considering how oppressive Io can feel, it's a little surprising to me to see her glanced over by both of these teams. I mean, Genos being picked up over her in general is kind of surprising to me, but then Corvus locked in, as you had highlighted, is even more surprising, especially with Barrick. I feel like Barrick has good chances of staying alive and controlling the objective, but he is still going to suffer. I think something like Luna on the point with him would make it a lot easier to just stand there. Knowing you're up against a Khan maybe makes him a little more confident knowing that he's the main point tank in the game.
Yeah, only 1 tank on the side here of Ignite, but plenty of damage now. I mean, you got the damage amp, of course, coming from Genos, but Khan, Shaolin, May, Victor, they're pumping out damage numbers in this game. Do they pump out enough damage numbers to find the victory is the question, though.
I'm looking at Ignite, and look, on any map, if you get those 3 in a solid performance, then those DPS are going to be able to just run the show. But there are still those counters, right? Buck can absolutely take the matchup over Maeve, especially if he's consistently hitting headshots. Rom, even though he's a tank, does enough damage that you have to be worried as a backliner, and he can get back there. So you have to play carefully with that shuffle. In Control definitely have some control here.
Elimination game number 1 here on Championship Sunday. Let's find out who's staying and who's going home. Kicking it off on Stone Keep.
It's definitely time to believe in your power and reach for victory. This will set up the struggle for survival. My name is Merlo. With me, Krasnik, ready to analyze and break down these talents.
Yeah, nothing too surprising here coming out of them. I think maybe you'd say, oh, Storm of Bullets instead of Leon Shield on solo tank. Maybe that's something that we're surprised to see, but we don't really see a ton of Leon Shield in Brazil. Besides, it's going to be Stone Keep. There's a lot of verticality. You're going to be getting shot down from above. Leon's Shield doesn't help you when your head is totally and completely exposed to that, but they're making up for that. That's why they're putting Khan on the high ground and taking a lot of ground to start.
Absolutely, and Toga is going to try to escape. No can do, thanks to Shaolin. It's going to be a problem, but he's super healthy. It's going to be fine. Right now, Ignite Gaming completely outnumbered and outside the point, trying to reach some kind of middle ground to actually get into people's faces, but in Control Nation, they got the high ground. They got everything else going for them. The problem right now for Ignite is just to find another kill, thanks to Shaolin and all the others, but a lot of shields coming up from Barrick and all the others.
Yeah, they're just trading poke for now and no real way to confirm anything, and kind of a waste of cripple by Ornstein. The ROM could have come in, but playing a little bit slow on the commitment. In Control don't need to rush too much. They have the point, but a barrage already charged up by Ignite does end up taking down Ice Monkey, and they could strike from up top off this.
And the second one is going to come in from King Kaiser. There you go. That's the stipulus to actually get the point in Control Nation. They got the kills. They got the point. They got the percentage. They just need to find a little bit more aggression thanks to the Cassim. Oh, but it gets shut down by this Qubits. Coming in, Victor has control once again thanks to the high ground. The grenade is going to pressure them out. Very difficult to actually get to the point in this moment in time. Ice Monkey takes another one for the team. And the Barrett, and yeah, they're gonna go from the back. Bucket's point. It's gonna fight 1v1. Once again, poking them out. No real strategy, no real critical point to reach up.
Wow, look at this Cataclysm, though. They're getting multiple off of this. 3 people just get wiped off the map, and In Control managed to take this. I was literally about to go into a whole spiel about how, oh wow, they're kind of feeding ultimates with this ROM. That's why Ignite are charging them as fast as they are. Some of them are on their second ults already. And then they just run and collapse on the rest of the team. They can't contest anymore. Because I believe of the Shaolin going down a little bit earlier, and now this solo tank composition, I feel like they could really struggle to hold this last point, and that's why they have to spend the overpower.
Yeah, that was a big value down there thanks to Ron, but also, of course, we see that they can do whatever they want with Khan. And of course, since he spent the ultimate so early, he can actually farm it back up thanks to Storm of Bullets. It's going to be ready to deal and dish out a little bit of pain coming in. Deja Vu and all the others. I'm trying to stop him. That's a very good position, a very good spot you want to be in, because with Barrick and all the others, it's going to be hard to actually push in for In Control Nation.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult to, I think, bust through right away, especially with this hunt that Ignite have right now. Want to go in, but just finding the one, I think they should be at least okay with that, but they have to watch this far side. People are running into Banana, and they see it now, but they can't really react fast enough, and they're going to force out a Midnight to choose a side to strike them.
And that's okay, because if they find the Corvus right here, it's going to go up in the air to try to dodge Miv. No can do. Miv is going to be there, kind of, you know, in the middle, but he's popping up 2 kills, and that's going to be a huge advantage, a huge plus coming in for Ignite Gaming. In Control Nations, though, they found the spot, the sweet spot even. They're going to be ready to touch the payload in point, but they lost a lot of time, so they're going to go to the card, and their payload is going to keep rolling, but at what cost? You know, you just have 30 seconds. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, the cleanup there by the end by Ice Monkey helped them get back here significantly, but no real staggers there near the very end. They're going to have to fight the entire team holding here, but again, triple DPS defending on Stonekeep is not easy. You have to leave a lane open no matter what, and they're choosing to get aggressive in 1 to make up for that fact, but they're not really burning through that ROM. They're getting knocked low, and now a Buck Wild is coming out up top.
Ooh, King Kaiser capitalizes 2 kills in a row, and you know, they're ready for pushing. Shaolin is going to be the only one to actually go there. The dome is going to get expanded a little bit too early, to be honest. They actually had those kills and that pressure coming off. So I guess it's okay. 100%. They actually got 2-0 pretty secure.
Yeah, the Dome Shield, probably not necessary. Used a little bit late, I would say, by the Barrack. Now they won't have it for this next fight. So it's going to be hard for him to survive, I think, on point if they play that outside game, but I think they could do that and then just have a tank locking down maybe each doorway and have the support even cap the point. Not the most poke as long as they have people playing in underkeep. And you know that they're going to be trying to play up top. Normally, Ignite's triple DPS, you'd want to be outside, but for some reason they started up on that high ground, which I don't think is really the best for their composition. We'll see if anything does change for them, and I think they're smart this time. They play outside, they want to play around that overpower, and they want to play around their triple poke composition.
Midnight Pool says panic ensues. Of course, Deja Vu is going to try to find a bucket. King Kaiser is going to fall down and actually survives Meave out of this encounter. That's pretty good because without Buck, there's not really much action incoming in Control's way. And they're just stomping in Ignite, coming on and off, on and off. Shaolin is going to try to block the ROM, but no can do. Come back in the mechanic, remember, so at this point it's going to be clean. Let's see. This King Kaiser is back in action, and Meave actually finds him.
Yeah, it's holding up top. This is decent for them right now on Ignite, but wait, they're getting just ran at. Tuga, no real way to stop that run. If he stops it right there, he's knocked low, and Ice Monkey's getting aggressive.
Ooh, Ice Monkey actually survives that. Incredible. And thanks to Toga, of course, he's going to be safe. But, man, super risky action down there. But pretty amazing play coming in from Control Nation. And go for another one. And I just feel, Kresnik, that these two teams, they're pretty much equal, right? They're playing at their best potential, but it doesn't seem to be, you know, the balance towards one team or the other. The only problem is, I think that Ignite, they're doing a little bit too many mistakes for my taste, but what do you think?
I mean, biggest issue here is they're playing triple DPS on Stonekeep, and I hate to harp on the composition, but it really limits what you can get away with in their retake, maybe a little bit too forward. They're too forward to stop the retake from coming in from in control. So look at this here, the Midnight. They try to make something out of it, but they just stayed back with double poke. They can't get aggressive enough to actually clean up on it, and another Buck Wild up top could find the con again.
Okay, they could find something, but of course, we saw the Midnight popping in. They didn't find anything, but you know, first time in a row, 2 times in a row, they actually got some kills. The problem, though, is trying to open up that high ground for In Control Nation, and King Kaiser is ready to go, is ready to jump in. The problem is, though, what can you do as Ignite Gaming? Victor is out. You just got Shaolin. Khan, yes, he can jump onto the point, but remember, Cassie is there, Barrack is there, the damage is there, and Rom, it's going to be super tough to actually go against him because he's just moving everybody around. And you can see how much pressure is just sitting there into the respawn. And In Control Nation, out of nowhere, they just go 4-0 in a very clean and fast set.
Yeah, the tanks just completely choked them out, I think, that entire time there near the very end. You saw where that solo Khan had to play as the round was ending. He was over in the tunnel on the far side by the garden. He can't really contest from there. They have to give up top to put the Khan down there in the first place, so they just flood in around him. It's just so difficult when you can't lock down both of the choke points. The poke, sometimes it's enough, but it just wasn't in that situation when a ROM is going to absorb like 90% of it just running in.
Yeah, this triple DPS didn't really work at all, but yeah, we go for the breakdown onto our desk to see what really happened.
Well, In Control were aptly named in that one. They control the entire game from minute 1 until the very end, and they best Ignite 4-0 here on Stone Keep. And I agree with what they were saying at the very end there, Gore. The ROM felt pretty oppressive.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, I was surprised to see Io not get picked up. If ROM is ever unbanned and whoever is first pick doesn't pick him, I think you're in a bad position. I mean, right there's a perfect example of the tech being able to demolish the shields. Granted, it's Khan, so you can put it right back up, but just getting all that extra damage down where you're not normally supposed to be able to because of a good ult placement coming down from the ROM. And just, I think, as impressive as it was, the tanks choked them out, and they didn't necessarily need the extra presence on the point because they were winning so heavily on these side fights. Again, ROM kind of functioning a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra body just to be up there with the rest of the team. Of course, Tuga putting a lot of kills on it as well. I think that, alongside the fact that Amadeus had a pretty good game and Kaiser had a pretty good game, they felt pretty confident all around just to be able to get aggressive and let the damage come through. And kind of sleeper, I didn't realize Ice Monkey was 7-2 in that one. He just did well as Barrack in the backline.
And put out some pretty good damage as well, nearly 40k for him. I mean, you look at the triple DPS here for Ignite, 91,000 for Kubi's, 71,000 for Deja Vu. I mean, it's not like they weren't doing their jobs. It's just that the other team was too tanky to handle. 99,000 damage taken, nearly 100k there for Tuga, and still put out an awful lot of damage at the exact same time. That goes to show just how effective these frontliners were. So maybe triple DPS might not be the call. Remember, Ignite also went with those double flank bans. Could see them move away from that as we head to map 2.
And they definitely have room to wiggle into something like banning Rom, right? Like, it's not like you need to ban Xin and Andro every game. That being said, we're going to a map where maybe you could also ban Xin and Andro. Like, it's not necessary. I actually think those two, at least as far as bans go, aren't really at the top of my list. I mean, except for a couple of players out there. I'm not thinking of many where, it's going to be the end-all, be-all if they get them. So definitely a lot of wiggle room to go into those off-tanks.
Going to be fun to watch what happens here on the Shattered Desert as we head into picks and bans. Ignite now has lost 4 maps in a row, pretty convincing. Remember, they had the tough draw of going up against Parallax Gaming earlier, and they did get 2 defensive, but points nonetheless up against Parallax. So I assume that they'll be able to bounce back at least a little bit here up against In Control, as it looks like Ignite still looking to ban a flank, at least the very first one. They waste no time going with the Xin ban and the Andro ban here again on Shattered Desert.
Now, this is a map where flanks can absolutely control everything, and in this case, their first pick, so they can pick the ROM up over In Control. But the thing is that the counters that can come through, and I think on this map there are plenty. ROM gets locked in. I'm thinking you could run a double support if you wanted to. You could go Genos Grover plus some others that maybe have something to root him. But Grover as a support is going to be incredibly helpful here to deal with him. And someone that works on this map really well, that we've seen in the past, either him or Genos will be pretty consistent to help deal with that. And then it's just the question of who you have to deal DPS for him. If they have a root, probably the better. A stun, maybe better. Cassie has a knockback, so that's still going to be pretty helpful all around. But I don't know, this ROM... He was the difference maker last time. He might still give Ignite the control they need.
Could be the case, but you're mentioning Genos and Grover, and those sound really good to me. In Control go at support, but it's neither of those. It's the Corvus for them here in this one. Little surprise, especially considering how highly Ignite value the Genos. They top picked it whenever In Control got the ROM. I'm surprised that In Control don't try and at least deny that to Ignite.
Yeah, but it is the question, I guess, how much of your team you want to orient around controlling ROM and how much you want to try to control the map. I feel like with at least Ash Cassie now, they feel aggressive. Corvus enables some of that. Genos might have been able to do so a little bit more, but again, at the sacrificing a little bit of the healing that would come through for that damage amp. They get the Barrack again, which not a lot, I will give them a lot of credit. Not a lot of people are running Barrack successfully right now. It's been kind of difficult lately. I think we've seen him on the rise again these last couple of weeks, but admittedly, he's not necessarily the one that comes to the top of my mind for front lines, and they keep going back to him, and alongside the Ashe and the Cassie, I think he looks pretty solid here.
Ignite go back to this Leon. They played it a bunch up against Parallax. 2 out of those 3 games. Obviously did not find a win because they got swept, but interesting to see it here once again as now they will last pick the Genos. Ignite come away with a pretty decent composition here, Gore. What are some of the concerns that you're seeing here for these 5 for Ignite?
Honestly, I think the downside is that they're not necessarily all known as best in class. Like, Rom and Connor are some of the top picks, Genos there as well. Buck and Leon could maybe get shuffled around, but I think on a map like Shattered Desert, Buck's mobility is going to be up there. It rivals things like Maeve and the Eevee, so he can keep up in that front. Again, the headshots are very devastating, and the Leon is kind of an anti-flank. The downside is there's no flank for her to really be anti-towards, so she is going to be kind of just going rival head-to-head with Cassie. A matchup that she used to be able to win, but due to some nerfs that have happened over the years, or I guess over the months really, for Leon, she's kind of fallen off of the potency there. I think the lack of presence from the DPS is where they might suffer if they do at all. In Control, though, the interesting thing is that this doesn't feel very specific to Shattered Desert. This draft, the two bows going together, Cassie and Shaolin working together, is an old damage duo that's always worked in Paladins and worked well, and as long as they are able to prioritize targets appropriately, I think they're going to be able to find a lot of good damage and things like that. But it's just an interesting route for In Control to take. I'm really excited to see how they tackle this mid-fight, just because it feels like Ashe can get aggressive, but nobody really wants to get aggressive with her, so I'm wondering where they're going to put that pressure.
Yeah, no flank, like you mentioned, to help that Ashe dive, but maybe she can just take care of this Leon by herself. I mean, that Leon normally very good against those lower HP pools because of the burst damage, but maybe up against something like the Ashe, which is more sustained plug shots, might have a little bit more trouble. In Control, I mean, if you go up 2-0 here with the Shattered Desert win, I feel like you've got to be feeling very, very confident moving forward. Just from a mental standpoint, not alone the percentage points that you know Ignite would have to reverse sweep you.
And also, I mean, when you come forward, like getting up 2-0, looking at the 3-0s we've seen today, I feel like Brazil, like you're more on track to keep pace with everybody else at that point, right? And you want to keep going. And again, I think their draft has a lot of survivability. The Entropic Breach from the Corvus kind of gets Khan and Ram away from the objective. Ashe as well as Barrack having 2 ults that are really good at just saying, this is my land, you cannot take it from me. Dome Shield can either save you at the end of a push or around a mid-fight. Same thing for an Assert Dominance. I think there's a lot, like you had highlighted, for them to get into the back line, be the driving force. I mean, if anyone's going to flank up there, I'm going to guess it's going to be King Kaiser and probably on the Shaolin alongside the Ashe, getting aggressive. Give him a Heat Haze in the later rounds, and he'll be able to find a beeline straight to Leon every time. And that trade, I think, goes in favor of the Shaolin each time, unless you're carefully played by the Leon. If he has an Ashe next to him, then forget about it. You're not going to be able to win that one. So I like the way In Control can tackle this. I just think that Ram and Khan are the big difference makers. If those 2 tanks do what we saw In Control do last game, then it doesn't matter what the DPS is doing. They control the game and win it themselves.
Pretty interesting that through a bunch of games now, Io continues to be not quite missing, but clearly not as heavily prioritized here in Brazil. I mean, no picks or bans here on Shattered Desert.
And this is something, it's really funny, this is what was happening to her in Phase 1 as well. Like, some teams would absolutely, like, they'd lock her in first pick if she was available. Some teams would ban her because they recognize that she is too potent. And then there were some teams that would just ignore her. They didn't care because they maybe didn't have her at the top of their list, and they hadn't really had the, I want to say, unfortunate experience of how oppressive she can be in the right hands. And so if Ignite and In Control are going to continue dodging it, that's fine by me, but I do feel like it could give a little bit of an edge. In fact, over there, instead of the Corvus alongside Ashe and Barrack, I feel like it would just give In Control so much point pressure that it wouldn't matter what happens the rest of the game, you'd control the objective.
We were scratching our heads a little bit at these double flank bans. Feel like it might have worked, though, as you look at how the whole draft turned out here for In Control. I mean, the fact that they end up with 0 flankers means that maybe Xin and Andro were their flankers of choice, and they don't really want to go to anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Xin Andro, again, if you're looking at Jag Falls, that's something I expect to see banned. It makes sense as well on Stone Keep. But to see it twice in a row against In Control, it is something, I mean, I can have flashbacks. I close my eyes, I think Androxus for In Control. I see Amadeus slaughtering people. I close my eyes, I think Xin. I see King Kaiser just absolutely controlling a game with it. So they are still really solid bans. I'm just wondering if In Control, I mean, maybe could flex. Brazil is a big region for Talus, and it feels like this could have been a decent map for him as well. But again, I'm never going to complain about Cassie and Shaolin as a damage duo. I think they have exactly what they need to get things done. It's just the amount of pressure they'll be able to bring. And again, getting to the back line, Ashe is kind of the pioneer for this versus the rest of the team. They really need the assistance of the off tank.
Appreciate your patience, everybody. We are working on getting in game. Should be able to get some sort of resolution here pretty shortly. As well, let's take a step back and kind of reset what this set means. Remember, this is our first elimination game, so a lot on the line here between In Control and Ignite. Going to make sure that we've got everything working as we head into the Shattered Desert, so stick with us. We'll be right back with map number 2.
victory belongs to the last one standing here in Shadow Desert. Kresnik, Merlo, ready for action. Let's go with a little breakdown.
Yeah, these compositions on this map, I kind of like the double archer here that they're running here on In Control Nation, the Cassie and the Shaolin, just for pure burn on that ROM, but they're not running big game here, so it's not going to be a ton of percentage damage going into them, and I guess that makes sense when you're fighting those flankers. If you know you need to win duels against a Leon that's being backed up by a Genos Pocket, all those damage boosts getting spread across all the abilities can be pretty lethal. But Ignite, they can have such an aggressive composition. If this Leon, ROM, and Buck collapse on the same target, In Control might find it hard to survive.
Absolutely, and I just want to see that. Remember, Shadow Desert is so long, so that could happen. Lots of territory to actually cover, lots of space to witness, and right now, it's kind of the same game as before. They're poking each other out thanks to the barrack, thanks to all those shields. They're going to try to find the right target. Khan is dearly on the point. The risk a lot of it. Of course, Ram is going to go away, but remember, with Shaolin, anything is possible, and he's not going to go anywhere if he finds the right angle and the right spot. Kaiser, on the other hand, trying to control those side lanes, but nothing really comes out of it. Maybe Ashe is going to be the first blood, but she manages to escape.
The damage from the Cassie really forced them away, so the Ashe had all the space in the world she needed to survive there. In Control are playing this so slowly, and it's working out for them, because they're on top of each other enough so that when and if a dive comes in, they should be able to deal with it, but Deja Vu actually doesn't land in the same spot. Navizu doesn't get the same value he should have out of that run.
No can do. You ain't taking the side lane from Ashe and King Kaiser. Of course, great protection, 60% for both of the teams, and now Buck is going to start collapsing onto the enemies. Zabiu actually takes the first blood. They're going to go and trade thanks to Barrack and all the others. Everybody's just jumping around trying to get that point, but they're just crumbling. Ignite Gaming, not going to be fun for them to actually resist to so much action, so much pressure coming in from Barrack, those shields, those turrets, and of course, everybody else.
Yeah, this Barrack could get Dome, but there's going to be a Cataclysm right in response to it. That's why you can't pop Dome on Barrack In Control. They can't get the point right now. Ashe actually manages to get her way on.
Remember, we still have Cubits with the ultimate, and that's a lot of burst damage that you can deal during those team fights. So here you go. Janaz is going to help out. Ashe is going to try to escape. In Control Nation completely backed off. The overtime is going to basically disappear in a couple of seconds. We see Rama actually still standing onto the point, dying because nobody can help him out. And King Kaiser and all the others surround this con completely. They got the point, so they're going to be rolling down with the payload. But remember, this is Shadow Desert, so very easy to pick off people as soon as you're trying to dominate those side lanes. And so many opportunities for Deja Vu to actually still kick it.
Yeah, the respawn timers were very kind there to In Control when they got their DPS back in time here. But look at this dive. It's not synced with everybody, so Deja Vu ends up falling first.
Yeah, and probably next one to cover for him is going to be Khan. Yep. Amadeus is going to follow up pretty easily. Barrack and all the others, this payload still moving, still rolling, and now they have a very good position. They're basically up in their faces into the respawn. Shields are coming up. Ashe is going to survive. Pretty easy for her, and look at the amount of pressure she's just giving out. Yeah, she's sacrificing herself, but look how much long the payload is going to come out. That's the last stretch. A few inches more, we're going to have a clean 2-0.
I can't believe that they used the overpower for that on the side of Ignite Gaming. That Ashe was literally in their spawn doors. They spent a resource that they really shouldn't have felt pressured to use here. As Ignite, they go to dive in the back, but it's out of sync again, and they lose Deja Vu a second time in a mismatched aggression.
In Control right now, looking pretty good, to be honest. And they got, of course, Charlotte's situation thanks to Shaolin. They're going to stop the ROM, thanks to the arrow. Ready to go for another go at it. And at this point in time, you know, you still have Corvus you can expand against the enemy team. You still have, you know, the possibility of actually spending a dome since you're so far up into the enemy tanks. And there you go, Barrack is going to try to survive. He actually spent the dome, so they're ready to do as much DPS as possible thanks to ROM. And all the others, Leanne is going to try to take a little bit of pressure out of their teammates. ROM and all the others trying to survive. No can do. Barrack is still going to be standing about 30 seconds, and everybody backed off. Ignite surely survived, but I don't know how much longer they can keep at it.
Yeah, they have solid positioning still around the cart, and they will have one more 5v5 fight coming from the side of In Control. They just have to find, I think, an opening again, and maybe it's just another dive from Ignite that goes wrong when they run that Buck and that Rom into the backline a little bit out of time. But maybe they'll just spend ults here. They wanted to assert dominance before, and this could be another chance for it now as 2 go straight to the point.
And there you go. They spend it. That could be a great combo to actually kill out Khan. That's good. Rom, not a lot of HP. Double kill coming in from King Kaiser. That's a clean 2-0 coming in from In Control Nation. They've spent basically everything, but it was so much worth it.
Yeah, they made it work for sure on that last bit. They're not going to have the Dome Shield for a little bit, and even when they do get it, they're going to have to be, of course, wary of the Cataclysm destroying it immediately. But the damage is far in their favor right now. Both King Kaiser and Amadeus, I think, putting on a solid show right now. But because of that miss earlier, it was enough time for Ornstein to charge up that overpower again. That will be, again, a key factor in Ignite's ability to win this fight. If they can just pull one of these DPS out, suddenly so much less pressure on the angles, and Abizu, maybe he'll feel like he won't have to buy Veteran in some other rounds. I'm shocked that he goes for that item, but clearly there's just too much pressure on Zeeds to keep both of his kind of health-reliant tanks alive.
Ashe kind of uncontested, if I do say myself. She's able to actually go into that backline, pressure them out inside the spawn, and survive each and every time. And we see once again that Rom is not having the easiest of times thanks to that Shaolin. Ooh, overpower that's going to fail Khan for the last time because, you know, after you burn that execution out and you don't gain any kind of a disposable enemy, it's kind of over. Corvus is going to try once again to put a stop to it, but no can do for In Control Nation. They got, of course, another kill in the back thanks to Amadeus, and they're going to continue keeping going with the pressure once again. We see Amadeus trying to scuffle through the sideline. Takes, of course, Deja Vu into the back once again. He has everybody at his disposal, and I think In Control, they can just set up a nice iron curtain, a nice wall, lock them out, and a point. It's going to come easy.
They're not watching the right side of the map from their perspective, though, so that is a lot of space open, and you can see them already kind of taking advantage of that, as another Dome is going to get insta-stomped again. Ice Monkey has to be thinking about this a little more, but luckily he gets his second shield up in time.
That's so frustrating, but that's okay, because I see that Rom takes a lot of damage in this particular instance. Not being able to actually contest Leon is going to get chased down, and the overtime coming in, but no can do. In Control Nation with another payload. This could be another 4-0. And in general, it's been a super fast game. 8 minutes to go. But yeah, we're already basically on to the last stretch. Deja Vu takes another kind of side kill. Eric and all the others, once again, trying to put that kind of wall to protect themselves from the enemy onslaught.
Yeah, they will be able to stabilize, get a bunch of kills, and push their way out here. Even with an attempt at finding somebody, some credits go to Ice Monkey, but he will fall soon after. And Ignite Gaming, they know they have to get forward. They have to stop them from coming onto the base as early as possible, but I don't think they noticed whoever that was on the left flank. It looks like it's the Ashe. They don't see her at all, and she has assert dominance. Finally, she makes her move onto Zeeds. Could just use the ult on the point, but she split the team so much that Ice Monkey got a free kill on Ornstein.
Yeah, probably at this point you want to keep saving that ultimate, you know, for a better chance to actually have a nice combination, as just happened before, you know, thanks to Corvus and all the others. So I think he just waits for the right moment, the right occasion to actually stomp one of the enemy tanks. Deja Vu is going to be the one who falls soon after. And in general, we are in the same, you know, tough spot when you have a 3-point advantage. If you're defending as Ignite, you gotta spend ultimates if you don't want to lose the game. But also, if you spend them, you won't have an ultimate for the next matchup in a middle point. So, kind of a lose-lose situation if you tell me.
Yeah, look at that time and space. They tried to set up a combo there, I think, between some ults, but don't get it. They do finally manage to get someone with an overpower. It looks like that might have been the Shaolin that got cleaned up on later. So In Control will have to back off for now, even with this consistent pressure coming in from Abizu. They have 40 seconds to set up the next fight, though. There's a couple chances for them here, but they don't have any super impact ultimates. Maybe Dome Shield, but again, Cataclysm still on the other side. That will be able to counter it out, and they're going from the right. They're actually distracting from Kaiser, and this left wing is left completely open.
Ooh, he's going to try to sneak in and maybe do a couple of shots into that buck. It's going to be ready, of course, thanks to Shaolin and Amadeus. But no kill were found, but of course, you're basically going away from the point, away from the payload. You're bound to have that 4-0. And also they spent everything they got before. So Inquisitor Nation looking pretty good at this point. But yeah, kind of a tragedy to see a Shadow Desert end up so quickly in such a fast manner.
Yeah, I think a big part of it there was, even though they had the Cataclysm to stop the Dome Shield every time, they really couldn't stop the Barrack from taking that space because the backlines were never there to punish him, right? He got stunned out of it, and the backlines were hiding from the DPS because they were losing those fights. They could have maybe dealt with the Barrack a little bit better had they been in cover already and could peek and take down their point tank with the health bars that they already had.
Yeah, we saw Ash completely mortal in one of more, occasions onto those sidelines. But in general, I want to hear from Magra on our desk. What's the breakdown? What really happened?
What happened was In Control looked better. Again, they beat Ignite 4-0 this time on the Shattered Desert. And just like they were saying at the very end there, Gore, that Ash in particular caused problems, to say the least.
Yeah. Guest analyst Lala, she was telling me during the game she was very, very surprised at how dominant the tanks were. And I guess, you agreed with me, right? When we were talking about when we were talking about the DPS there for Ignite, unfortunately just unable, I think, to get as much done as they had wanted to. And they were the weak points that I was looking towards. And again, you look at it and you're banning out this Xin, you're banning out an Andro. But if King Kaiser is going to look insanely good on a Cassie as well, if you're going to have In Control still getting picks that they perform incredibly well on, are you really hurting them where you need to? Like, are you banning the right targets? I think that's where Ignite have to start approaching this, because they had, I think, the better frontline draft in this case. The team just could not play up to, I think, the level they needed to make it execute, like the execution threshold for it. And unfortunately, they just kind of got rolled over.
I mean, these target bans have really been the focal point of what we're talking about during picks and bans. That clearly has not panned out overall for them so far. 4 and 5 overall for Tuga, but that does not really tell the whole story on how impactful he was on that pick. 9 and 3, 9 and 4 for the two bow users in Cassie and Shaolin, respectively. I mean, at this point, Ignite, it's just a team that they seem like they're on different pages a little bit, Gore. I mean, you heard Kresnik during the cast really call out Deja Vu and Zabizu and Ornskeen, and they were just not diving at the same time on the same targets. Their timing was a little bit off. It's just been not their day so far.
Yeah, and again, if especially this year, if this was like the first time you had really gotten to foray into Paladins esports, you're just now like seeing, and you're like, man, Cassie Shaolin, I didn't think that would work. Last year, it was one of the most common damage duos. It worked really well. There was a point where we would call them the Bow Bros. Like, if they got onto the same team, it was almost done for you. And I think that might have been 2 years ago when teams were doing that constantly. So like, it's been something that crops up every now and then, and it always performs when it does. It's never a bad combo, and I think this is just more of a testament to how good they can combine together.
Well, let's see where we're going for map number 3. Ooh. No Warder's Gate, Gore, at least not yet. It looks like it might be a 3-0 with the way it's been so far, because it's been 4-0-4-0 In Control. Why are you going to leave all these fun maps up that no one else does if you're not even going to play them? That's what I'm saying,
I guess Ignite, I mean, whichever one you have in the pocket and is going to make you feel better, you go to. But I will also say, I think I have seen more Fish Market this weekend. I have to expand it because I forgot Europe and North America, as much as it feels like it's been one long competitive day, has not happened today. Those are the last 2 days that came through. Yep. But this weekend I've seen more Fish Market than I think we have maybe the entire rest of the competitive year combined. Not rest of the competitive nature, just because, again, there were a lot of teams last year, I'm thinking of it, that they chose this map. Originally it was one that you would see, again, kind of similar to Ice Mines. You're going to a 3-3 point fight. And then teams figured out you don't draft normal here. Like, you don't have a standard draft. You don't go typically 2 front lines, 1 that's going to be a point tank, your standard support, and then 2 DPS. You go maybe 2 off tanks. Someone like an IO on this map is incredibly solid. This is actually maybe her best map that can be out there. And then 2 aggressive DPS that you can have. You do not care, and you do not really play around the mid-fight as much as you play around the edge of the border. Once you win the fight, then you just kind of take over. The rest of the team pushes up, your support goes back and gets the heals. So people like Genos are also very common on this map. But I will go back and say, because I feel like it's worth reiterating, IO's best map, and she's available. I'd love to see her.
Well, Corvus is open though, Gore, so we gotta be snagging that. I mean, come on, we cannot afford to let Corvus drop any lower than #1 overall if we're Ignite. Strix and Ashe locked in pretty much immediately on the other side. I like In Control being patient with their support pick. I don't think we've seen any Genos IO or Corvus IO compositions. Usually IO's kind of left to her own devices. Maybe once all weekend we've seen IO paired with another support. I don't mind In Control being patient, but really hope they pick it. I think they should pick IO here.
I think, I mean, it does literally nothing but make this better for you and your team, right? And it's going to get hovered, but I'm not going to jump. I think there's also some merits if you lock in something like a Genos overall. And thank God they locked that in, because I was preparing myself for the eventuality of it not happening. Look, Strix, Ashe, IO. This is a map, if Khan were available for In Control, if you went Strix, Ashe, IO, Khan, and then let's just say Victor, you could throw Vivian, you could throw Cassie, honestly, you could throw Leon, like just someone who's going to be some more sustained damage from the backline that can just have a steady, sequence of shots that are always coming out, then it's going to be incredibly solid. They go for the Inara, which maybe isn't as aggressive as something like a Khan would be, but considering Rom is banned, Ruckus isn't necessarily that big in Brazil, there's not a lot of tanks that you then flex onto. I like this combination for In Control. It feels like it should be pretty dominant.
Fernando's been a pick that Parallax played a lot of in their first set of today, but we haven't seen a whole lot of in general this weekend of the Paladins World Championships. How do you think he fits into Ignite's comp?
I like it. Again, when I'm looking at the overpowering threshold, like what Strix, especially now that Maeve can bring, having that Immortal ready for you just to kind of get everybody locked at a minimum 1,500 health, making sure that you're going to be fine, you can keep moving, you're not going to die here, is going to allow you a little bit of wiggle room when the point control starts to go in favor of IO, just because of the nature of IO's kit. I think he has a lot of damage as well. Again, we're looking at people who can fight on the sides. Khan and Fernando do that pretty well. He's not the same flank Nando he used to be, but he is still really solid at just being the head, kind of the spearhead for someone like a Zen or like a Victor to really get some damage done.
I think they're going to need a lot here on Ignite's side in order to claw back into this one. In Control, looking to move on and eliminate the first team here on Sunday. Let's see if they can do it. Map number 3, it's Fish Market for In Control sweep.
Absolutely, Aggro. It's time for In Control to claim victory and bask in their glory. In this potential match point, we're gonna see who's the better team. Kresnik, what can we expect?
We can expect chaos. No, we can expect chaos because it's Fish Market for sure. I'll tell you that much right now as I fix my mic there really quickly. But it's definitely going to be all over the place for sure. In Control, though, if the chaos should play to their advantage, they'll have the Luna on point to help out more than anything to keep it going. They can't really stay on there that well. Nando and Khan both kind of struggle, I would say, into that Luna capping the point. Luna stuns them both through their shields. If they go down in front of everybody, they're just going to get burnt out.
100%. And right now, it comes down to having a real slow gameplay, of course. We're going to see what's going to happen. King Kaiser trying to take the side lane and the high ground. But of course, Khan is going to be there, trying to set up a point. A little bit of a defense for his team. Everybody's just roaming around. Cubits and all the others, they actually took the advantage from behind. The backline is going to suffer way too much for In Control Nation, Ignite Gaming. This is the first time that I see they have a clear advantage, but of course, got Inara. She's a super strong tank. She can anchor pretty easily. She's completely alone by herself. Deja Vu and all the others, they take those kills. They take Fish Market. They're basically ready for action.
Yeah, they have this great ground here, and there's no way Luna's going to slow them down any more than they already had there. So Ignite Gaming, with both sides under control, it's so difficult to get a retake on Fish. Basically, this Ashe is going to have to somehow slip past a Khan, but actually, Abizu's kind of giving her that ground now. The Ashe might be able to just go right in, and yeah, there's no real block here. They'll get the overtime, but they have to win a 5v4.
Ooh, she's getting stomped and blocked by the overpower, but that's okay. They actually got the point. They actually got that touch. They just need to survive against, of course, Fernando, Khan, and all the others. Luna's going to be there trying to heal a little bit more thanks to Io. And, of course, you see everybody's still in there. The damage are coming for Ice Monkey. King Kaiser is going to try to find an opening against the Khan. No can do. Once again, seems that Ignite Gaming has the better team and the better chance. They're such a huge and big team, so many bodies. But of course, Amadeus takes the opportunity of when the shield goes down to take the kill. 63% to go.
That is kind of a wild retake from In Control Nation. They literally had to do that 5 versus 4, and they managed to make it work with the Strix recommitting back in position here, and they do get overtime on the side of Ignite, but again, now they have to win 5 versus 4 once this Xin falls.
And Fernando is at 97% before the ultimate gets shut down, so no can do. In Control, they actually managed to save the situation. In Inara, it's going to be there, takes the corner on the other, and there you go. In Control with another point. They go easy for the 1-0. And probably, now that you have all set up and running, you can basically block them off from the sides to keep the payload running, because you have Luna.
Yeah, they can get aggressive with Luna capping the point, but the biggest win, I think, towards In Control is them having a sniper. The fact that they just have more range at base on a map that is so wide. Victor, yeah, he can help. Burst mode will do fine damage, but it's still nowhere near the levels of what Strix is going to be able to output. They can really lean on that as they get a little bit closer here. And Ignite know that. They can't let them go over the hill, and that's why they'll spend ults like this.
And they have to do that. They are basically risking their victory. They're going to get kicked out of if they don't manage to survive this onslaught of damage. And I see them going pretty aggressive. That's okay. They can manage to do that, and they can take Ash, stagger her a little bit out. Yes, of course, Deja Vu is going to be in front of her, blocking that escape. Inara is going to follow soon after. And there you go. They got a pretty good defense going on. Basically back into the respawn of In Control Nation.
This is a good place to be as long as they hug the corner and have the right side of the map in control of them, right? If they let the Strix get over there, then holding the left side doesn't really work as effectively. In Control, though, using an ultimate to break out, they send Kaiser all around the side, and if they hug that wall, it's not going to help them to this Maeve in their backline.
Absolutely. And now King Kaiser is going to find probably a little bit of percentage, a little bit of damage over here, but I think it's done for In Control. They don't have enough space, they don't have enough time to actually reach the point. Remember, now that they pushed it, it's going to be in overtime.
Yeah, they have a bit of time here. It gets slowed down. That's when overtime's going to come into matter, but it's going to be right at the edge when overtime comes in. That's not as much of a concern for fast overtime. They should just now look to take space, take pressure off of Luna so they can't free fire on it. Luna can't live that long, and there it goes immediately. They're going to assert dominance, but it's on the far side.
Yeah, watch out, because also Seismic Crash is ready at 90%. You can expand that in case to have a clean 2-0. Right now, Fernando and all the others in a very tough spot. Khan and gonna try to survive. The healing comes in. Seismic Crash, of course. Fernando is gonna counter that. It's the Immortal. They're gonna survive, but Ash is right down there, trying to do as much confusion, nuisance, and everything else as possible. He's gonna survive. Oh, no can do. She gets shut down by Deja Vu. But Cubit's in a very tough spot once again versus King Kaiser. He's gonna try to find the Corvus. And once again, no can do. We're back in overtime. So as soon as they step off the payload, it's gonna be over. But they forced so many good ultimates out of Ignite Gaming. It's basically a W.
Honestly, I think that if they manage to get the kill on the Corvus in the backline, if the Maeve doesn't miss 1 or 2 shots when things are really chaotic, it is a different story there near the end, and In Control can push that one in. But he got saved, I think, pretty hardcore by Kubi's there, with the mark on him, getting that lifesteal given to him by Grand Design, even after the nerf. It still keeps him up and keeps him going, and watching what Deja Vu on this Xin is also able to do really shows what Corvus is enabling for his team. Look, these pocket supports, they really focus on enabling their DPS at a 15 and 6 combined kill death between them. It's helping significantly having these marks on them and letting them win their duels with that little bit of lifesteal.
I'll second to that. I think that, that Corvus skill could have been very useful for the long run, but in general, they didn't manage to actually take those ultimates away, so no Immortal for Fernando. Yes, we have the elimination coming in from Ignite Gaming. If they manage to actually get a free kill, that should be huge, but let's find out.
Yeah, the early start here on the right side is not bad. I think you want to contest away from the Strix, but of course, Amadeus, he'll just rotate over now, and it forces Ignite to play the other side of the map, but no overpower, not great poke. They're kind of stuck by the dock side.
Victor not able to keep up with the, those trick shots coming in from Amadeus. And Deja Vu and the others, though, doing incredible on the right side of the map. They actually made a couple of kills. Amadeus able to stop Deja Vu before getting too close to Io. Nobody's actually capping so hard the point, but remember, no comeback mechanics, so every shot counts, every dead body also.
Yeah, for sure, the damage will add up over time here as Ignite managed to have Captain, but whoa, no one was on the flank. Wait a minute, Tuga just mounts in over here and goes in to kill this Corvus in the back.
Corvus is going to try to escape. If she managed to actually get that, oh, that's going to be so big. That's going to be so huge. Double kill coming in. And of course, right now, they're just basically swinging. You know, the majority of the time, we were not super sure about Ignite Gaming, but now they're all dead. The supports are away. Luna can be placed onto the point. So you have free space and free engage thanks to that long-range Strix.
I wish that the Xin had kind of realized that he should be going for the touch if they want overtime, but actually, wait, they back up. The rest of the team managed to get them the space, and now he goes for it. Blade Dance adding up, but all that CC takes him down right away.
That was super good coming in from Aya, because Zen is out, so one of the best DPS inside Ignite Gaming's formation is completely out the window. Now they managed to actually, you know, bring Khan with them. That's okay. The rebound is not going to be possible. And of course, the payload is going to keep rolling in Control's Nation favor.
Yes, Tuga is trying to stay aggressive for them. Miss Ash really wants to be up here. Surprised she didn't go Slug just for that extra bit of range. It does help quite a bit on this map, but I understand if you're going to be trying to brawl out as much as possible. Tuga here on the left, stacking with his tanks a bit, which leaves the middle open, but hey, they have Strix to cover that, and that long-range damage is going to add up. It's going to keep Ignite kind of stuck back, and they're going to have to use an ult if they want to break out.
100%, and I think right now it's going to be the critical moment. Infernal getting spent, of course, Guillotine is getting spent, as always. I'm going to try to back them off, because remember, as soon as you take this point, this could be pivotal, this could be crucial. King Kaiser is just slowing, chipping away health from each and every enemy. No can do, they're taking a seat back, and they need to regroup and reload.
Yeah, Amadeus is playing this lane, I think, really, really well, but they actually missed an overpower that could have helped them on the defense, and there's a lot of ground being taken now by In Control.
Ooh, and now, thanks to Qubits, a little bit more damage coming in their way. Corvus is going to manage to find everybody, and Ash a little bit too deep this time around. I mean, she was successful many times again, but right now, yeah, that's not super useful. And you can see that In Control Nation, they're basically backing off. They don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, I like the way that they're playing their Victor on the far right. As soon as Strix gets in, it's going to be a lot worse, but before he can actually break through that threshold and shoot at Kubies, this is a great position for him to be in. The tanks can't really get too aggressive to contest, which lets them deal with the Strix if he does take that right side, but two ults are coming out right away. In Control, they're hungry for this 3-1.
Absolutely, and King Kaiser, you know, managed to actually take a kill, but the trade is going to come in from Qubits. We're going to try. Remember, Snice Makash being used, of course. Everything else is being used. Fernando is going to be alone on point. No immortal to spend. So if they manage to actually break through his defenses, that wall was super useful. Everybody needs to actually reconfigure and re-roll for another action. As you can see, Victor is spending more time running instead of shooting. They're actually managed to survive. Ash is going to be there. Yes, you have those heals, but it's going to be too much for them. And yeah, they lost the opportunity, even though they spent everything.
I am shocked that Abizu lives. I always overestimate how close the edge is there. I had no idea there was that much ledge for him to live on by the very, very far side of the map. That was almost a total outplay by Tuga, but Abizu does manage to survive and hold on to their ults that they tried to spend a little bit earlier. Having the Immortal and having an Overpower here, that's a lot of impact in the game that these tanks can have throughout this mid-fight. Going to depend on who they manage to connect it on. He missed the last one that could have helped them make that defense even easier for them to maintain. So a lot of pressure on him and pressure on Ornstein to be on the right side of the map, right? He has to be close enough to the fight from In Control. It's not like he can just use Immortal when Strix is poking somebody. That's kind of a waste. We'll see how effectively Ignite can kind of mirror the side that In Control choose to engage on.
Absolutely. I don't know if they actually have what it takes, because In Control is in a very tough spot once again. No resources, no ultimate, and you have a double elimination method on the other side. And thanks to Khan, and they can make this happen. And remember, Fernando, as you said before, with the Immortal, it's going to be able to actually do whatever he pleases. There you go. Finds the Inara. Goodbye. And we got the point. Ignite Gaming really started to roll in. Make those ults count.
I like that positioning by Abyss. You just go on top of the wall. You can't block me if I'm there also. And the ult to counter Amadeus, that's a huge factor that they don't have to worry about anymore. And in control, only 3 up right now. 1's a respawn. And they're getting chased out of it, but May found the way in.
Ooh, she actually managed to find Corvus. That's a huge plus right there. But of course, 81% and Fernando with the Immortal. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough to go in. Ashe, manages to touch and have the rebound, but the Immortal coming in. Of course, everybody's going to survive. Ashe is going to be spent. But Ice Monkey managed to find another kill, and the overtime is going to be here thanks to, of course, this Inara and Meave, unlocking the full potential of that action.
I don't know if I love them using the Immortal there. He had shield still off cooldown, but they used the Entropic Breach to buy themselves more time, but they don't see Kaiser in the back.
That's huge! Another time Corvus, and this time around you definitely need those heals to be able to actually survive this onslaught of damage. The Midnight Pulse coming in, of course, that's a lot of panic coming in. King Kaiser just carrying the entire team. It's a human spaceship, is the engine, and everybody's rolling the wall. It's going to stop Fernando. He's not going to be able to actually touch the point. He's going to get killed. What an amazing composition. What an amazing play coming in from In Control Nation.
Honestly, incredible wall there by the very end from Ice Monkey. I always kind of talk down on Inara on this map, but he had that perfect position to completely lock them out here. And they have to be careful, though. Ice Monkey's playing like he has a healer. He doesn't have a healer right now. He's very low, but they do finally get that respawn. And maybe it's a bit of a bait now, because this Strix manages to live on the aggression on the side.
He has a wall, that's okay, right? He just needs that to survive, and definitely shows. But the problem is that I think in Control Nation, they kind of lost touch of what they can actually achieve with just the Nara no healer, and they get them stomped out. That's a problem, and of course, back into the respawn, it'll be quite difficult to get back into the action and remove this con from the front line.
They just got to be careful over pushing on the hill because, of course, of the sniper on this map, the Strix, who can burst them down. But maybe they should just be worried about Kaiser, because if they're so distracted on the Strix, Kaiser can keep doing whatever he wants on this game like he's been doing from the very beginning. And there he is running down mid, just finding an opening maybe to get right on this Corvus.
Kaiser is going to try to pressure them out, but of course we saw that Amadeus is a really very clear shot to actually get those kills rolling. And that's the first one. It's going to be Cubits. The second one, thanks to King Kaiser, is going to be Corvus. So everybody's just falling. They managed to actually reset the situation. 1 minute to go. Remember, we still have Luna at our disposal. So King Kaiser can push them out. Luna is still pushing. And you can set up a nice pressure and aggression on this front.
I think the most important thing is to fight this right side, but it's already too late. King Kaiser couldn't make it there in time. He needed his tanks to be there, and they have to walk all the way. They don't get to fly around like Maeve gets to here. They are finally here, and now they recognize where they have to fight. They can't let this Victor free fire. It's been the bane of their pushes the last couple of times. They're here, and everyone else is rotated, which makes this assert dominance even better.
Let's go! They can use a Midnight also to just scramble things around and create panic, but of course Ashe is going to be there. Incredible Fernando could die in this very second, and is out thanks to Amadeus. Corvus and all the others that are going to try to survive, but no can do. Of course, in the midst of all of that, In Control just rolls the card in without a care in the world.
They take down both the tanks there near the very end, and there's no one who can really go to contest the cart there. That Victor, we saw him running away to spawn. We saw the Corvus use the Entropic Breach just to cleanse the Midnight, but it's way too late at that point. No one has the health pool to contest with a sniper and a Maeve there watching the objective. In Control, we're all a little worried about them, I think, after the first couple games. We're worried about both of these teams after how they looked against Parallax and Carnage, but In Control proved it today. They're here to fight, and they've avoided being eliminated for another round.
We saw King Kaiser, and in general, we saw also the possibility from Amadeus, and I want to know who's the MVP, and Agro, you got to tell us.
Well, I know that this In Control squad is now moving on, and Ignite is not after that performance. Congratulations to In Control. They stay alive here at the Paladins World Championship. Commiserations, of course, to Ignite Gaming, but Gormizer, I think that this one became pretty clear, regardless of who the MVP was for In Control, they were not planning on going down here against Ignite.
I think Ignite definitely, I mean, they put up a better fight right there at the very end, but I think there's a certain part of it that is, fish market at work for you, right? Like the map kind of helped play to your advantage a little bit to get some of those points online. Otherwise, I mean, you've got to look at the way they drafted again and the way they played together. Tuga was just oppressive and aggressive. King Kaiser as well. I mean, for somebody whose Zen is notably nasty and was getting banned away for a lot of today, at least by Ignite, his Maeve was amazing and came through and did just as much. But once again, I think the thing that we see, at least in this set, that we didn't really get to see up against Carnage is In Control's frontline are just absolutely running the show. I mean, even in these highlights that are coming from the backliners, I can't help but notice that there's a little bit of a foray into the battle being led by an Ashe or an Inara making sure to get up there. I mean, Ice Monkey's 10, 5, and 13. Even though Tuga goes 4 and 11, he has 15 assists on there. I think both of them just did a really good job throughout this entire set, but specifically this game as well, at getting up into the front and letting their carries do their job, making sure that they were the ones who were taking the damage. I'm sure those numbers are going to be massive for them, while then letting Amadeus and King Kaiser pick up those kills behind them.
Impressive score lines from a couple members of Ignite, though. I mean, Kubi's goes 13 and 5, 15 and 9 there for Deja Vu on the Zin. If you're just looking at the scoreboard, you might think that Ignite was able to come back and win this one, but ultimately falling just a little bit short. I agree with you that the front line makes the difference here. 75,000 damage out of your Inara, 86,000 damage out of your Ashe. You're going to win games when your front line's playing like that.
And I think it's a little unfortunate, right? Ignite, you have Rookie of the Year that comes through. At least I was voted on there in Deja Vu. Not able to show up today, I think, the way that we've gotten to see through the regular season, which I think is, again, just a little unfortunate, but sometimes it happens that way. In Control, again, this has been a team that has been a monster, not just this year when it comes down to keeping up with teams like Carnage, but realistically in the last couple of years. In the minor league last year, they were one of the only teams outside of North America to be playing. I mean, they had to play on 200 ping into North America on servers that were not their own in order to get that. Now having their own region, they get to dominate down there, but they've always been present, and it's nice to see them getting some rewards for that hard work.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket so we can check in with where we are as we move on into later on today. Parallax versus Carnage, the matchup that a lot of us expect to ultimately be the finals, is going to be the semifinals first, of course. We got to do a double elim bracket. So Parallax and Carnage both trying to punch their ticket into the finals in Control, awaiting whoever drops down to them on the loser's side. So make sure you're sticking around, because Parallax versus Carnage, this is going to be important, man. If a team like Carnage can get a big upset here, it becomes so much easier for them to actually be your Brazilian champions. Getting that one-game advantage of the finals will be a huge deal for that team, so make sure you're not missing it. Stick around. We'll be right back after this quick break.
ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dark ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night? Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are loved.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to hop up back to the winner's side and find out who's going to punch the first ticket to the grand finals between Parallax and Carnage. Aggro joined by Goremizer. They tried to break up the dynamic duo here, Gore, but they just couldn't do it. You know, we had to stick on here and do the deaths together once again for what should be a very, very fun matchup because this is as competitive as we expect Brazil to get. I mean, Carnage has got to have the best chance to take down Parallax, right?
Yeah, I think this is the one that is going to be the matchup. And honestly, I mean, we've kind of already seen how Carnage versus In Control goes. So if they end up losing this one, then you could expect to maybe see a rematch in the finals as it comes forward. But this is the one that has been they've been chasing all year. And it's one of the few teams I can say all year and mean literally all year. Not just Phase 2, but at the very beginning, Carnage has always been just behind Parallax. Not quite able to overcome them, not able to beat them in a set, taking maps, taking points, constantly giving them trouble, but never being able to win it. So this is the time, if at all, to show up. It's one of the last chances you're going to get, and you have to do it now.
I mean, Parallax didn't go undefeated up against Ignite. They did drop a couple of points. Again, not mid-fights, but defenses where they didn't get the full shove. So maybe Parallax might end up losing a little bit more up against this Carnage squad, who's had a great Phase 2. I mean, 11-4. Definitely is a record to be proud of. Take a look at those map bans. Warder's Gate, Shattered Desert, Frog Isle, and Jaguar Falls are the bans. And that means we're starting on Stone Keep. I feel like I've said that sentence a lot this weekend.
Honestly, it's just a standard map to start on, right? When it comes down to it, it is the map that I think lets you come in when maps like Bright Marsh and Serpent Beach aren't available. This is, again, very, very neutral. You can come into it, especially if you're Carnage Gaming, depending on whether or not they're first, or Parallax. You get to test the waters a little bit, right? But if you get a 4-0, then you've taken one of the maps that might be easy for them to fight back on and just got it out of there. So you don't have to stress about it anymore and can start taking things back to your own home. And since Parallax are first pick here, I think that gives them a little bit of an advantage coming forward for Stone Keep specifically, just because IO, your ROMs, all these other picks that have been prominent are going to be available for them.
Well, a couple flanks banned right away, interestingly enough. Maeve and Eevee, the first two bans off the board. Then we go back to the front line like we kind of expect for the Makoa, and then Bomb King. Haven't seen Bomb King at all today, by the way. He doesn't get picked at all the whole weekend.
Once yesterday?
Right, and now a Bomb King ban, as we all expected.
I mean, look, this is a good map for Bomb King, and I think based on these bans, I'm looking at this, and this feels like watching a PPL match from a year ago. And it makes sense. Both of these teams, at least for main drafters and guys that are going to come through, have a lot of PPL players on it that were in one of the premier teams that was comprised of our Brazilian players. And so the Eevee, the Maves, the Bomb Kings, the Makoas, all very game-changing in the right hands, and I think both of these teams have those right hands. This should be a hot match, especially now that Torvald's made it through. It keeps things really shaky here. I'm interested to see what Carnage can do to deal with that.
Now they could go IO alongside it, but the storyline continues that Brazil does not seem to value IO the same way that North America and Europe both do. Genos instead is going to be the first support off the board. Feel like, I mean, I get the idea, right? You want to be able to pocket someone like a Xin with the Torvald bubble, with the Genos damage mark. You don't need line of sight like you might with someone like IO, but it's still IO, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, she's still good. The downside is, so this is the only time I think I will say that this IO doesn't immediately make me think Carnage have an immense amount of control, and that is that when you are getting Torvald bubbled, Genos Luminary boosted, and you have something like a Bulldozer, Luna is going to die in, let's say, like 2 hits from a Zen. Like, she does not exist in a lot of these engagements that come through. So if Parallax play this appropriately, IO shouldn't be as big an issue. The problem is that you're dealing with IO and Rom, and Andro, and the Cassie, plus what I'm going to assume is another tank. I mean, they could flex into something like an Inara here for Carnage, and I think it would fit really well into them and cause a lot of trouble for Parallax just in terms of point control.
Man, I love what Parallax has, though. I mean, Zin getting the bubbles and the damage amp, Vivian getting the damage amp and the bubbles, Con Torvald is a staunch front line to have to chew through, and Genos being able to stay safe in the back line is something that we all expect here in this one. I love what Parallax has, but I agree. I mean, Carnage is looking really strong. Io, Andro, Cassie, Rom, and now Ruckus. Only a second game here in Brazil today.
I really like Ruckus, and I love what he can do, but again, in terms of being able to pop the bubble, that's going to be on the other side, and dealing with Torvald, I think it's going to take a little while. Cassie, though, works really well with Wrecker, so they already have that. It's part of the reason that she's such a good counter to the Ruckus, but having them on the same squad here is going to help. Plus, there's a Con, and Vivian, in fact, so Wrecker is hands down an item that they want to buy on Carnage. I think they have a lot of good point control because that IO comes through. Rom can kind of take case. If Luna goes down, he can take point for them. And so they can just play aggressively. This is a very fish market style draft, but it's something that you build around an IO, and I actually think it has a lot of merits to it. We'll see if Parallax, especially with double damage amp, can really control it.
I love this matchup, man. The 2 heavyweights in Brazil, Ali, Frazier, just trading strong drafts. Let's see how strong the punches are. Kicking it off here on Stone Keep.
It is time to find us our first finalist here in Brazil, Parallax versus Carnage. Dolson and Fawn on the call for you. And Fawn, this one carries so much extra weight because you're looking at Parallax, your favorites probably to win this tournament in this region. That 1-game advantage, massive. You need as much wiggle room as you can against this Parallax team. If they're able to win up from that winner's bracket, they only need 2 games in the finals to get it done. This is big for Carnage to make a statement.
Yeah, this means a lot to Carnage Gaming to be able to try and take this over Parallax, an undefeated team, and still proving why they're the undefeated #1 seed in Brazil, even throughout most of these games during the PWC. But it seems like things are getting a little bit dicey in the long run. I mean, I like the keep control they have so far, but they've already had to forfeit a lot of position to Carnage. They're doing pretty well with their dive comps so far, and they even get a first blood because of it.
Carnage Gaming off to the races. 1 kill in tow. Aspexy, he'll be the first one to go down. If you're going to lock down anyone on Parallax Gaming, it's got to be Aspexy time and time again. This man has been shot out of a cannon this phase, but Cool is trying to match that pace. Has been able to do so far. Look at Parallax all grouped up around Banana here. While the point still being captured up. Ares adds another. Mitau will pull one back, and it's a bit of checkerboarding going on in the kill feed here. Spexy makes his way back in onto the point, but Luna's there on the assist. Double from Ares on the turnaround shot, 99%. That'll become 100, and Carnage Gaming will tally the first point.
Okay, Carnage, I see you. I understand. Y'all don't want to go down 3-0 against Parallax. I see you.
Sure
I completely get the fact that they are relying on this IO to pretty much set up everything for them. I mean, that's typically what people want to do. They want to drop Luna on the point. Same thing as always. You've seen it, you heard it. It's the same song and dance that we expect from IO, and just go in. And I think this draft really, really complements that. I was just about to say, I hate Zen individually. I hate him even more when he has a Torvald and a Genos at his back. But when you have a situation like this, I think it's completely fine. They're playing. They're not worried about dying. You can't be when you play those characters. You can't be when you play Rom. You can't be worried when you play Ruckus or Ashe or any of the off tanks that are made to be diving. You have to go in. Their job is to feed. It's pretty much to end. That's what your goal should be on the side of Ruckus or Rom or any of those other off tanks. You want to focus, get those kills, and make sure you burn them down quickly.
Right. I mean, Mitau, look, he won a Crystal for Pro Player of the Year. Well deserving of that title. He's got a great community built around himself, but we've given a lot of love to Aspexy for good reason. I mean, this guy has been massive for Parallax Gaming, and now he's got a composition built around him. You've got a Genos boosting you up and a Torvald there as well. This is the Aspexy show. It's got to be for Parallax Gaming to have their best chance at winning Stone Keep right now, and he has been slowed down by Carnage Gaming. 4 ultimates ready to go by Carnage as well. 1 minute left on the clock, but not far to go here on the payload. That's an overpower. Over on a scooter, instant execute back into the base, but how much time has that caused Parallax to lose? They've had to turn some attention away from the cart. But Carnage Gaming, I think rightly so, Fawn, you're going to take a deep breath and wait for that ROM to get back in the fight.
Seems like the bubble, the billows, it's enough to keep Zen 1v2ing at least the Cassie and the ROM for now. I'm more so interested in the Androxus. He's the one with the accursed arm. There's no overpower. There's nothing it is they really have, and this is exactly why I mentioned it, because I knew he wanted to use it in the back line. That's why he's playing that angle over there. He wants to stay a little bit more grounded by himself, look for an opportunity to pop that accursed arm, see what he can do in the back line. Speaking of which, my goodness, these kills are just flowing for Carnage right now.
That all starts off with the accursed arm. The accursed arm itself doesn't do all that much, but did open up some space. And then really the Hexafire from Rochelle, I think, melted down a lot of the shielding. Kronz falls, and then you got a solo tank Torvald attempting to keep that payload at bay, and that's never a good sign. He's there to throw out some bubbles and maybe nullify a target or two, but outside of that, he's not going to be keeping anything away from your base. So Carnage Gaming off to a roaring start here. A lot of it through Ares. Ares 7-1-4 on this Cassie throughout the first couple of points here in this game. And as much as we've talked about Aspexy, a lot of it's got to be on Ares, right? Matching the pressure that Aspexy's going to be bringing.
Yeah, they need to sort of... I'm not too sure, actually. I don't agree with the Yomi talent pick. I think the Guillotine may have been way more important here. Scooter, Rachao are on top of them consistently, and they don't really have to worry about the fear of the ultimate necessarily burning them down. And you have situations like this where they're pretty much maintaining control by Keep in its entirety. He moves out of the way of the through time and space, but it's what I'm worried about this in the back line. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the ROM dime. I'm concerned about the Ruckus dive. Them getting into the back so easily, so freely, and not really being punished for it either. No one's really able to peel back. They have to group up like this, or otherwise they just don't end up losing. They don't end up winning anything. They don't end up winning any trade.
This is just such a Rachao pick, isn't it? I mean, this Ruckus and Rachao, two names that go hand in hand with one another, and it's worked out for Carnage Gaming throughout the first couple of points here. And now maybe a third with 63% on the board. Parallax Gaming able to stabilize for the moment. This is where Midtow can make his money up on the high ground, pouring damage down. Ares falls. It's Outlander who finishes off that kill. A lot of it done, though, by Midtow, and those Sentinels ripping through the health bars of Carnage Gaming. Wasn't nullified down onto one. Now a Hyper Beam gets flying through. I suppose an ultimate that you're not super worried about around here. No real opportunity for a big execute, so just opening up some space for the rest of your team seems to be an okay usage. Parallax Gaming now starting to get close to matching what Carnage Gaming have. 84 to 66% on the point. Rachao, I believe, still undying here on this bid. The mobility of this Ruckus has paid off in dividends. You hear an overpower ringing through off to the side. They've got one pulled in, and it's Crimson. Perfect target for Parallax Gaming to have. Can you trade out the other support? Sure you can. Carnage Gaming, they pressed down on the gas pedal, and they found the kills they need. Aspexy, he'll go down as well. So will Kronz, and now Carnage Gaming, they've got a chance to win 4-0 on Stone Keep.
Okay. This is the type of play you do love to see. They forced out Aspexy. Aspexy dropped down, touched the point. Okay, he whirlwinds out. What does Rachao do? Rachao focuses on him. Doesn't matter about the Torvald bubble. He pumped the damage into him enough that allowed him to dive onto Outlander, to dive onto Midtow, to make it way easier for him to take care of the DPS of the healer, because one of them was already missing. And then you have situations like this where now they've been left reeling. It's hard for them to sort of fight back into Carnage Gaming's composition right now. The dive is too aggressive. They don't really have the characters to do that, which is why I believe the Guillotine would have been a little bit better than the Yomi in this situation. I think making Rom and Ruckus scared of diving is what you have to do, and I don't think Yomi does that. Yomi is fine if you want to poke, but then you have situations like this. You already see the accursed arm running through the back.
The ults are there, Fawn. They're not for Parallax Gaming, but they are for Carnage Gaming. This is a big one. If Cool can stay alive and find a kill onto Aspexy, things suddenly become very difficult for Parallax Gaming. So staggered out. Respawn on the Vivian now. A few seconds left on the Torvald. And then Zin will be 5 or so seconds behind those two. A Hexafire. Look at the way Rachao's positioning himself here. If anyone drops down from the high ground, they're going to eat 6 guns worth of bullets, and nobody wants to risk it. Are you kidding me? Carnage Gaming in game 1 find a 4-0 over Parallax. Not what I expected to start off this set.
Not at all. If anything, if anything, you have the conversation about, okay, well, Parallax is going to 4-0 Carnage, an undefeated team in the Brazilian region, #1 seed, and we keep mentioning the fact they're undefeated because that's not easy to do. There's no other team from North America, from EU, that hasn't lost a set, and yet we have Parallax, top dogs, getting 4-0'd by Carnage Gaming. That's unbelievable. I'm excited, super excited for this set now if it's this contested.
Agreed. You know, you kind of go into a set like this tentative because Carnage Gaming have been the best of the rest outside of Parallax, and you're wondering how invested can I really let my heart get, because we know how good Parallax is. Apparently invested. Carnage Gaming, they've come to play. They take game 1 on Stone Keep 4-0. Go back to Aggro to break it down.
Well, it's exactly what we expected. A 4-0 here in Brazil, and Parallax. What? Parallax lost? That Kresnik, that can't be right. I mean, Parallax is like, they're the best. I mean, they're 15-0. They don't. Maybe they would have lost a game here to Carnage. I can understand, but 4-0 on the very first map. What happened?
It was, I think, the way that the draft came out, because they had tons of power picks, right? I mean, Vivian, double pockets. They had the Xin to play around it for a Spexy, but I don't think they really played it to the best way that they could have. They had Vivian constantly staying inside of the keep, getting these pockets, but not really gaining any space with them. When you have a Torvald, you're basically saying, all right, whatever DPS we bubble has to make space instead. And I feel like that didn't happen. All they had was space taken from them all game by this Realm, by this Ruckus. And Scooter and Rochelle really were the ones who commanded this game, backed up by the great play by Aries Uncast.
What a way to start off this series. I equated it to a heavyweight fight, and that's really the way it felt, I think, where both these teams are just going to be trading blows. And in this one, Carnage caught Parallax on the chin with the draft. They really made this one work very well. And now it's back to the drawing board a little bit here for Parallax. Gore was saying before this game, Stone Keep is usually one that's pretty close, well contested, but if you can find a 4-0 victory, it really sets a tone for the rest of the set. What does Carnage finding the 4-0 victory, what does that mean for the rest of the set?
Definitely sets a tone for them, at the very least, going forward, that they can figure out Parallax on a map where one of the big things about Stone Keep is you can adapt. It's a map where that has a lot of different ways you can approach the mid-fight. You can play passive, you can play super aggressive, just control one side and slowly take theirs. A million different ways to approach the map, and Carnage figured them out both times they came into the mid. With different ideas, with different ultimates, Carnage were able to just overwhelm them both times. Even on their last pushes, they kind of abused the fact that they only had effectively one tank. We saw Rochelle just land point blank in Kranz's face with a Hexafire. That's dominance in the moment, right? Just point right there saying, hey, listen, you're not getting away from this, and my team's going to now flood everywhere, and you just can't stop us. You don't have the health to do it.
Impressive work here by Carnage. We have ourselves a series. Parallax looking like they might have been able to just sweep it all, but Carnage clearly came to play here today. Question is, where will we be playing map 2? And that will be Ascension Peak. This one's always a little bit intriguing to me, Krez, because it gets banned a decent amount. And when we see it, it hasn't usually been that close. It seems like teams either spend a lot of time practicing Ascension Peak or not so much time practicing Ascension Peak, and sometimes leads to some one-sided affairs.
It can be, but I think both these teams have definitely played the game long enough to understand how they want to be approaching Ascension Peak. The last push can be very difficult. It's one where the spawn doors are basically right above the objective, right? You can't cap the point without being a stone's throw from the spawn door. They're going to be able to shoot down from you from up there. Can be difficult to convert, but if you can do that and then win those really grindy point fights also, it's a good look. I think just actually managing to convert the payload is going to be the hardest thing about winning this map.
Let's see what happens here in the picks and bans. This one just got ratcheted up a little bit here. And we're still just in the semifinals, so it might not be the last time we see these two teams go up against one another. As right away the Eevee gets banned, and this is very similar to how the last map started, and now it is exactly the same on how Stone Keep started. It was Eevee and Maeve bans right off the bat. Something about those two flanks, it seems like neither team wants to mess around.
Yeah, especially with the players that they have on them, right? Carnage, they just don't want to give a Spexy Eevee. They don't want to give him his blasters. Some of the top 5 win rates in the Brazilian PPC are all blasters, and he's basically the only one playing them. So I think that shows how much of an impact he's having on how those champions are kind of succeeding, and then get rid of some dive options from Carnage on the Parallax's side. They've been working those out really well on the last map and in their games in historically in the last couple of weeks. So remove that, force Carnage to take this ROM early. They need him if they want to play an aggressive style. Now Parallax can play for some counter dive. They can go for that Torvald. Not sure if I want Io in the counter dive, but it can work as long as you keep her protected with a strong backline for her to heal, to get her self-healing from her loadout, and of course just to do the damage that she'll kind of lack under that much pressure.
Khan alongside this Io, and it's interesting that two very differing trends between these two. Io has not been picked very much, but she's won every single game where she's been played here in Brazil. Now Khan, who's been played a whole bunch, has only won 1 time out of 9, I do believe, so far here today. So we'll see one of those trends break in this game one way or the other, as now Carnage just go, thank you very much, we'll take Xin Torvald on the back end. You already have that ROM. That feels pretty good to me, Kresnik. I don't know. I mean, Xin has been dominant all weekend.
Yeah, especially paired with the Torvald. We didn't really get to see it that much last game because, well, Parallax lost so spectacularly. And also, the bubbles weren't really going on the Xin, but it's perfectly paired with him because it chains him from one defensive cooldown to the next. If he has a second to wait between Billow and counter, that bubble kind of crosses that gap and lets him actually get there, but it's not going to be an easy matchup that Parallax are going to give him. Andro can do well at just bursting through that, and Shaolin, of course, with the Sand Trap crippling arrow, can just stop him from using Billow or Whirl altogether, and isolating him is definitely one way that Shaw can succeed. But I like this Vivian here. If they try to counter-engage on that Xin as he goes in with a bubble, especially with the Genos pocket, almost a flip of the comps here, the Vivian can put in a lot of damage to whoever tries to fight him.
Yeah, very, very close to what Parallax Gaming was just running on Stone Keep. The ROM, the only difference there, I believe, for them. Maybe they're trying to teach Parallax how they should have run the composition, and that's some mental damage that can be inflicted. But we see this composition once again, the Shaolin Cassie once again back together here, this time for Parallax. Do you think it's enough to even up this series?
I think it can be, but you're putting a lot of pressure on your DPS and on your IO. If the IO gets hit by that Ramen Xin when the DPS are distracted with something else, whether it be maybe the Vivian pushing an angle, it'll be difficult. That IO really has to be protected because this Xin could just kind of take her down all game.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this one. You can already tell. It's Carnage up against Parallax Gaming, the two top teams here in Brazil. Two squads that we know have that high end. And now we're on to Ascension Peak. Really interesting that Carnage has decided to go with a very similar composition to Parallax. Got to watch out for these two bow users here on Parallax, what they can do here in this one. Ascension Peak about to get started. Carnage looking to go up 2-0 against a team that hasn't lost in all of Phase 2. Let's see if they can do it.
Well, it's anything you can do, I can do better, I suppose, is what Carnage Gaming is saying here. A near mirror draft from what Parallax Gaming had in game number 1. Carnage Gaming is going to try to run here the double pocket composition, still have the Xin, and they got a Vivian on their side as well. The big question of the day is, Fawn, can Carnage Gaming make the composition work?
I think the potential is there, but if we've learned anything, I think there's nothing that wants to stall Carnage out because they locked in the ROM. They don't want to wait. They never really want to. And I think a triple DPS composition with an IO is great. I think having the Luna on point, applying it there, and then worrying about everything else later, just worry about the fighting is great. My issue is what happens when ROM gets onto somebody that doesn't quite have the escapes that they need. I mean, granted, all of them do have some sort of escape, but IO can't spread out those heals long enough. If everyone's getting poked down, I mean, Xin has that poking capability with every heavy slash, with the light slashes beforehand. It's going to be problematic. And if ROM starts running in, like I'm assuming he's about to do it a little bit, then it becomes even worse so because IO can't spread out those heals.
Oh, Ares did so much damage, unable to find a kill. Instead, Kronz turns around for first blood in the game. Cool. Finally finalized one of the kills, and now it's a double kill. If the Xin goes down, I suppose Vivian's another great target for some of this double pocketing. Cool, guns down too, and does the majority of the damage, adds a third now. Carnage Gaming, decimate Parallax. He was one along the way. And Fawn, suddenly are looking at Parallax Gaming without a leg to stand on. Carnage can zone out however they please, and they're looking great for point 1.
Yeah, obviously they're going to try and focus on the dismounts if they can, if they can get into a line of sight that allows that, but if they can't, then that's fine. You still have Vivian on your side. She's going to burn down whoever it is that tries to make it on the point exactly like that. She's going opportunity and chaos, and here's what I like about the opportunity and chaos here that I don't believe I got quite yet a chance to mention about last time. Last time, Parallax went opportunity and chaos on Stone Keep. Typically, we see a lot of focus on the booby trap, on the extra health on the deflector shield, suspect everyone, and booby trap are typically the ones that is actually people going more than anything. Opportunity chaos, pretty great into a single tank composition that has Khan on it. It makes it that much more scary to try and deal with, but clearly Parallax aren't worried too much about that potential outcome considering the fact they just sort of clean sweeped them.
I think they just won that mid fight there. Carnage Gaming looked great to capture that mid, and then suddenly Parallax run back in, take control, and wipe Carnage in a similar fashion to how Parallax themselves were wiped just a few moments ago. It was really the target priority. I mean, Vivian and Xin go down immediately, and Carnage Gaming couldn't fight back in from that point on. Way too staggered out down the back end. Now it's time to look at the defense. Ares with one, Kronz with another. The Be Gone won't end up picking up anything here, but Ares does go down. So Parallax Gaming starting to make some headway in the kills department, trying to get this cart moving in the right direction. So difficult to find a successful push here on Ascension Peak just because of the way things are laid out. And I think Carnage Gaming Fawn are doing so well here despite losing a couple here and there. As long as you can trade out, you'll be happy.
Yeah, and I think it's going to come down to that Rom being in a good enough position not to get burnt, because I'm noticing that he hasn't really been crippled like that. He's died, but I don't think there's been any sort of situation that he's been uncomfortable in. It's not like he's been diving in too deep like he is right now, and then he has to find some sort of way to retreat. Obviously, they're going to cripple him, and he's going to end up dying, but I think in how the long run, how things go, that Parallax have still been maintaining control. I was a little bit concerned about the IO having the lack of healing spread, but obviously they have some innate healing in their own kit. They can rely on the Khan battle shot if you don't have any healing on the side of the DPS, so it's quite possible. It's just I'm just worried about what happens when Bulldozer come online. What happens when Cauterize comes online, right? She can't single pocket a lot of people because they're going to be burnt down. It's going to be focused. And Vivian is the last person going to scale, but a disengage. Well, and he tries, and I think he actually tried to withdraw onto back onto the even ground, so he didn't get knocked off. But I think all I did was send him more back, and that's unfortunate.
Well, Parallax are going to self-stagger down the end here. I think a Hyper Beam gets used there as well and sends a couple other targets for Parallax off the map. Unfortunate, to say the least there, but great defense for Carnage Gaming starting to build up here. They have to feel like one maybe got away from them on the mid fight where Parallax were able to take things in a 99-99 mid, but that second wind was just too much. We'll have to see if Parallax have a second wind on this payload push here. A couple ultimates could make a difference. Really, the Accursed Arm is the only thing I think Parallax could use to open up any space right now. Scout will be helpful in spotting out that space, but now Dinte going down won't be an option. Overtime is on. Luna there, helping contest. Mitau with the 1 kill. Cool, though. Rounds the corner here. Plenty of targets for him to work into. And as we expect, Carnage Gaming will tie up the game.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to end up coming down to. I mean, you still have the double pocket on the side of Carnage Gaming. You've got the Vivian. You've got the Zen. And things just become so much more dangerous. It's a different story when you're playing that composition into a Ruckus ROM. You don't have Guillotine. You have Yomi to try and see if you can poke things out. And compared to this one, where you're running opportunity and chaos against a solo tank Khan, as well as an IO, and into a bunch of squishier targets. Obviously, she has Bulldozer now, but when you have Record 2 already, granted, you're supposed to expect Record 2 at this point in the game, Kron's going to have a lot harder time being anywhere that Vivian's not watching, and it's going to put a huge damper on the success of Parallax the longer the game goes on.
Well, now it's Parallax Gaming that maybe that in mind are going to feel like they have a good chance in this mid. Through time and space from Crimson won't connect. Would have been a big boon to the Carnage Gaming cause. Dintic soars up and over, though, finds Crimson on the back line. Ares, bit of a flank here. Spite ready to go. Just going to third person himself. Another member of Carnage Gaming in there behind Ares as well. Parallax don't think they're privy to it just yet, but Ares walks face first into a world of hurt. Parallax are going to start getting sandwiched here. Dintic again on cooldown kills off Crimson. Crimson has not been able to participate in this mid-fight other than sending an ultimate flying that didn't end up connecting. Carnage Gaming, I don't think it found a kill here yet. Dintic starting to warm up. Ares goes down. And Parallax Gaming, they're starting to look dangerous for their second point.
Okay, chat, everyone, Dave, Dolson, I have analysis, and it might be some of the most important thing that you'll ever hear.
Hard-hitting,
and
right.
I think Kresnik could agree. It's big brain approved by him. I think this is a very, very good piece of advice. Stop letting your healer die. I don't think you keep letting Dintic get into the backline effectively enough. That is twice. Dintic killed Genos out of spawn. He made it out of spawn and killed him again, and that entire fight for 2 full-on engagements, they didn't have an opportunity to really do much of anything. You see right now, they have the overextension. Of course, they force out Parallax's overpower, and that's why now it seems like they're sort of reeling, if anything. But Carnage are still the ones in control here. They got the overpower, sure, they knock off one of them, but still, I'll keep saying it until I feel like I'll go blue in the face. It is a level of scaling that they have to be concerned about on the side of Parallax. You get those cauterizes, you get that wrecker, Khan becomes less of an issue. Luna's gonna get burnt. Dintic can't hold angles like this anymore because then he can't really be healed or looked at, because that's just the flaw it is, that the weakness it is that IO has. She can't heal what she doesn't see in line of sight, and it's just gonna end up getting worse, I feel like.
Yeah, I can see a similar arc kind of forming here. And on the previous point of Crimson not being able to play, I mean, that's tough for him, especially on Genos. I mean, you see sometimes Genos finish a game with the highest streak just because of how normally safe he is, but there's a microscope on why Androxus gets picked as often as he does, the ability to do things like that. In the meantime, though, a little bit of flash, not a lot of fire in this offensive push from Parallax Gaming. They've gotten a few kills here and there, but Carnage Gaming have largely pushed things back. So could be looking down the barrel of another successful defense from Carnage. And Parallax has it's an interesting ultimate economy situation at the moment where Carnage have everything. Sentinels, I'll still count that in that category. Parallax have just the Scout. So over the next 25 seconds or so, Parallax likely, obviously you want to get this one in, but you're hyper-focused, Crimson! Forget what I was saying before, there's a nice double kill. The battle shout will only keep Kronz alive for so long. And I think that through time and space seals the deal on this defense.
And I think that is probably best case scenario, is you have a situation where they're stuck up in high ground, they can't really escape, they've already committed to the push, they're waiting, they're 3-peeking, doing whatever it is they can to see around corners, make sure they have a proper assessment of the situation, and then that's it. The aha moment. Through time and space, they're stuck there, can't really get out, covers pretty much the whole area that they could try and get away to, and you have yourselves a double kill thanks to Crimson. I think that is really important, especially having that presence of mind to be able to ult when it is absolutely necessary, and that through time and space couldn't have been any better to help Carnage secure that second point.
Tough, though, that now you don't have it for the mid. We already saw what happened when Carnage missed that through time and space. Obviously, you can't hang that all on Crimson. Name of the game, though, keeping Crimson alive. Dintic will have the accursed arm here shortly, and if he's able to free operate in that backline on Crimson, you imagine this is going to be a short-lived mid-fight yet again from Carnage Gaming. Hyper Beam is here, could be used to open up a little bit of space. Kronz finds one with the overpower. That'll be good for an opening kill here, but immediately traded back. Ares grabs one as well. Scooter stunned down, rooted by a Spexy, who's popped his ultimate. 2 kills now in this mid-fight from Shaolin. Ares, way too many targets to focus on. And Spexy has his third. Carnage Gaming, you thought it started out better. It's a quad, but it gets taken away by Kronz. Big mid-fight from Spexy. Parallax Gaming right back on top.
And I think, I had mentioned it before, obviously the scaling is going to be an issue that I personally feel like I still believe it will be. But you have situations where they're running into the same issues that Parallax had last game with this type of composition. And I think it's coming down to the fact that they don't really... Zen can live forever. We already know this. There's a lot of things that can help him stay alive. But if he's being looked at by too many people, he has to find a way out. And with a healer like Genos, and even with the Torball bubble, you have situations like this. He's overextending. Ares is getting a little bit too aggressive, and it's not it's not working out for him, and it hasn't for most of this time.
Cool with a double kill, though, and Carnage Gaming shows signs of life here on the mid-fight. And it's moments like this where you have to kind of scan the horizon, look for what ultimates are going to be coming up. The second wind of the mid-fight is the way I look at it. The Sentinels will be ready to go for Vivian here in a moment. And then it's a scout shortly after that, through time and space, the one that was used to secure the defense for Carnage Gaming. Could be a difference maker here down the stretch on this mid-fight. Big one, tiebreaker, gives whichever team captures a chance to win. So you definitely want this one if you're Carnage Gaming. Kronz, oh my, he has taken so much damage here. Through time and space is ready to go. Midtown, though, finds the opening kill onto Cool. Aspexy with one as well. The damage dealers for Parallax suddenly starting to get things done here. Around the backside goes Crimson, but it's himself and Scooter against the world, and I don't like their odds. Overtime will melt away, and Parallax Gaming have done enough to get it done.
And I think it was forcing Crimson out of his more comfortable position. You heard the nether steps come through on the side of the Androxus. He got behind into the back line, got the kill, made it work for them. Well, he didn't get the kill, but he forced Crimson out of a situation he was more comfortable in, put him in a different spot, forced him to actually have to touch because they were killing everybody else. Anytime he spent running, he's not healing, and he can't stop running because otherwise he's going to end up dying to Androxus. So I think that was a very good flank. It opened up a door of opportunities for Parallax. He's eyeing up another time in space and doesn't quite find it yet. But Ares is in the back, all the way trying to stop them, I guess.
Whoa! Wow, Ares from range gets a Spexy, but immediately gets turned around on by Dintic. There's a ranged Luna stun for you. Scooter actually will end up falling, I think, in large part thanks to Luna locking him down there for just a moment. His health bar was plenty low. If nothing else, we're seeing Carnage Gaming make another stand here on defense. Fawn, I mean, look, we can't ignore the next minute and a half because Parallax will have some ultimates to try to get this game finalized. But Carnage Gaming need a serious revamp on this mid-fight here because they have yet, outside of the first one, to be able to look competitive.
Yeah, and I think rounding this corner is going to be the hardest thing that Parallax have to do. They go for the overpower, but it even misses. Looking for a Chow or just anyone, I believe, in the back, trying to see if he can find a pick on him. But I think that Rom has to concede the space here. They're going to try and move up onto the high ground once again. Okay. He's
on an island, man. He's on an island on his own.
Yes. At this point, stop pushing. Like, just relax. It's okay. Because we've seen Ares push up so many times, and he's died every single time. There's nothing that's really been created. He hasn't been able to get the kills. He hasn't been able to find what they need to try and secure anything. Now, he's able to get it there, but that's because he has the help of Scooter, and therein lies my point. Wait until you have your teammates to help you out, unless it's a situation like this, where you try and ult, see if you can burn down the con, and it's not enough still.
This is interesting here, Fawn. Parallax Gaming with some great trading there. Able to keep this cart rolling itself forward. 15 seconds left. Carnage Gaming back on the defense. Sentinel Sprout forth for Cool. Got a great angle here on the high ground. Parallax Gaming, Overpower, Be Gone, Scout. Those can get used to finish off this game here should they find the opportunity. Luna gets burnt through. That'll buy a little bit of time for Carnage Gaming as we reach the overtime period. Ares off on his own yet again. Over to the left, though. This time he'll be able to dash his way. Off back to safety. Cataclysm down from Scooter, but no follow-up there. Ares this time able to find the first kill. Rochelle with another. Looking like this defense is going to be successful for Carnage Gaming. As close as the cart got, it did not reach its destination, and Carnage Gaming forces on to a 0.7.
Okay, so they definitely have the ultimate economy on the side of Parallax Gaming. If Khan hits this overpower way earlier in the fight, if he gets who he's looking for, which I would imagine would have to be either Scooter or Rachel, I don't think he would waste it as much on the squishier targets. I don't think he would try and overpower a Vivian or anything. Well, actually, no. At this point, all they need is a pick, actually. He's going to try and overpower early. All he really needs to look for right now is a pick, actually. It doesn't matter who he gets.
Like
the score is 3-3. You need something. Right, exactly.
Like,
the score is 3-3.
Anyone but Rochelle, and I'm happy about it. Might be the case. Might be the case. Parallax Gaming, they've got a lot of Haven built up on their side for good reason. That's where all the damage is coming from. Parallax very difficult to burn through. Can Carnage Gaming on a 0.7 mid-fight finally turn around the defensive points into one offensive and push Parallax Gaming down to 0-2 through time and space? Will not help the cause. Parallax Gaming, though, do have to back away. There's a hyper beam. Did Rochelle get anyone with it? Oh, he got one, but he immediately gets overpowered back onto the map. Off goes Rochelle, but that opened up the door for Ares as well. We said anyone but Rochelle is the one who goes down. Dintic will dash his way back onto the map. He somehow stays alive here. Outlander doing his best to sustain the rest of his team. Look at the point percentage in the meantime, 75% for Carnage Gaming. They just need to zone. They just need to keep Parallax Gaming at bay, and I think they've done enough to get things done here as Spexy turns around, gets the kill. On to Ares. Where are the targets? They are not here. Overtime is on. A Spexy around to the corner here, looking for a little bit of damage. They're body blocking him off. Overtime gets reset here. They have to back away. Mid-tower with one. Dintic dashes his way in, and a cursed arm gets popped here. Does not get the kill. Over onto Cool. Now Scooter back behind the statue. Ares, Scooter combined for a couple. Overtime melting away. Spite is enough to lock down the target. Carnage Gaming go up 2.
I can't believe that.
Unbelievable.
Okay, fight started off super sick. Torvald, okay, I have a hyper beam. I'm going to use it. I want to knock people off the side. Khan recognizes that before he lifts up too far, hits the overpower, throws Rachao off the side. Perfect. That's what that's what they need to keep on going. Right. However, it turns its head around. Ares dives into the back, tries to see what he can do, doesn't quite get the kill, but everyone else is in chaos. It's absolutely insane that Parallax lose that when they were winning the fights up until that point.
Look, I'm BMing this Torvald thinking, look, he can just live, we don't care. He gets a hyper beam kill immediately in that fight, wastes enough time with that overpower that Ares is able to melt down some damage. Carnage Gaming, Fawn, they're up 2 games over Parallax here. 1 game away from handing Parallax their first set defeat of the phase here in the PPC. We'll go back to Aggro, though, to break down Game 2.
How about that? Parallax Gaming now up against the ropes. Carnage withstand body blow after body blow after body blow. I mean, every single mid-fight was going the way of Parallax until the very last one. And that's the one that matters most. What did you see in that one, Kresnik? Because that might have been the most fun game of the Paladins World Championship so far. That was incredible.
I mean, it was so back and forth the entire time. But for me, in that last fight, I mean, other than, of course, the Hyper Beam getting that initial kill, that real difference maker near the end was Scooter. He was in the middle of their entire team. You saw the pressure he was putting on Outlander. Outlander was frantically jumping to try to heal someone through a window off the edge of the map. The Andro just barely alive, and Scooter was just in the core of them. They couldn't burn him down because they were all so low. He buys enough time for them to almost cap single-handedly. Honestly, if Ares hadn't struggled in that other 1v1 there, Scooter was the one who really kept them in it.
What a shot that was from Crimson. I mean, we talked so much about the double DPS of Cassie Shaolin. I think it's pretty easy to win a fight whenever your support solos them both by himself. That was incredible. Ares had an absolutely phenomenal performance here on this Xin all game long. But every single clip is Carnage Gaming defended successfully. Carnage Gaming defended successfully. Parallax was really handling these point fights really, really well. And then Carnage just kind of turned up when it mattered most. What a performance from them. A back and forth game all the way through. It's going to equal some ugly score lines, and we kind of see that across the board for both sides. I just can't believe Parallax now is required to reverse sweep Carnage if they want to stay on the winner's side.
Listen, they've 3-0'd enough teams before. They're definitely no strangers to dominant wins, but on a team that's looking so good against them, this is where it's definitely, I think, going to get the most difficult here. And I want to make a note really quick. Look at the shielding on Rochelle for Carnage. Yeah. He shielded as much damage as Kronz took, so he actually did his job as a tank on someone else, and then you had 200,000 soaked by Scooter there. I think that the DPS, of course, I mean, they're the ones who are getting the kills, they're the ones showing up in the feed and having the higher stats, but when you look at it like this, I think you can see really the difference that this Ramen Torvald made. I just find it crazy that the Torv ends up winning in the late game. That's where he's supposed to fall off. That's his worst part of the game. They have Brazil, they have Wrecker, but Rashao really helped in the end.
Huge deal for that Torvald, and I think we'll continue to see that be prioritized as we head to Ice Mines. And if you would have told me Parallax is going to Ice Mines in map 3, I would have said, oh, okay, yeah, you know, a team just trying to slow them down and try and get some momentum back. It's Parallax trying to slow Carnage down and take them all the way. As much as that last one went the distance, Ice Mines certainly has the potential to do the same.
I also want to say that Carnage, this is a massive improvement for them, because their last set they played in the PPC, they lost to Ignite, who were just got eliminated. So they've clearly just shown up here. They had this in the pocket for this, and they're showing up when it matters, luckily for them. But Parallax, they got to feel comfortable here. Spexy is a really flexible player on blasters. He's kind of pushed almost all of them to the top win rates in the Brazilian PPC right now, and Carnage clearly know that. They're going to ban that BK, just like they did on map 1. Got them to some success there, so on a map even closer range where he succeeds even more, it makes sense to get rid of him again.
The Torvald and Rom don't want to play against either of those. That makes a lot of sense to me after what we just watched on Ascension Peak. Bomb King and Makoa are the bans. So still plenty of blasters available. Willow notably open here. Spexy would like it. Don't know if that's going to be heavily prioritized towards the top end of the draft, because I don't know how much Carnage is willing to go in that same direction, but something I'm going to be keeping my eye on as this draft continues.
Yeah, they have flexible enough players, I think, to go in that direction, but it makes sense for Parallax to, I think, go towards the Ashe. But Carnage, Parallax are more taking the general what we want to pick up. Carnage is more aiming towards the, well, we're taking Terminus because it's Ice Mines. Of course we're taking Terminus. He can block lanes on his own with his Siphon. He has a great ultimate. We'll get Khan because he has a great ultimate as well, and of course him being able to match up into the Terminus, I think, in a decent matchup for him. You want to eliminate that from the enemy team, plus it's also good into the Ashe. So in general, flexible pickup here, and then it's Ice Mine, so pick up the Tiger. The bouncing primaries help a lot when you're harassing windows, and that sword piercing the Terminus Siphon, piercing the Con Shield, it'll help Parallax get an edge, I think, on any tank who tries to get too aggressive.
Very interesting, though. I mean, we haven't seen Tiberius all weekend, I think. I think this might be the first Tiberius of the Paladins World Championship, and I was asking you guys about him, and you said he's good. He's just kind of map dependent. But we still haven't seen him either way, which I think is noteworthy. So we'll see how well he can perform here on Ice Mines. As Cassie and a Ying being hovered, Io, Corvus, Grover, all still available, all of whom have looked pretty good this weekend. Why Ying right now for Carnage?
Spammable ult and a lot of sustain. That's the real reason you do it, I think. I mean, yes, you can cauterize her healing, her Illusory Rift in her ult, but if you pick Damba for that kind of pocket potential and that impactful ultimate, late game resilience turns on. You already have a couple different sources of it on your team, so let's focus on no CC raw healing and maybe let our tanks get away with getting slammed by that heavy blade thrown out by that Tiberius. Parallax, I do like the Eevee in response to it, though, because if you get that Ice Storm onto the Ying, doesn't really have as good of a chance surviving unless she happens to be in between all of her illusions already.
Going to be an interesting pickup there, as Fernando and Zin are the final two selections. Couple champions that we really haven't seen all weekend. Both Tiberius and Ying have been pretty absent so far. Kresnik, there is no way Parallax gets swept, right? There is no chance they get 3-0'd?
I'd love to agree with you, but look at what Carnage have. They have Reanimate, they have 2 Executes on Ice Mines. Unless Parallax's tank ults are some of the most immense I've ever seen, Carnage are poised to make this happen.
Unbelievable storyline here. Parallax, the 15-0 team here in phase number 2, a team that we thought had a chance to outright run the table in individual points, now on the verge of going down to the loser's bracket. Can Carnage complete the sweep over Parallax?
We had serious upsets on Friday afternoon when we were in the North American portion of the Paladins World Championships. Now we're over in Brazil, and it's wild to say that a 1 versus 2 seeded matchup could be an upset. Obviously, the 2 beating the 1 in some regard is, but this is a 15-0 team. That is massive. This Parallax team has not lost a set. Now they've got to win 3 straight games. Fawn, the desk, really zoned in on a couple of those Execute ultimates that Carnage Gaming are bringing to the table. Do you think that's enough to get them over the finish line?
I have to agree with Kresnik. I really think the Guillotine, the Overpower, you pretty much have 2 ways to secure kills, and that makes it so much harder for Krons, for Dintic to really get anything started for them. Number 1 counter of Ashe, in my personal opinion, always has been Khan. I don't know if that's up for debate or anything, but I think the Overpower, the Commander's Grab, it's too strong to deal with the Assert dominance. It's just too much. And look, they're getting run down on the side by some of the tanks as well. They actually already in their opposing high ground.
Carnage Gaming, they can smell blood in the water, and Ares is the one leading the charge. Oh, there's some turnaround potential. That's why you pick a Tiberius nearly a 3-kill swing for Aries. That likely would have been backbreaking here in this mid. But Midtown staying alive, and now Aries picking up another kill as well. I think this is smart from Carnage Gaming. You can't afford to lose anyone else because Parallax Gaming coming back in force here in just a moment. Carnage Gaming will stall out at 36%. Parallax fighting back in.
It seems like for right now, Spexy's trying to do what he can to get poke onto Carnage Gaming of anyone, more so just the Terminus, to see if he can prevent them from immediately making it to point. He chunks him pretty low. Of course, that means everyone else is going to full send in, try and see if they can find anything that will get them a potential kill. But maybe Dintic overextended a little bit too much. It ends up paying he ends up paying the price.
Aries turns around one, immediately taken down by Midtown. Look at the positioning this Tiberius is taken here. He'll pop the ultimate. Midtown wants to go now. He's found Crimson in the back. Should be an easy target. But enough transformations has kept Midtown at bay. He'll turn around, deal the final blow. Crimson will end up dying. And now Parallax Gaming in perfect position to take point number 1.
It seems like they might actually be able to, because there's no way they get past this. Look at the heavy blade damage. That chunk, that AoE is so much. It's huge to have to deal with, if anything. And it also goes through Terminus Siphon, depending on where it is you actually throw it. The Tiberius is top damaging right now. We mentioned it, I believe, a little bit yesterday, or at least in passing. I don't remember if it was on cast or off when we were talking about the games, but we had brought up the Tiberius beforehand. And Tiberius is a good character. This is exactly what you mean.
Nice.
But through time and space, that's about as good of an opportunity as you would want. Even forces out the Immortal.
Immortal gets used by Parallax Gaming. They sense maybe an opportunity to make up a lot of ground here on this cart. You got to take those opportunities as they arrive, especially on Ice Mines. Crimson will delay things out a little bit longer. Always fun to watch a Ying try to escape those situations. And now this cart gets moving quickly. I actually think Parallax good to use those ultimates there. Immortal's obviously a pretty big one through time and spaces as well. But now you've given yourself a great chance to convert.
Huh, you know, I thought about it. And there's, well, I mean, you already have the overpower to actually be used to potentially get the pick, but one thing it is I'm curious about is it's Ying and not Grover. I actually thought that would have been perfect for their draft on the side of Carnage Gaming. Would have even gave them plenty of anti-dive potential. Would have stopped the Ashe. Would have prevented the Fernando from really from his ult having a lot more mileage than it probably should because of the Whirlwind. I feel like the Grover may have been a little bit more better here, but it seems like for the most part that Parallax are really leading the charge right now. There's not much that's been done except for the fact that they will get this pick on Dintic.
The card did slow down a little bit, as you'd expect right around here. Overpower a moment ago gets used up, 35% on that one. So now it's really Overpower watch in my mind, in that, you know, you give Carnage Gaming, I think, a little leeway on losing that first mid-fight because so much of their team fight revolves around finding these instant executes, whether it's the Overpower or whether it's the Spite. And now, in all likelihood, Fawn, this is kind of regardless of whether this gets defended or not, so we'll have to return to this point in a moment. You might not have maybe one of the most important ultimates going into that next mid, but I'll hold that thought as Parallax Gaming have now made their way back towards this cart. We will make our way into an overtime here at some point. Watch out for just one pick to make all the difference here. Mitau thinks he can win this engagement with Cool, but Aspexy goes into the back. Crimson finds the first shot. Aspexy finds another. Mitau, Cool both go down. Kronz falls as well. So now point tanking duties and contesting goes over to Dintic, but the domino's starting to fall here. Parallax Gaming just losing a little bit too much health a little bit too quickly. And Carnage Gaming will tie up this game.
I am a bit taken aback by the fact that this is exactly what happened on Ascension Peak. We had a very strong start from Parallax. Very good mid-fight, great confirms, allow themselves to get the points. You have both of their DPS up at the top, leading the charge in terms of damage. And then you have a situation like this where they get a little bit too overzealous, or somebody may have overextended, or Carnage Gaming were just ready to end up getting the pick. They wanted to force something regardless. It still ends things at a 1-1 on Ice Mines already. And I think what's important to keep in mind here is that once that overpower is up, that's going to be huge. And I think Terminus Scooter is just going to play a lot more aggressive. He has that reanimate. He can dive in if he needs to without really having to worry about much.
That's a great point, Fawn. And just before that final skirmish, I was wondering where this overpower would be charged up to. It was low, and now you can just consider it up and ready to go here over the next couple of seconds. Carnage Gaming coming into this fight exactly where they want to be. Outlander hits another one. Are you kidding me? This guy has continued to give his team an edge in some of these fights, but right now it's just a trade. Mitao will use the ultimate here, and what an area to use it in where you can make maximum use of all that spatial damage, but he'll have to back off for just a moment. Spexy continues his tear throughout this game, and Ice Storm will drop down, keeps Carnage Gaming at bay. But Carnage Gaming in such a dominant position here, point-wise, 66%, and a chance to zone.
It seems like for right now, Spexy needs to find some shots that will allow his team, that will lower the health bars of Carnage Gaming. So that way it'll be a lot easier for Parallax to maintain control over the objective. You don't want to force out, I was just about to say, you don't want to force out the Fernando ultimate if you can help it. But already, you see how heavy it's being moved into. Mitao gets a kill on the right-hand side as well. This fight still is up in the air.
Rochelle goes down, but so does Kronz. Spexy continuing to be a thorn in the side of Carnage Gaming. What a game that this Eevee has had so far. Overtime is melting away, realizing they have a little bit of time. Carnage Gaming are going to slow things down here, but Dintic has other thoughts in mind. It's 42% climbing, a triple kill for Dintic. What a turnaround from the Ash out of nowhere. And again, Carnage Gaming look like they might be denied.
It all came down to the fact that Dintic was just in the better position to do so. I mean, you had Tiberius on the sides already firing out his chakrams, letting him bounce, hitting people around corners, and he's just chilling in the back. He doesn't have to move in if he doesn't need to. He just needs to make sure that he's always shooting something, always firing. Even if they get the Genos in the back, it doesn't really matter because of the fact that they are just so in the lead here. No, the guillotine wasn't even used, actually, and I'm kind of surprised by that. The guillotine was sort of held onto and not really expended.
That is brutal, you know, for Carnage Gaming. You got to feel like you've given yourself your best chance possible on winning that mid fight. All you need to do is zone out effectively, and you're unable to get that done. I think Spexy has really started to come alive. Ooh. Obviously, Dintic has as well, and now he wants to do it again. Man. You love to see the setup. Outlander 3 for 3 on the through time and space here in this game, and he'll add another one. Is it enough, though? Cool. He wants to answer that question for me and says no, it's a double kill. As we speak on the Xin, could be a triple around the side, and of course, Cool will find that one. So a minute and a half left, and Carnage Gaming finally have to hit the brakes.
They hold on to the zone long enough, which I don't think they'll be able to do because they just had a few missing members. They lost a couple on that ensuing fight. Since they lost them, they won't really be able to make it back on. They won't really be able to get a better zone, excuse me. They will be able to make it back on the side of Parallax Gaming, but Carnage won't really be able to push up, get a better zone that prevents them from getting to the cart more easily. It all depends on how this next overpower is used, which I don't even really think he even needs to. I think he just needs to have some support here on the sides because they're going to come over and try and fight him. It's just not going to end up working out, and they have to be able to help. Good peel from the Terminus Siphon.
He lives for a moment, but then Mitao will close the gap, get a double kill for himself. It's the game of multi-kills here, apparently. And watch out, Carnage Gaming. You're going to lose Ares here as well. There's going to be a heavy stagger. Both your frontliners will be back around at the same time. But then Cassie, 5 or so seconds behind that, will likely see them slow things down, wait to get back out at the last possible moment, and that moment is now. But there are 30 seconds left. Carnage Gaming, they need one big sweeping fight to get things done here. Mitao being at half HP will definitely help things out. He'll turn around a little bit of damage over onto Cool. 15 seconds left now, so the timer has been halved. Likely one overtime period, one last final fight to decide this one. Look at the Ice Storm from Spexy. It's locked Carnage Gaming in place. Big damage numbers pouring on through. Ares goes down, and Rochelle is right behind him. And Immortal gets used here as well. The cart rolls in. Of course it does. Parallax Gaming. They'll go up 3-1.
Okay, now all they need to do is make sure that they hold on to it for now and don't end up getting reverse swept by Carnage, although that's a little bit easier said than done, considering the fact they have the guillotine, they have the overpower, they have the reanimate. They're going to do the same thing that I mentioned last time. Scooter's probably going to force something onto the opposing enemy's high ground. He has the res, so he's not too concerned about it. Dintic got the kill on him last time, but also Ares and Rachao were pushing up that same sort of high ground from a different angle and managed to get the kill on Dintic and control it from that point on. It's a matter of how these ultimates are used. Obviously, the scout is going to get used just for intel, but I think the true story here is that guillotine. If they manage to melt people down in time at the appropriate time, it matters. Rachal's probably just going to hold his overpower until assert dominance gets used, I would imagine.
Spexy has just been disgusting this game as well, hasn't he? This Eevee has been maybe the difference maker. Outlander,
Oh, no.
100% on through time and space. He'll hit this one, not for a kill though. Guess you give him some credit for that. Mitao will be first blood in this fight, immediately followed off by Scooter, but the reanimate puts him right back in range of the fight. Illusory Rift, you hear that one ringing out in the background, but Spexy continues his tear through Ice Mines. It's another kill on the board now for the Eevee. You got to imagine this is Carnage Gaming's best chance with fast cap on their side, and they've fallen just a couple ticks short previously. You need to get these kills, though, and of course Dintic's going to survive, and Spexy will do the same as well. He's burning away on a 20 streak. Is Spexy, and now Cool not in a position that he wants to be. The Spite won't get the kill. Mitao gets the double. Is this the end of the road for Carnage Gaming on Ice Mines? A good zone will make it a yes.
It seems like that's pretty much all she wrote for now, unless Carnage can find a way back in. The Terminus Siphon is out, but Tiberius has other plans in mind. He wants to get into the back line. Stop him. Look at the chunk. Look at the damage of the heavy blade. Everyone else on the side of Parallax keeps him locked down. Mitao goes in the back. That's pretty much game. They can't get to touch the objective. My goodness, that was well played by Mitao.
Onward to game 4. These KDAs are going to be looking pretty good, I think, for Parallax Gaming. That's a quick Ice Mines, and maybe just what the doctor ordered to start to turn things around here in this set when you've lost 2 straight to Carnage Gaming. One map at a time, and this is a team that can absolutely do that. I think Spexy there, pivotal, allowing for a lot of setup and a lot of good damage numbers.
Yeah, I agree with that too, and this is why the Tiberius has a lot of good opportunities to be used on certain maps. Ice Mines is one of those maps where you can feel more comfortable with him on, and you saw how much it mattered when he threw his heavy blade into those choke points, snapped his fingers, everyone gets hit for 850, it chunks people, and you still have to worry about the chakras bouncing around. I love the Tiberius pick, and I feel like it was definitely a pivotal part in Parallax's success.
Well, we officially have a set now. Carnage Gaming, no 3-0. Parallax fight their way back in. Game 4. Right after this break.
Well, the series continues. Parallax, as we all knew, would not go down without a fight. They win Ice Mines pretty convincingly here, Kresnik, and force us to a game number 4.
Yeah, and I really thought Carnage were just going to take it there with the comp that they ended up with, but I saw them really holding on to some things for a lot of the time. Cool NZ just sat on that guillotine for too long. I lost count. I was trying to remember how long. It was just too long, and then he used it in front of everybody. So Carnage, some misuses, and Parallax, some great teamwork makes that almost insurmountable to go up against. I felt like Outlander had set up for all of his ults, and I felt like a Spexy, just any pressure that went on him, they immediately sent 2 people to help him stay alive.
Now, I don't know if it's just Mitau or the fact that it's just Ice Mines, but Tiberius looked pretty good here, Kresnik. I'm surprised if this is what he can do that we haven't seen more of him.
He's great on this map, especially into shield tanks, because that sword pierces any shield that gets in its way. So anytime Termin's pushing him with a Siphon up, anytime Khan wants to actually make space against him, suddenly you're hit for 1300 and you're slowed for 50% through your shield when you thought you were safe. So all of that adds up when you can do this and just throw chakrams into windows and get free kills. Also, if you can do stuff like that, good lord, Mitau with the tracking on that whirl over there. One can do that, it helps, but having an Eevee going 13-1 to take pressure off you, I think helps quite a bit too.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt. I don't think that hurts at all. Spexy, unbelievable for performance. I mean, when your damage dealers are going to go 26-6 combined, you're going to win a lot of games. And that's exactly what Parallax does right here. Impressive healing performance from Crimson. The Ying certainly put out the healing numbers that we needed from her. Pretty considerably above the Genos, but the Genos extra utility of amping damage, pretty hard to ignore.
I'd say really, really hard game for Ares in particular, too. Dintic was kind of uncontested a lot of the time, I felt. Even though he went down, that's just, I think, part of him going so aggressive, and Dintic will die for a Spexy to stay alive. At the end of the day, Rishao couldn't really stop that Ashe aggression, and Ares ended up kind of on the blunt end of it, almost to hold the dives.
So with that, Parallax now back in this series, 2-1. A reverse sweep is what they need, but feels a lot more manageable, needing only 2 in a row, right? 3 in a row, it seems like a lot. 2 in a row, a little bit more manageable. Fish Market is going to be the call, and as Gore said, we've seen a lot of Fish Market here this weekend.
Because teams are target banning each other's maps because they're preparing for each other. You know, they're going into this ready. They know that they want to have any leg up you can. If you ban 2 of their best maps, now that we're at number 3, you're going to have to go to Fish Market. You're going to have to go to your Ascension Peaks to still have something to flex in the map pool. So not surprised, I think, to see Carnage going here. Brazil also tends to love it with the way that they can play, I think, right up their alley. Carnage, I would ban it too. If he goes 13-1 against me, I'm banning it too. It's just not worth it as Parallax continue to stop Carnage from being able to get that aggressive.
Yeah, we keep going, oh, wow, Eevee Mave bans an awful lot. Weird, but okay. And then we see what happens when Eevee gets through, and we all kind of understand that a Spexy is not allowed to get his hand on that pick, at least for a little bit longer. As both teams really taking shots at, I think, the other team's identity. The flankers have been very strong for Parallax, so Eevee, Xin are the bans. The dive tanks have been very strong for Carnage, excuse me, so they take away Rom and Ruckus. I was right, by the way, it was Carnage, and that's why Parallax is banning them. But that does leave open the Torvald once again here for Carnage.
Yeah, the Torvald is going to be good on this map, especially depending on who they manage to get to pocket with it, of course. If Parallax want to get aggressive, they will have to go through that Torv. And Maeve looks like aggression will be on the table, especially paired with an Ashe. We saw Dintic on the Ashe perform, I think, great last game, even with a supposed answer in that con. Torv now has to fill that same role of nullifying the Ashe out of dashes, catching her during her ults, maybe even using his Hyper Beam to knock Ashe out of her ult. A lot of things that this Torv might have to do, and I'll even have the backup with the Khan, whose win rate is somehow going further and further into the tank every single time he gets picked. He was doing great in the other regions, too. Brazil just seems to not be performing as well with him. He has a great potential to bully. Maybe the off-tank players in general are just better at avoiding him and keeping their distance. This is a map where you can do that. It's pretty wide. Just pick the side he's not on.
It's so crazy. I mean, 92% win rate, or pick rate, 9% win rate, I think is what I saw. That's insane. That's actually pretty nuts. As Strix is the pickup here for Parallax. I mean, Fish Market has some of these longer sight lines. We've seen snipers do very, very well on this map. So Strix kind of makes sense. He's really been the premier one so far this weekend. You pair that with a Genos, now you're basically executing people with a headshot after the damage amp. Pretty standard combo here for Parallax.
Yeah, I actually love the start of this for Parallax. I think all those characters perform great with a Luminary boost. Ashe even gets more sustain than others. Usually, Ashes tend to play lifesteal at 50% in their build, so if you're doing more damage, you're getting more health. It just works when you do it that way, and that'll help survive when they actually get on top of that IO. And I like this little ending here. I like the Cassie in response to what they have. Not only do you now have Scout for the Midnight, that Ashe is going to get knocked away from the IO if she tries to get too aggressive and dive in. As Parallax ending with Nando, they have the same tank composition as last time, and I mentioned, hey, they can win this, they can turn this around if their tank ults do a lot, if they have a lot of impact. They did, and the same thing can work on Fish Market. Even though it's so wide, you can go in with Immortal to protect your team, you can use that assert dominance to make a lot of space. Parallax, again, if these tanks manage to perform exactly what they have to do, they have a great shot.
I'm just looking at what this Maeve is going to be able to do. I mean, when a Spexy goes 15-1 in the last game and looks that good, I think that you're immediately looking for, can the flank provide as much damage and utility as we saw from that Eevee? Parallax Gaming, not out of the woods quite yet. Still have to trudge through Fish Market and find their way to a Game 5. See if they can do it.
Carnage Gaming, they like the Torvald compositions, and they'll run another one here with another chance to put Parallax Gaming down into the losers bracket. Fawn, there was some concern expressed on the desk around some of the tanks here in this matchup. Fish Market, definitely a great place to be thinking about that. You got Just a Con, if we're kind of ignoring the Torvald for a moment for Carnage, and then Fernando Ashe for Parallax Gaming. Looks like there's going to be a lot of fighting and then point capping later, though. Got to look at that IO for Carnage as well.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting here is there's always a time where I'm concerned if I see a Genos on either side, because that Luminary is going to come into effect when Strix hits you for a headshot that's going to be for 1950, almost 2,000 damage, almost 2,000 of your health is going to end up being gone if he manages to hit it, even by accident, if he's boosted by Genos Luminary. I like the prioritization of the early, I love the prioritization of Wrecker, Bulldozer. You need to be able to burn that Conchio. It's solo tank. And it's also, obviously, Luna going to be dropped on point. You want to make sure you burn those down quickly enough so that way they're at a disadvantage later on.
A bit of Rezil, please, says Carnage Gaming. I think 4 out of 5 team members had that on their side. Certainly worth the effort, and some of it. Mitau, the roaming hand cannon, will find first blood here, but immediately gets traded out by Cool. A double now for the Androxus, looking for a little bit more. Give Carnage Gaming an edge. But you gotta keep Luna in mind. All of this time, Carnage Gaming are gonna be fighting out, putting out pressure, and they're gonna be capturing the point in the meantime.
He's managed to even this up as well. Cool being at the right spot at the right time means that he was able to make things work out for him. Tintic, I believe, was pushed all the way into the spawn on Carnage's side, and he's a little bit overextended. That's how I'll phrase that one. It might be a little bit too deep in there, and because of that, he's gonna get punished, obviously, and get killed. So now they're missing a man, and now that puts some hurt onto the front lining position of Parallax Gaming. But if you have Mitau on the Strix, and he's still hitting shots like that, maybe you're less concerned about whether you've lost a tank or not, and more so concerned about how long is it going to take you to actually capture this point? How long will they be able to stall? Well, ultimately, have by this point in time, but a double kill already, a triple for a Spexy.
My man is starting to warm up on this Maeve. I can't believe Cool earlier on kind of pre-peaked or re-peaked that Maeve and started warming things up. Yeah, I mean, look, you can't ban out everything against the Spexy. And that's what you expect him to do time and time again. Triple kill on the Maeve out on the back end of the mid-fight here. Carnage Gaming, this has been the theme for them in the mids. They've gone up to 99, close to it %, and just haven't been able to close things out. A Spexy nearly lives there. Cool will luckily find some of that long-range damage. Obviously not how you want this Fish Market to start off if you're Carnage Gaming. And now you're concerned that a Spexy might have another world beater of a game.
Look at how far up Strix was during that. I mean, Ashe, of course, used the assert dominance. She wants to get into the back, try and lock him down, forces out to be gone. But look at how aggressive Strix is being. You would have thought it was 2 flanks and not a backliner that actually was on the side of Parallax Gaming. Maeve, of course, Spexy is popping off on the Maeve. He's throwing out things left and right, throwing out the daggers, making sure he's chucking people down. But MidTown is taking these more aggressive positions, using the stealth to move in, willing to take fights against characters like Androxus and Cassie, and anyone that might pose a little bit more of an issue for him due to the sudden movements. And it's clearly working out for them, just like that overpower worked out for Khan.
Ooh, cool. Great way to weave your shots in there. Likely fall, get some battle shout healing, so actually he'll stay in this fight a little bit longer. Torvald holding his own on the right-hand side of the fight as well. Messy here. This is going to benefit Carnage Gaming through and through, and they'll get a nice sweep over Parallax. They're going to have to back off. And so this, you know, as worrying as the mid-fight was for Carnage Gaming, the fact that you've been able to hold it successfully as they have right around this hill, it's got to be something to hang your hat on, though. You got another 40 seconds to defend against a Parallax team that have a couple of ults they could use.
Yeah, I entirely agree with that as well. I mean, the Midnight can be used to actually force out the engagements here. Of course, you have the Hyper Beam to stall things out. Anyone's trying to touch to contest for overtime, you're going to hold them off of the point, you're going to hold them off the map, anywhere that just keeps them from pushing on to your team, pushing onto the objective and making things work out for them. But especially already getting the kill, I think they don't even really need to use the Midnight. There's trades that are going more so in favor of Parallax, and that puts Carnage at a great disadvantage.
This card, I think, going to get very close, if not entirely in here. Spexy is still alive. Now it's Rochelle. Last line of all. It's so unfortunate with the Hyper Beam. Gets pushed up against the cart, but unfortunately, Cool will pick up a kill here for Parallax Gaming. Now he'll dash away. Didn't tick in range as well, but the shoulder bash is defensive. So Hyper Beam does just enough, I suppose, and gives Carnage Gaming their first point of the game.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to, once again, Mittal being posted up in the back, free firing where he sees fit. There's not a lot of pressure that's happening to him right now, so Strix is, for the most part, uncontested. I think this round, obviously, we will see the Midnight from a Spexy just to see if they can force things, disorient Carnage Gaming, make sure they can play off of these very heavy angles, because not only is it scary having to deal with the Maeve and the Dart, but you also can't see Strix or where he's positioned. And since we know Mittal likes to play these more aggressive angles, pushes up, uses the stealth, gets the kill, and then doesn't even move back out, just stands his ground, or will push even more forward, then this will become really, really scary. They may not have an assert dominance, but that Midnight could be pretty huge on the side of Parallax Gaming. It might even force out the Accursed just to stop it.
That's right. It's the counter punch after the Midnight gets used that you have to look out for in the ultimate department, at least. Be Gone is here. Midnight used. Scout used. There's your counter punch. Ares is going to give his team the sight that they need. So both ultimates kind of fizzle out, one for the other. You take those trades. Cool, though. That's the big one here. Gets a kill onto Midtown. No more Strix, but immediately gets traded out now by a Spexy, as Ares will dash, or walk his way, rather, around the corner. Cool, still feeling confident in where he's at, but he's jumped up above, and a Spexy is there waiting. The daggers are obviously going to hit from that range. So Cool just a bit caught out there, and a Spexy still lurking in the waters. Around to the side he goes. It's 81% in climbing for Carnage Gaming. Luna will get taken down, so point capture being slowed down. Ares has to dodge roll his way away as Parallax Gaming starts to regain some control.
He's going to try and be a little bit more aggressive, but Spexy was there right in the nick of time to make sure that they couldn't be any more aggressive than they permitted, and they assert dominance as well to start things off. Things are going haywire for Carnage.
Carnage Gaming, they have just not been able to fight against the retake of Parallax Gaming here this set, and this mid looks no different. Rochelle will go down on the back end of this fight. Parallax Gaming, they fought back in again, and they'll have their second point and a chance to push for their third. This has just been a thorn in the side of Carnage Gaming. They have just not been able to successfully complete these mid fights here as of late. Think all the way back to Ascension Peak. They won one mid at the end, despite maybe leading in percentage on a lot of them. Parallax Gaming's retake has just been flawless.
Yeah, and I think that's not only a testament to the skill of Parallax, but also just purely based off of the fact that things are becoming a little bit more dire for Carnage, especially since it seems like Parallax sort of hit their stride. They found out what they needed to do, the drafts, they need to take the characters they feel like they need to lock in, and it's working out for them. It has been since Ice Mines, and I think that is more of a testament not only to the skill of Carnage, but also the skill of Parallax. Of course, Carnage deserves the respect for having to push Parallax this far,
Right.
And Parallax deserve all the credit for being able to adapt so quickly, and it's working out for them so well. They're stuck in spawn and getting killed consistently.
And now, this card is getting very close, dangerously close to putting Parallax 1 point away from tying things up and sending us on to a game number 5. Cool will use all of his dashes, get himself around the corner here. Minute and 15 seconds left, and Midtow's going to have something to say about it here. Just shy on one shot there from Scooter. Cool with the opening kill. Outlander with the second, though. Scooter goes down. Free shots, misses the dodge roll on Ares, so the Cassie's still in this fight, but it's Crimson on the back end. Double onto Ares. Rochelle still involved. He has a Hyper Beam. Might need it here because Cool has some trouble with Krons, but ultimately picks up the kill there. Now you're just going to stagger out the last surviving member of Parallax Gaming here, but there's still plenty of time left.
Yeah, you're sweating if you're Carnage right now. You did, the cart was right there. Midtow pulls out a double, something you probably weren't expecting for him to get those 2 kills back to back in quick succession. Means that it stalled out even their defense against Parallax Gaming. But them overall having this defense means that they have very little time to work with on the side of Parallax Gaming. Now, it depends on what they feel like needs to be used on the side of Carnage, if anything at all. They're trying to get the pokes, but the healing might be too much from the Genos as well as a built-in lifesteal some of these characters have. It might make it even a little bit more harder, and Midtown starts things off with a kill on Ares.
Yeah, that's a brutal way to start off this defense. Dintic, though, gets traded out. A double kill for Rochelle. You don't see that often on the Torvald. Carnage Gaming might have done enough here. Midtow's going to be the last line of defense. He's found himself a nice little nook in the back line of Carnage Gaming. But a Strix will not be able to get it done, and by the skin of their teeth, Carnage Gaming hang on, and we'll go into a 2-2 mid.
Yeah, and I think that's more so due to the fact that, of course, Midtown was in a great position, but them getting the pick that they did, getting the kill immediately onto Ares seemed like it was going to be a bit of a rougher fight for Carnage Gaming. But from that point on, they were just able to make sure they got the kills that they needed to be absolutely more relevant in the long run of things. You got 64,000 damage on the side of Midtown. He has record 3. He's got Bulldozer 2 now. He's not concerned about those items anymore, and is more so just going to be burning loot on point every single time. So Crimson really has to be careful. It's gotten to that point in the game where you have to be more cognizant and cognitive of what the enemy team has and what they're offering, and I think you have to be able to respect that. Might put a damper on Carnage's strategy.
Carnage Gaming's strategy has been to get on the point with Luna and hope that you can fight it out well enough to secure the point. And they have not been able to do so either of the mid fights here on Fish Market, and have had trouble with it throughout the game, as we've already talked about. Scooter with the overpower.
Yep.
This time connects. Instant execute. Yeah, you thought, but the assert dominance right back onto the map. Saves the life of the Ash here, and Parallax Gaming realize they've now traded ult for ult, and they can maybe win the rest of this fight. Midtown safe and sound off in the back line. Pulls 1 kill over onto Ares. Dintic in range as well. Here come the kills. Carnage Gaming have 2 left standing, and Parallax, the most convincing mid-fight we've seen yet.
Yeah, I think that getting that overpower off, and okay, fine, great, I got her. That's why he tried to throw her at low ground. He wanted her to be killed immediately. He didn't want the assert dominance to be used, and of course, Ash just uses it, makes it right back on, and of course, that story of whether they got the pick on Ash or not became extremely different because the fact that she was very alive and well and was holding it down against 2 people at that con and the Cassie made it so much harder for them to kill her, and it opened up the door for Parallax to follow up.
Fun, I'm suddenly maybe hearing some Game 5 over the horizon if Parallax Gaming continue to play the way that they have here. This combination of Strix and Maeve has just been way too much, hasn't it? I mean, it seems like whether it's Mitau popping off or maybe it's a Spexy who's getting big kills, and now they both have a chance to clean up some of these low health bars on the left-hand side of the fight here. Enough damage back from Carnage Gaming will make things difficult. But here comes the cleanup. Now Parallax Gaming in a good spot. Mitau with 1, a Spexy with 1, Outlander with 1 as well. Carnage Gaming, they're going to lose a lot of ground here, and this payload's going to get moving.
Yeah, and that's all she wrote for Carnage for now while they're playing Gray Screen Simulator. They got to make sure they get out of spawn and, of course, come back to contest the objective. But this is definitely the time where I think Parallax, they've got a minute and 20 left. They're going to build those ultimates back up. They're going to use them. Like, it's 3-2 right now, and they have plenty of time remaining. they're going to force out a lot of these ultimates on the side of Parallax Gaming. They're going to build them up, and of course, that might be curtains because they don't have really anything that stops the asserted dominance. Of course, the overpower is steadily building up, but if Janos manages to get a pick or some damage on someone with his through time and space, I think that means even a lot more than them just regularly having a certain dominance or an immortal. They get the kill on pools, and everyone seems to be dying.
They're all getting the kills. Parallax Gaming are. This card will roll in. Parallax Gaming have tied up the set. Man. Into Game 5 we go.
And I think that is rough if you're on Carnage's side. You take 2 games off of the undefeated team in Brazil, and now all of a sudden it feels like the lead is slowly slipping away and out of your hands. I'm not too sure. I feel like the draft could have been good enough. I feel like the Cassie was there to be able to sort of shut down the Fernando, shut down the Ashe. It could have been there, but I think having that IO, I think the Androxus had a rougher time trying to do anything because Mitao was really just popping off. He was hitting his shots, and anytime he was up in the air, he had to be worried about getting one tap by Mitao, and it just ended up falling apart towards the end.
Carnage Gaming, they need to figure out these mid-fights as well. I mean, since Game 1, they have just not looked comfortable on any mids. Except, wow. One of the last ones in our previous couple games. They've gone down in these mid-fights on a pretty consistent basis. That's something they're going to have to turn around here in game number 5. We'll get there, though, after Aggro and Kresnik break this one down.
Thank you, Dave and Fawn, and would you guess it? We're going to a Game 5. Parallax continues to fight and scrap after going down 2-0. Carnage Gaming probably felt real good after being up 2-0, but have now been brought back down to reality. And Kresnik, I find myself agreeing with what Dave was just saying. Even though they were up 2-0, Carnage has not looked great on mid-fights. Remember, think back to that Ascension peak that they won in Map 2. They only won one mid-fight, and it was 0.7.
Yeah, they need to figure out something to deal with the tanks, I think, on the side of Parallax. I mean, of course, we're seeing the pop-off from Mitao and Aspexy, but the oppression from Dintic on this Ashe, I feel it in every hold that they do. You saw the first mid, the Khan just backs off. Normally, Khan should be able to take advantage of that matchup, but he just leaves to not let that fight really happen. They try to use the overpower on him, but it's too late. He has Rezil already. He's able to survive that. I just feel like Dintic is a wall that Carnage just can't figure out how to get through it. They might just have to straight up ban Ashe in some of these games in the last game to come.
I think that might be on their mind as well, and Aspexy likely setting up his living room as he's starting to live rent-free in Carnage Gaming's head. He has just been absolutely tearing them up these last 2 games. Another massive game here on the Mave. 17 elims, 80,000 player damage. You can ban the Eevee, but he's going to find something.
Yeah, no, Aspexy is so flexible that you can't really target him, I think, as effectively unless your comp specifically gets owned by one pick that he has as he goes 17-6 here on Fish Market Mave. Someone that was winning, I think, slowly more over time as the phase went on, and it's such a flexible pick when you're good with it. Aspexy clearly is very good with it. I think cool, though, bright spot for his team. Actually, the rest of his team combined only ended up having one more kill than him on the Androxus. You need the rest of everyone to pull their weight, I think, but he was the only one not getting, again, kind of stonewalled by Dintic on this Ashe.
And the only one above 200 credits per minute. I think Cool definitely had a pretty good game for himself, but unfortunately it's a team game and you're not always going to be able to do it all by yourself. Cool absolutely needing some help as we move on to map number 5. This set really delivering as advertised in an otherwise 3-0 ridden day as we go to Splitstone Quarry here at the very end. And this is, I'm a little surprised that Carnage picks this here, Kresnik, if only because I feel like Ashe can be okay here, but mostly Eevee and Mave, the picks that Aspexy's really been killing you with, should be really great here, right?
Yeah, they should be amazing, and he can also play any other vertical characters that you end up giving him. At the end of the day, Mave, Eevee, Buck, Andro, all of them are going to be able to, I think, thrive here on Splitstone and own them from above. But what this could be, depending on how the bans go, as they do get rid of Aspexy's Eevee again, if Parallax don't ban Ruckus, that could be something that really kind of helps them snowball it. Give Rashao that Ruckus. It's great on this map. They're already targeting that ROM, so unless they focus on another dive tank afterwards, Carnage could just start with that and say, give us Spexy whatever you want. We're going to lean on whatever Rashao can do.
Interesting ban. So Eevee and Bomb King take it away. A lot of respect being paid to this Bomb King on Parallax Gaming. It's been banned from them in a bunch of games now, as you're right on the head. Rom and Ruckus taken off the board. And look, that means there's a lot of good stuff available. Io, Torvald, Makoa. I mean, there's a lot that you can go with. And they decide to go with the Maeve. I'm really identifying that Aspexy has been the one giving them maybe the most trouble, maybe even above that Ashe. But I agree with you. I think that the Ashe has been equally problematic.
But now they've picked a DPS that can just not fight her. And I think that's all they really need to do. If they could just kite her, run away, maybe have one person stop one of her dashes, that's 10 seconds before she can really rotate and kind of be a part of the fight again. And Parallax, they're not even going to go for the Ashe because I think they recognize that. They don't want to give Carnage the picks that can deal with that as effectively play that ignore game. So they'll get damage boost, they'll grab a flanker that can duel them. And Makoa picked up in response. He can be great on this map, but I don't know if I love it with that kind of outside mobile style that Makoa really wants to be playing inside of Corey with his half shell.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of splitting the difference here. Buck can be pretty mobile and get where he needs to go and is down to play that outside game. Makoa might be left inside with his half shell just kind of sitting there waiting for everyone to return back to the nest. As Fernando once again here from Parallax, it's to the point now, Kresnik, where it's not just they feel like Fernando might fit one or two compositions. Fernando just seems to be a pick that Parallax likes almost all the time.
He's a great main tank. I'm actually surprised he wasn't getting picked up in the other regions quite as much. He just has such a presence on the point. Issue is maybe low damage sometimes. When you're shielding, you're not actually putting on any pressure. But if you don't care about that, if you just want a tank with an amazing ultimate that really won't die unless you focus on him, I think he fits in basically anywhere, with Strix also following him up. I mean, with how Mitao just played, you got to give it to him, right? I don't think you can not want to give him that Strix again. But Carnage, they're just going with a solo tank. They have the triple DPS and a Corvus to back it up. These are three more sustainy than you think damage dealers, and that could be the edge that they want here. Just out-heal maybe what that damage boost is doing. See if their extra healing, extra DR can maybe offset the Luminary boost that Parallax's support will be giving them.
Yeah, interesting that they decide to go with the Corvus, but when you look at the rest of the composition, I think we see why we don't see Io this time around and instead focus on someone who can heal you wherever you are. And Maeve and Buck in particular are going to be pretty far away from the backline the vast majority of the time. What do you think, Kresnik? Can Carnage get back to how they were playing in the first two maps of this series, or do you think Parallax has too much momentum now?
I think they can actually win the point fight. I think they can control Lava with their flankers, and I think Vivian will make things very difficult for the Nando to commit there. It's just about how quickly can the Andro on Parallax strike and catch out that Vivian, because if that fight goes their way, then the point becomes so free for them.
It all comes down to this. Parallax Gaming up against Carnage Gaming, a finals berth on the line here in game number 5.
No more talking about Parallax needing to win 3 straight games. Carnage Gaming go up 2-0. Parallax win the last 2. And now it all comes down to one. Tournament life not on the line for either of these two teams, but an automatic berth into the finals is fun. We go in to game number 5 on Splitstone Quarry. Some similar faces on these teams, some a little bit different. I think having that Strix for Mitao is going to be massive, though.
But I think the thing is that, okay, Mitao may be on the Strix, but I wanted to bring up a point that Kresnik brought up beforehand. Notice, this isn't the point, but it's notice how Vivian has booby trap. The point is that Kresnik brought up was the fact that you have 3 very sustaining DPS, more than you might think. Now, Buck, I can understand that. Bulk up, give you the extra health, heals you more. You have the DR as well from deep breathing. That makes sense. But Vivian's shield, gotta have the respect for that. Ares on the Maeve, she has some sustainability as well. And look at this, they're already full sending into the opposing team's base.
Parallax Gaming have to back off here. Nobody on the point just yet. 6%, 9%. That's all we've really gotten. negligible difference there. Carnage Gaming will start to take up that mantle as Scooter continues to lock down the right-hand side, but you can only give Midtown so much time and space to operate, and he'll find first blood as Spexy is right there to fill in the gap as well, and Scooter takes a tumble for the second death of the game. And look at the way the pressure has shifted. Suddenly it's Parallax Gaming feeling more confident.
Rachel went to the point to gain percentage, but Mittal goes, oh, look, a free kill. And then you get hit for 19-15. It doesn't matter how much health you have,
that hurts.
how much Bokub's going to grant you. It's kind of ridiculous. And I think that's what you have to keep in mind is the fact that it's like, okay, great, you're winning the fights, but still, don't get too overzealous. Your comp is great at living. You can dive in like you're seeing right now, and they're being forced to backpedal because of it.
It's Carnage Gaming, who's had difficulty with the Parallax retake, need one of their own now, and they've at least done so successfully for a moment. But Rochelle gets staggered out by Mittal. The sniper seems to be going big in the moments that Parallax need him most. 81 to 81%. This one is going to come down to the wire. Oh my god, somebody stop this guy. Mittal with another, this time onto Ares. A hook right back down from Carnage Gaming. That'll help with the kill onto a Spexy. Dintick there for some big damage. Mittal hitting the big shots. Flashbang goes down. Dintick with 3. Parallax Gaming. They'll tally their first point.
And that comes down to, once again, Rachel gets picked off pretty early. Sure, Maeve is able to touch thanks to the pounce, uses the reset, gets back out, at least for like a couple seconds, and then she gets picked off on Mittal, right? But the point that I'm making is that Rachel gets picked off again. And that's just from the superior positioning that Mittal is able to achieve with the Strix, the freedom it is that it seems like he seems to constantly have on this sniper. And then you also have situations like this where, once again, Rachel pushing up way too far. He may not have jumped in and been in the middle of 5 people, but the angle he was holding, that's not the type of angle you want to hold against characters that can melt you pretty quickly. Fernando's damage can be underestimated sometimes, and I think people don't realize how much he actually hurts when he tosses fireball at you. You have to keep that in mind. But it seems like, for the most part, that Carnage have worked some stuff out that allows them to defend.
That was the most important fight, I think, for Carnage Gaming, the one that just occurred, where there was this kind of immense building pressure from Parallax right on the other end of the mid-fight, and if that kept going, Carnage Gaming are already backed up way around that first choke point, so the ability to slow things down, more important, I think, than ever for Carnage Gaming. They were able to do so, so now we look at what the Parallax response is. You're going to send Mittal over to the right-hand side here, look for an angle, but you got to worry about Ares. He'll clean up the kill onto a Spexy, who was quite low, but not quite finished off just a moment ago. Dintick will answer in kind, set up a kill onto Cool, and the sniper rings true once again. Now Dintick in a bit of an awkward position, though. Gets pulled right back in. Oh, with the Immortal perfectly positioned to keep the Androxus alive. A cursed arm. Thinks he's found a target. A couple of the shots missed. Does some damage. And Parallax Gaming, Fawn, at least have maybe done enough to get this cart moving.
It seems like for the most part, the Parallax are able to hold on pretty consistently despite having lost Dintick already. Fernando has to find some sort of way out of there. I don't think he stays in there and lives for much longer. Same way that Aspexy isn't going to live much longer either. They all get brought down super low. It's that choke point that becomes a problem. You're playing into a half-shell Makoa. He drops the shell shield down. You have to push in through a couple more spots to try and make your team seem more relevant overall, because of the fact that if you're shooting in a half-shell, Kresik says it plenty of times, and I'm sure you guys who watch the broadcast, he hates that. And everyone should hate doing that. Don't shoot into the half shell because it reduces the cooldown of the next time the shell comes off of cooldown. Right. When it gets depleted and it disappears, he gets a lot of that refunded back. You have to respect the shell shoot.
That's a great point there, Fawn, and something that has made this Makoa more difficult to deal with than maybe Parallax were bargaining for. This is going to be a long push if Parallax are able to get things done. Carnage Gaming have held this card effectively where it's at since this defense started. Exit stage left, says Crimson, and Kronz will be pulled off to the side, but Mittal suddenly makes things interesting. A double kill from the Strix seemingly out of nowhere will keep the cart in contention within range. Ares foregoes the Strix, and maybe that was a bit of a mistake. Dintick with one as well. Fawn, there's no way this goes in, right?
No, I don't think so. You have to wait at least for their Fernando to come back. It depends on what happens now. When they round this corner, when they get past this bridge, who's going to be the first one to follow? It looks like Mittal's already pretty low, and they do get the pick, so that's what it comes down to. But at least they trade things out.
That's right, it's a couple of kills for Carnage, one for Parallax. The defender respawn advantage is going to be massive here, and I think that'll be enough to get them over the finish line on defense. Carnage Gaming probably not happy with how close that got on defense, but are able to tally a point. Nonetheless, they've got all 5 ultimates ready to go going into the next mid. Don't want to hate on Strix, but the flashbang, that's okay to maybe be missing. You'll have the Immortal as well, so Parallax definitely in a good spot as well.
Yeah, and I think having 54,000 damage on Vivian is great. I think what needs to happen is they dove in pretty hard earlier. I completely get that. Their draft can do that. Carnage Gaming's draft can do that because they don't have to really worry about much. Spraying influence is going to be completely okay. He has good burst healing. Corvus, you can depend on him. But I think Rachel has to just chill a little bit, just a tiny bit, not too far. But I think he's getting picked off too consistently, and I think that's hurting his team because their draft would indicate the fact that they can get in a little bit more easier. But how did he die so quickly?
I missed that entirely. I have no idea. I don't know what just happened there. Maybe it's a mid-tow shot followed up by an Aspexy shot, something along those lines, because that was way too quick into this mid-fight. And look at the way Parallax have taken advantage. 57%. They have not had to use any ultimates. Carnage Gaming are going to have to use theirs as retake tools. Parallax are going to use theirs as defensive tools. Dintic, early use of the Accursed Arm. I don't think he fires any shots here. He'll get the 61% refunded. 60% plus the 1% tick afterwards. So not all is lost there. Parallax Gaming, they've made up some great ground off of one pick.
Yeah, it seems like it at least allowed them to zone things out for a little bit more. That through time and space forces things out even more so. But the Ancient Rage is the story here as Krons and Dintic both get picked off. I think Rachel moves in, but this is perfectly fine for him to do that. They were able to get the kills because of it, whether he dies or not. That's neither here nor there. They got 2 picks. It made it that much more important and forces anyone that's remaining on the side of Parallax to back out. Now they've killed Genos, so they've stalled things out even more so.
This has been the weakness. This right here, Carnage Gaming, they've had control of the mids. They have not been able to slow down the Parallax retake. This is an opportunity to go up big here on Splitstone Quarry, but Parallax is here to fight nonetheless. Dintic will soar up and over. He sees Crimson around the side. Crimson with an opening kill.
Wow.
Dintic immediately answers back, though. No more healing suddenly for Carnage Gaming, but Carnage is finding the kills. Carnage is finding the presence, and Carnage Gaming will find the point.
It's all because of the fact that
Wow,
it's all
Poole
because of the
gets
fact
left alone again.
That mid fight with Cool is great because Vivian's just going to focus down on whatever target it is she sees, obviously, and make sure that she burns them. But with Booby Trap, it makes it even more so because it's a do not stand here type of talent, right? And you step on the mine, it's going to end up blowing up. The sensor drone is going to go off. You're revealed. She might get bonus lifesteal when she's hitting you after you've been revealed, stuff like that. And I think that it's an overall downfall of Parallax, to try and push in and get those fights when Cool is just sitting, chilling on the point and just focusing whoever comes into his line of sight. That's literally what just happened there. They ended up burning him down just like they do in Mineshaft.
There's a minute and a half left, and Parallax Gaming are going to milk even more of that away as they're finding some kills here. I say that, Ares out of nowhere.
Man.
3 kills on the board. Rochelle will take away the 4th, Crimson the 5th. Carnage Gaming looked like they were swept. And then a big play from Ares keeps things interesting here. Parallax Gaming, they're going to be back at respawning. And look at how close this cart is going to get. Sentinels are going to be ready. Buck Wild there as well. Ancient Rage and Tropic Breach just behind, as well as the Midnight. Can Ares go big for his team? Yet again, into the through time and space. Unfortunate there as Outlander will find one, but Scooter, he'll pick up the damage mantle here. 2 kills now for the Makoa. Backing away is the Fernando, but can you stay alive? You sure can't. Rochelle will pull one back. Carnage Gaming have life 1 point away from handing Parallax their first loss.
I mean, you love to see it. I understand. I completely get it. Having first, second seed, that's not crazy. Like you were saying earlier, for the game to be this close, first, second seed, this is what you typically expect, right? But Parallax has proven time and time and time again, they are the team. They are the guys to be worried about, to be concerned about, because they went undefeated. And now here they are losing. The one time it matters that they lose, it's happening right now.
Lose in the middle of the year, not right now.
Right. Yeah, like you lose during the phase, if anything. Don't lose during the World Championship. You worked so hard to get here, and while it may not be elimination, if they lose, to that does mental damage to a team. It doesn't matter, especially if you go undefeated.
Well, it just makes our next matchup, one way or another, all that much more interesting. Parallax Gaming, they're first onto the point here. Aries, unconcerned, gets the kill onto Dintic. Midtow on the fadeaway. Will pull one back, though. Not perfectly clean from Carnage Gaming. Scout, Midnight, both used at the exact same time. Carnage Gaming take up the point here. 42% in climbing. Parallax Gaming will be back and respawning. Midtow's got a big role to play here, up on the high ground. Both of those ultimates canceling one another out. It's going to be 66%. Still climbing for Carnage Gaming. Parallax Gaming not giving themselves a lot of room to operate. Dintic, Accursed Arm. Will this one work out? He does find a decent bit of damage. Parallax Gaming with 2 kills. Carnage Gaming continuing to stand strong on the point into the Immortal. Goes Dintic here. Will Scooter stay alive? Scooter wants the Ancient Rage. Scooter's got the Ancient Rage. Mitau with 1. Scooter swings away with one of his own. One swing away from a double. Big swing from Scooter, keeping Carnage Gaming in this fight. Now Aries back and respawning. Just needs some more damage. Hit the daggers. Unable to do so. 96% Rashao on the back of the point. Are you kidding me? Carnage Gaming. They send Parallax down.
They were on the point when that was happening. That was all off of the back of Scooter. The Ancient Rage being used. The Makoa drew them away. Fernando dashed to chase after him as soon as the shell spin happened. They chased him all the way down. Bucks taunting on the objective. Maeve may have not gotten the daggers that they needed to get the kill, but Rachao the entire time just made it back. That's turtle power, if anything. That's what I will say. It's absolutely amazing to see that happen, because they were so enveloped in making sure that Fernando was dead. He already gets a double kill. He pops off, gets rid of Genos, gets rid of Strix, and it forces Fernando to chase him. And because of that, they completely forego the point.
And I guess at this point, Parallax was 16-0 over their last 16 games, because they had won earlier today. 16-1 for Parallax Gaming. Down to the losers bracket they go. We'll see if they're able to bounce back after this loss in our next matchup of the day. But before we get there, Aggro and Kresnik will tell us how this happened.
Well, Parallax Gaming do not stay undefeated here in phase number 2. Their championship dreams still alive, but wounded after being sent down into the losers bracket. Carnage Gaming finally get it done. Kresnik, how about that? What a performance from the second seed.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Carnage, in my eyes, they've been improving, I think, over the season, other than maybe the final week where they said, oh, we're hiding strats. And everyone's like, all right, well, that's a great excuse, but now show up. And apparently, yeah, I guess they were hiding strats. They were hiding the Scooter pop-off on Makoa in the last game strat. He did, I think, a fantastic job on that last fight. Ancient Rage in the core of their team, and just so much space made for Aries, too, by Rashao. Even though he was a little inconsistent in hitting his primaries, when he did, it was always 2 or more.
Really, really great work by Carnage. These few plays, man, I mean, you just get the right moment and you're able to capitalize. It's exactly what Carnage was able to do here against Parallax. Really difficult whenever you go down 2-0 to complete the reverse sweep, and you see that here, I think, in this set, that you feel like they're about to do it, but they just run out of gas at the very end. A beautiful Ancient Rage is highlighted by Fawn, and Rashao gets it done by himself in order to get that cap completed. Carnage Gaming finally put an L in Parallax Gaming's column for the first time that any team has done it here in phase number 2.
And looking at this is the first game that I think they've really shut down a Spexy here. 5-11 on him, not really able to get too much done. I want to say that's on the back of these flankers, even though Cool NZ, the one with the stats, that is just kind of, I think that's par for the course with a backline being enabled the way that he was. But I feel like Dintic and Spexy really could not go through the half shell that was going up in their way. Aries trying to get aggressive. Rashao soaking 63,000 damage on his own, only 30k less than a proper tank would have been able to. I think the way that they played around it, plus that Corvus, it was just overwhelming for the Parallax backline.
And now In Control gets a upset Parallax Gaming team down in the lower end, and now Carnage gets to look on and see what Parallax wants to do here. Our first non-3-0 goes the distance. Carnage Gaming, unbelievable upset up against Parallax. And now Parallax has to learn how to bounce back from a loss for the first time in a couple months. I don't think that's nothing, right? I mean, you've got to be able to come back mentally from that and bounce back up against an in-control team that, despite getting 3-0'd by Carnage, looked awfully good up against Ignite.
Yeah, they looked really strong against Ignite, so I think Parallax have to be ready. And if they were hiding strats up to this point, now is definitely the time for them to pull it out and try to play around maybe Spexy a little less hard as they were, because I felt like Spexy popped off in all the rounds that they won, and when he finally got shut down, he wasn't able to do as much. I think maybe lean more on mid-tower, let the tanks, focus on your tanks in the draft to allow them to make room for the DPS that was clearly not gifted to them that much on Splitstone.
Can't wait to see if Parallax is able to bounce back or can now, in control, knock out the #1 seed here in Brazil. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Paladins World Championship is coming right back.
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actor. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door.
Welcome back to the Paladins World Championship, everybody, as we move on to our second to last set of the Paladins competitive year. It's the losers finals, where we find, much to everybody's surprise, Parallax Gaming down here up against In Control. Aggro joined here on the desk by none other than Dave, Dolson, Joe Burrow, Olsen.
That's right, we're
Dave, can you believe that Parallax is down here? Because I'm still a little shook by it.
I sure can't. Look, I expected a game, maybe two, to go over to Carnage Gaming. I didn't expect all three, well, 3 out of the 5, I suppose, is the math there, to go over to Carnage. You know, I'm going to preface this. Still got to get through this. I think In Control have a chance to bring it up against a now angry Parallax. I'm predicting a rematch there between Carnage and Parallax. It's going to be an uphill battle, though, for sure here for In Control.
I mean, it makes sense. This In Control team, despite looking good against Ignite, did get 3-0'd by Carnage in the quarterfinals. If Parallax and Carnage are very similar levels, which clearly they are at worst similar levels, then we'd expect a pretty similar 3-0 result here for Parallax. But I think the big thing is going to be how they bounce back after their first loss in all of Phase 2. Don't think they can really understate that.
No, I think this is the type of team to fuel that in a positive direction, fuel their kind of comeback in a good way. This does not seem like a team, though we don't know. We don't know how Parallax reacts after a loss. It's not like they got blown out. I don't know if that changes things one way or another. They probably just feel like, all right, guys, if we change up this or this, we won 2 straight, probably should have won Game 3. We have a chance of winning that set. We probably should have won that set. If anything now, I'm more concerned if I'm In Control because I'm going up against a potentially angry Parallax, a team that knows they should be in the finals, and I think we'll see that reflected in their play.
Can't wait to see what we're going to get out of them as we take a look at the map bans. Parallax makes sure we won't see Warder's Gate or Shattered Desert, exactly the same as their bans in the last set. Frog Isle and Ice Mines, interestingly enough, banned away by In Control, and thus we begin, as we usually do, on Stone Keep.
And Stone Keep, as we've said, every single time this gets brought up throughout this weekend, it opens you up to a variety of play styles, and that's important, I think, specifically when you look at this Brazilian region, because these are guys that like to play almost everything. Not that there's been kind of this decisive only play this meta over an NA or over an EU or anything like that. It just seems like Brazil has been a little bit more curious with a few of their picks and the way things tend to flow. Torvald really comes to mind here. Gonna get banned out. But this is a region where Torvald has been getting let through, where other regions have been perma-banning him. So that won't change here as far as the ban status goes of Torvald. But throughout this set, maybe we start to see Torvald composition get built up, something like that. And then Bomb King as well. Bomb King normally sweeps in kind of as a later pick later on down the draft. The fact that he's getting banned out here, I think, makes a Spexy feel pretty good because he can play this Bomb King so well. And I think that's a pretty big respect ban there for In Control to take it away.
But Ash is that first pick, and this has been such a good pick for Parallax so far today. You can see why they decided to go to it early. Andro Corvus is the option, and so much of what we've seen from Parallax recently has been a Spexy focused. Things like Eevee, things like Maeve, they're kind of both open here, Dave, and we could see that pretty easily, I think, here for Parallax as they decide to go to the Io as their healer of choice with Genos open, notably.
That's right. Io opens up the door for this aggressive playstyle. You want an Ashe on your team. You want to run forward. You don't necessarily want anyone to have to hang back while the rest of the fight is happening elsewhere. You want to invite everyone to the party. Getting the Io on your team is one way of doing so. Cassie, especially, we've talked about individual picks here in Brazil. Cassie has been one of those. Brazilian favorite, absolutely. We've seen some good, some bad out of the Cassie here in this set. I expect it to look good, though, in the hands of Parallax Gaming. Whoever Parallax draft in their sort of rotation flank spot needs to be able to duel with this Androxus, because that's where this game is going to be made or broken. I don't know how to say that in the past tense form, but I think whoever gets picked here for Parallax is going to have to go up against this Androxus pretty consistently throughout this game. And Zin can do it. Zin has that opportunity.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the Zin can do that just fine. You look at this con pick, though, on the other side, 86% pick rate, 8% win rate. I'm not missing a digit there either. It has been abysmal here today in Brazil. In Control going to try and change that here is both Zin and Maeve. Ashe solo tank now up against a Lex and an Androxus on the other side.
Interesting.
This damage, the way that In Control's trying to put their damage out in this game feels a little inconsistent to me. Andro Lex as your only 2 damage dealers does not seem like the easiest composition to pull off.
And look, they're going for mobility to try to counter out mobility, and they're going to hope that they can kind of leave Inara back and just have her chill on the point while everyone else is trying to outflank one another. I mean, Zin, Maeve fighting with Androxus Lex is just going to be a lot of fun to watch. I agree on some of the inconsistent concerns, because Zin, Andro, Maeve, Lex, there's also that Cassie that you have to factor in. Cassie potentially is going to have free reign here to pour out some decent damage. I like the way Parallax have drafted.
It's good. It should be pretty fun to watch. What does a Parallax Gaming team coming off a loss look like? Let's head to Stone Keep to find out.
We truly don't know. This team, until they met playoff In Control, was undefeated. Finjan Gormizer here as we move into Stone Keep. Could our 1 seed be eliminated? This is the set where we shall find out.
I imagine this is the team that you take a loss, and again, after an entire Phase 2, the last time these guys would have lost a set was during the summer finals. So I imagine in all of those, 6 months that they haven't lost a game, or at least a set, you kind of come back angry and just a little bit of fuel for the fire, right? Like, if you didn't think that you were going to struggle because you went undefeated before, now you are feeling yourselves and pushing forward. So I think this is the moment where Parallax Gaming have a fire lit like none other. But there's also a chance, I mean, there's the other side of it. Maybe you get the fuel, but maybe you're also kind of showcased like, yeah, we can fall apart. Maybe that's the beginning of the divide.
Well, Amadeus gets first blood here to say that the Inara had Tier 2 Bulldozer to start. It's not so uncommon, the Bulldozer on the supports. They're there, they can take care of Luna, but Tier 2 right from the start, a heavy investment to deal with the IO, but perhaps not paying dividends just yet, as Mittal pushing forward alongside his Ashe, looking to see if they can contest the Khan up close, and so far, Mittal has the damage, but not the kills. Now, he has Dentic helping out, but the Khan's Battle Shout keeps him alive, and all the while, In Control have built up 66% on the point. Largely uncontested. Parallax, despite being the team with the IO, are the team behind early, but Midtown gets a kill. It's immediately answered back as they lose Krons. The Ashe has dropped, and In Control still seem to be able to comfortably fight. It's a struggle for Parallax right now to find a way to push out a keep.
It's all built around that Inara. I mean, you had highlighted the Bulldozer too. And look, Inara, as much as I like to say it, and it is true that the DPS, your damages, your flanks are going to do more damage than your tanks, Inara does a sneaky amount of damage, and with Bulldozer too, she has enough to deal with Luna consistently. That's the first time that she goes down. Ice Monkey eliminated from this one. And so now Parallax can finally use Luna to the full efficacy and get aggressive into In Control.
Oh, Spite used to make sure King Kaiser goes down. He has the guillotine, but I don't know if he needed all that for that one, able to take care of a low HP Lex, but it cost him his life when he meets up with Amadeus. But the job has been done. Parallax have placed Luna down and are building up the percent. But in comes the Khan as Midtow finds a nice shot onto Amadeus there. Maybe listing a bit too much there in the air. So now in control in the 4v5, needs a retake. Only 13% to work with, but Inara's here. There's Kronz doing a good job of keeping him out, and Kronz might have just secured them the mid by displacing the Inara. Dintic gets a double, and Parallax are into the offense.
I mean, kind of keeping them safe and alive, and all of that, being able to continue them moving forward. As long as Ice Monkey is alive, Luna will have struggles, troubles, all of it. But it seems like they are going to be solving that problem pretty consistently now, trying to take down Tuga, which so far has been met with little resistance, as well as getting rid of things like Amadeus and just making sure that the carries can't stop them from dealing with this Inara. Otherwise, Ice Monkey, I mean, it kind of has the duty of a frontline, which is stand out there. Hope you get the heals. Hope you can get to cover fast enough. I mean, Inara is not known for her mobility. She is not very fast. She is literally made of stone, and so it is not often that you see her getting out of there. That's why her survivability is so high outside of that, the ability to soak up healing. If they can exploit that low mobility and just catch them off guard, Ice Monkey will not be able to stand up as consistently as they need.
This has been great progress from Parallax, though. Amadeus, I believe having a subpar ultimate there does not help. Outlander gets the last bit of damage onto Ice Monkey, and this cart continues to roll. Perhaps the Khan to drop down in a world where Inara is not here just yet, and where Ice Monkey's still on the respawn to slow this down. Dentic moving in, though, finds the first kill. Spexy gets another. He has been using these fights efficiently so far, and now Ice Monkey left on an island. He gets dropped as Spexy finds his second of the engagement. Not much Kaiser can do from this point. They're just throwing their bodies on the cart, but it ain't enough.
Shaky first, few minutes, I would say, and then it seems like they really solidified the level of play they were coming into it. 5-0-6 for Midtow. Makes sense why he's Pro Player of the Year and got that reward. Outlander 1-0-9. That are sitting there, 2 going undying. Spexy only has 1 death to his name. And even though Dintic, as much as I want to give him a little bit of trouble for the last set, comes through 4-3-7, even though you've got the most deaths right now tied with Kronz, you're still doing your job as a Mave, right? If Spexy and Midtow are able to get as much done as they are, you're not really that stressed about having 3 deaths under your name. Your job is consistency and getting to the backline, causing Kaiser and or Amadeus to kind of look towards you, put pressure onto Souza, and charge up Midnight as much as you can. Use it whenever you get the ability to, just to make sure that you have that capability of stripping away their vision.
Wow, they have 2 caught 3s already on Dintic and Spexy, going to make the job of this Corvus that much harder. As Spexy appears to be... No, he's alongside Dintic here. So they send 2 church side, 3 to keep. And it looks like that split has worked. Ice Monkey gets melted and into the back line. And they assert dominance, all coming out right on top of Kaiser, who can't afford to take it. Just like that, In Control have been pushed back all the way to their spawn. And Parallax have complete control of the mid.
I mean, this is something that we're used to seeing on maps like Frog Isle. On Bright Marsh, it's easy to get this aggressive. On Stone Keep, it is hard to get this chokehold and hold on to it. And you can actually see that now as Parallax start to fall back, but they've got 93%. They're not sweating it.
No, it's too little, too late. Parallax win their second mid of the game, and they're up 3-0. There was some talk with us casters behind the scene that you might see an angry Parallax in this set. And so far, Gore, I think that's what we're seeing. I don't know if you can step to the king and expect there to not be some retribution, but a Spexy is on the warpath. Has the whole squad with them. They're pushed up beyond the arch already. Thank God there's a pause, Gore. I can catch my breath. How did they win that mid so handily?
I mean, right now, yeah, it's unrelenting, and it just comes down to where their focus was. I mean, the first kill that happens in that mid that I noticed, it's right on the Ice Monkey. I think was 0-4 coming into this. They've been targeting this Inara very heavily and just kind of stripping out the pillar of support from underneath In Control so that they don't have that opportunity to get anything built up. They didn't have time to get rid of Luna. They didn't have time to set up the carries, and since then, it just feels like it's been a perpetual stagger. This is the first time I've seen just waiting in base, and honestly, even still taking a lot of poke in the process for In Control just to respawn and get out here. And Finch, I mean, they've got 2 minutes left to try and get a conversion onto this, but with the way the payload's moving in the zone they have, I don't know that they need all that time.
I'm not sure either, and I think they're going to be willing to spend some ultimates even, considering that this conversion would be the end of Stone Keep. Amadeus, though, has found himself a nice target. Not enough for the kill, so he must come back. But look at this Ash diving in, assert dominance, though. gets cut off in midair, so that Ash will not be landing down. Kaiser kills Dintic as well, and finally in control, get a little bit of breathing room, some elbow room here as they slow down this Parallax push.
I see 5 ults up, though, for Parallax Gaming. Maybe a little bit longer. There it is, for the Zen to charge his. And honestly, this is one of those moments where use them. Yeah, it's under a minute soon enough by the time that you'll be able to. So you're not going to necessarily be able to charge every single one of them back up, but, I mean, you're up 3-0. The worst-case scenario is they take the next round if they defend here and then tie it up 3-3. You still have time to charge ults.
That might have been enough to seal the game there had that spike connected, but MidTow seems to not be deterred. Apparently they don't need the spike. Parallax get 2 kills, move the card in, and just like that, they're up 4-0. More than up 4-0, Stone Keep is over in favor of Parallax.
Yeah, if you needed a reminder of how sick that last set was and why Carnage Gaming and how impressive it was for them to get a win, this is why. Look what Parallax does to even at this point, what is technically the 3rd best team in Brazil, and depending on how this goes, they're either stuck there or on the rise, but In Control came into this as the 3rd seed, and unfortunately right now, Parallax want to remind them heavily that they're the 3rd seed.
Aggression, 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 and unfortunately, no way for In Control to answer it. Let's get it back over to the desk, though, have them break it down.
Yeah, if you forgot what Parallax looked like whenever they were playing against teams not named Carnage, they look like that the vast majority of the time, Dave, and that's why they went 15-0 during Phase 2.
Important reminder.
They rout In Control in that one.
Yeah, not particularly close. Look, we expressed together some concerns about the consistency of some of the damage that In Control might be able to output. And it's one thing if you're looking at like even matchups in the flank positions and you know, we're trading out 1-for-1 consistently, things like that. You know, then you're looking at the last couple of guys that are alive, who it might be, you know. There's nothing. I mean, this is just one of those games. Sometimes it's hard to break down because really nothing went in Control's favor. A fast 4-0 like this, I mean, look, you're at 3-0 6 minutes in this replay. The game would end about a minute later in 7 minutes. This is full-on draft rebuild mode, I think, for In Control Nation, and the stats would dictate that as well. No surprise that Dintic dies 4 times, and actually sort of his job. I mean, obviously you don't want to die at all, but when you're diving in, trading out kills, affecting the second most at 11 on the assist column, it's going to happen. It's just going to happen that way. And so I think this really just boils down to more consistent one-for-none trades for Parallax Gaming that just put In Control Nation on the back foot time and time and time again. I think it's just back to the drawing board when it comes to draft strategy for In Control.
I think that's the right way to put it, because whatever just happened on Stone Keep, let's not do that again.
Forget about it.
Let's find something a little bit different here for map number 2. And map number 2 will be Splitstone Quarry. So very, very important to get those EVs and those Maves out of Spexy's hands. I feel like he can just win it by himself.
He sure can, and we saw, again, a little bit of a glimpse of that there in Game 1. Definitely, I would argue maybe even more of an opportunity to do that here on Splitstone Quarry. Stone Keep definitely has those avenues and some of those routes that can put you into good position on the likes of the Eevee, on the likes of the Mave. Splitstone, you have a very clear directive and a way of going about that as far as diving the back line and how you want to go do that. Spexy's proven that he can take these games over, and Splitstone, definitely a map where I expect In Control to put some emphasis, whether it's in the ban column or in the draft phase for themselves, on those picks, because I think, you know, if there's 3 ways to deal with it. Either you're banning it out, you're picking it for yourself, or you're finding a way to have a counter pick of those picks on your team. So the avenues are there. The avenues are there. In Control just need to set themselves up well enough, however they best see fit. If we're not comfortable on the Eevee or the Mave, ban it out. They opt to not do that. So now they either need to pick it or have a way of dealing with it, should that be where Parallax go. We know Parallax is flexible enough to not have to go with the Eevee, not have to go with the Mave every time. But I think you're right in thinking that they might show themselves here in the draft phase.
It's worth noting that Parallax just lost to Carnage in Game 5 on Splitstone Quarry to a Makoa. So, not a bad start in that estimation here. they also lost to a Buck, and they decide that, hey, that was pretty good. Maybe we should give that a shot and lock that in immediately on the back end.
Yep.
They get 2 flanks that can get anywhere they need to get on this map in Buck and Andro. They'll save the tanking and the front lining and the supporting. That's for later. You know, if we just kill them well enough, they won't need anything else.
All right, so actually, look, we talked about the 3 ways that In Control, I know, Ramsey, we're all excited about this draft phase. The 3 ways that In Control can kind of deal with some of the high flank potential picks that Parallax Gaming are likely going to be opting towards. Makoa is definitely one of them with his hook. Yeah, stare down happens. Hey, I'm watching you. Asserting dominance. This is what real life assert dominance looks like. Apparently it doesn't work at all. She's asserting dominance on me. One way of doing that is the Makoa. Let's get through this. And then the other way of doing that, look how nice and calm Mac is up there on the bed. When does that happen? When do I get there?
I don't know. It's because she's hungry, and she thinks that by begging, I'll go and feed her. And she's right. I'm going to go feed her as soon as we're done here. But she just they get sleepy eventually. That's all I can tell you. Eventually they'll run all that energy out.
We're in the witching hour here. Let's see if chaos reigns as I pick her up. Ramsey, if you're going to let me talk about the way Makoa can counter out some flankers with the hook, Leon can do it with insta-burst damage. Moji throws me for a loop here, man, and I'm glad we had a bit of a distraction to buy ourselves some time because I would never have expected Emoji. I still don't expect Emoji. I mean, she was good on, like, Jag Falls because of the way that map is laid out. She'll control Lava Side or Bleachers, I suppose, but then she has to step away from Lava Side or Bleachers, and then she exists. She exists somewhere out in the open. There isn't immediate, okay, a little bit more now. I was going to say immediate, like, super long range, like, burst damage to get down onto that Moji. This Willow, I think, is going to make life difficult. I do think these drafts are pretty close. I think In Control went weird enough to throw Parallax off.
Sure.
I mean, but it's Parallax. I think Parallax have the edge.
I'm just surprised their draft phase happened while I was staring at Ramsey this entire time. That's kind of crazy how the world just keeps on ticking as we go. The psycho puppy reigns supreme.
Oh my god, dude. My hands! Ow!
She's getting angry. She's a little tiny shark. I absolutely love it. Will Parallax be the Ramsey biting on the Dave, or will they be the Dave getting bitten by the Ramsey? We'll find out here on Splitstone Quarry.
Thanks for the wonderful death segment there, Aggro and Dolson. Ramsey's excited. I'm excited. Goremizer is excited. Splitstone will be the map 2 battleground, and Moji will be one of the soldiers. Gore, what can you tell me about this In Control draft?
All right. So I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would have lost so much money that Moji, A, would be picked, but B, would be picked on anything other than Jag Falls. I mean, this is not a pick that comes through. Let me, before I dive into In Control, tell you things you look for in a flank on a map like Splitstone. You want high mobility, you want some verticality, and you would like it if they've got some pretty good damage behind them. That's not too hard to find. Maeve, Eevee, Buck hit all of those notes. I mean, Willow, even though she's not a flank, does hit a lot of those notes. High mobility, verticality, has a lot of damage to her. Moji is an interesting pick, and again, can control Bleachers. I think that's what David said. Can control Lava Side, but eventually she's got to go beyond that, and I'm curious as to what happens when In Control leave there. They've got the Toot Cloud, though. That's going to be good for some healing on the side. Might be able to just run it down and make a difference.
Well, so far, Amadeus is making it work, though Kaiser does fall. Listen, I won't pretend that once Moji is close to you, she's not effective. It's just, you know, can she make that happen on Splitstone consistently?
Can you get there?
Right, we'll get our chance to see. So far, though, In Control have had everything they could have wanted in this mid, up to 84% already. The Inara is there contesting. Solo tank Inara. That's not been particularly successful in any region all weekend, Gore, so Parallax Gaming kind of going against the curve right now, but perhaps they can do it. 27% now for Parallax. They've got some control. Duga goes down, so does Kaiser, and the Buck ends up getting caught. Thought he might have made it out of there, but this is the numbers advantage for Parallax, as Amadeus can't quite make that ultimate hit home, at least not enough for the kill, and Parallax maintain control.
This should continue to be a great game for Amadeus. I mean, an Andro and a Buck, Leon kind of known as the anti-flank, and while she might not be as potent again as she was about a year ago, she is still incredibly strong in this matchup. And it's bet 96-96. I thought Aya would give so much more credit over towards In Control, but that Inara, even though it goes down here, did get her some percentage.
Someone's got to get in there now in a world where the Inara can't do it. Someone else has to help, so Dentik trying to do it by killing everybody else. Midtag gets rid of Duga, and Dentik has caused quite a bit of damage. Reversal buys in some time. Good dash in from Leon, and Amadeus gets the better, but it's 99-99, and they're neutral on the point. Overtime is ticking, and it's got to be in favor of In Control with 2 kills coming their way. Or perhaps in favor of Parallax, but they've both dropped another overtime now ticking. Corvus has gotten 1 kill. They're dropping everything onto the point, and somehow Inara lives through it all, but now she's fallen. Willow picks up the mantle, and they're throwing bodies onto the point, but they can't get the kills. It's all coming up in favor of In Control, and Kaiser now thriving in the chaos. And In Control find the very first mid win.
Now is when competitive history can come up. King Kaiser, I had said this about him earlier today. But when I used to think of King Kaiser, we'd get to Brazil, I'd look at the rosters, just kind of freshen up, do some studying before we had a cast, and I'd see his name. And one champion came to mind, and literally only one for months, it felt like. And it was almost always this Moji. It was something that you had to ban against him. It was something that you had to worry about. He would pick it, mainly again on Jack Falls, but would make it work on other maps. This might not be one where Moji is supposed to work, but when you are a player that is as adept at Moji as King Kaiser is, you find ways to make it happen. And so far, that's what he's been doing. It's a real door opener for him here, at least on the offense. Finally slows down, but I'm interested to see where this snack time goes. There's a solo tank in Nara. That's an easy execute. There's so many little plays that he can make that would really set In Control apart.
Well, I'd argue that Kaiser did work for them in that push, right? He had 3-4 people's attention over there near those mines, and now, though, they've been pushed back out, so I'm not sure how much it matters as Dentik looks to get the better of the Terminus. Though some good healing is changing the situation, but Aspexy moves in. Kronz gets himself a double. Aspexy finds another. This is all in service of the defense, of course. Parallax have pushed up way beyond the mid now and are trying to lock down In Control in their base. But I think you can see what this Moji's meant to do, right? In those narrow areas, in the buildings, in the mines. I mean, there's some opportunities for Kaiser to do some real work.
And again, it's just finding those areas. Right now, I think we're seeing the dichotomy that will be Moji in this. You could probably do some sort of PhD study on this, which is to say, if King Kaiser is able to get into those areas with, let's say, full health and his cooldowns available, he's gonna frag out. It's gonna be insane. But in any of these open areas or around the mid where he's not able to get up onto the high ground as easily, that's where it's going to suffer. And so if King Kaiser goes down in the first portions of an engagement, it's going to fall apart for In Control. But if he can get in there alongside someone like Amadeus, they're going to smack down Parallax for a little bit. It might not be consistent, it might not happen all the time, but it's going to happen enough this game that we'll get used to saying it.
And I think they're hopeful it'll happen just enough times, and that it would also catch Parallax a bit off guard, right? You have to play this game a bit differently. Someone like a Buck who normally runs that area, right, could potentially get caught off guard by Kaiser or something like that, so it does create some opportunities. But we're into overtime now. If In Control are going to convert this, it has to happen here. But are they willing to commit anything? Should they even commit anything this late and this far out? You think no. But we'll see what their approach is. They're very far back, but Mitao opens things up with the very first kill. Ice Monkey has already dropped. And in the 5v4, things look tough, but Mitao falls in trade. But now they've lost Amadeus. They've lost so much of their damage. Parallax get the defense, and we're back to the next mid.
Being able to keep things at kind of a standard. And you had called it here, you had said thriving in the chaos, and I can't think of anything that fits Moji better, right? I mean, you're just getting so much dragon spray out onto people. You're guaranteed to have some boosted damage shots that come through. That's what that burst number is every time you see the left head throw out some of that dragon spit. And going for, again, a pretty high sustained build. The Choot Cloud is already going to keep you alive, as well as leave a little bit of a cloud behind for your teammates. And even though it's been nerfed, you are, with Symbiotic, getting some increased healing whenever you're low. And you are gaining lifesteal against enemies. Now, it's only with maximum marks, so this is where the barrier comes in. A mark will be applied to anyone who shoots you in your barrier, as well as while you would apply that Dragon Breath. So there's a lot of things that Greater Good can be great for you. and a lot of things that greater good won't make a difference because you're hitting somebody that doesn't have marks on them. So you have to be very careful on your engagements here. And I'm just excited to see King Kaiser play because I would argue he's one of the best Mojis we've gotten to see in a year.
He's already gotten more success out of it than I would have thought, and it improves further. He wins the duel against Dentic, waiting on him to be forced inside. And now he can help control the mid. Sees Inara pinned against the wall. It's feasting time.
Good.
And he doesn't even need the ultimate to get it done. Is indeed able to push right on in and mow her down, but still not enough damage. Kronz lives through it all. But through it all, in control, we're able to rack up the mid percent. They're up to 66% now here, Gore. But they are having to fall back. Parallax have regained the mid a bit.
I mean, Inara stays alive through all that. Amadeus not able to have his big round so far. Haven't seen a lot of this Leon. And yeah, like you, it's just and flabbergasting to see her survive throughout all of that. Accursed Arm. He's in an awkward position here. Parallax, I think that's actually going to end up helping In Control more than anything that In Control could have done in that moment.
Yeah, not great on that one, but I saw what he was going for. It just did not materialize the way he wanted. Kaiser has even removed Dentic as punishment, perhaps, for his crimes. And now they get a chance to lock down Kronz. These mids are going In Control's way, and Parallax seem a bit stumped here, don't they? I mean, I know they've had it 99 to 99, but they seem to be not quite able to walk through the door. Buck still somehow living inside those bleachers, but not enough to be able to get the kill. Now they need a Spexy to buy them all the time that he can with this Fae Flight. He has made enough space for this Inara to make it back to the point, and now they're the ones moving up. Reanimate, not going to be used, it would seem. No, he's back in the action, but dies right away as a result of Outlander's action. Dentic's able to find the other kill on the King Kaiser, and now it's Parallax with this control over mid, back to the 99-99, and Kronz is healthy in here and willing to battle more than battle. Once Tuga fell, that was enough for Parallax to get the mid. Gore, I thought In Control had that.
I mean, it just comes down to flank Mitau, even though it hasn't been as, I want to say, spectacular. Like, looking at the spectacle that is Emoji is always going to be more fascinating, right? It's shiny, it's sparkly, it's up front, it's causing chaos, it's new pick. Because, I mean, seriously, when was the last time we saw Emoji? I'm racking my brain for it. She got nerfed so long ago, and no one's played her since. And now we're getting to see it come through. But the Buck on the other side, it's bland, it's normal, it's Split Stone Quarry in a nutshell. The only other map I think that he does just as well on would be something like Timber Mill, which is in the reserve pool. And it is expected to do exactly what it's doing, which is pretty well. It goes down here to Amadeus, but I think that's what Mitau has, is consistency on his side versus what this Moji is bringing, which is, again, some flashy plays that sometimes are going to be the ones that make the day. Sometimes they're going to fall flat. As long as Mitau can keep his feet under him, or I guess can jump really, really high since he's playing Buck, he'll be fine.
I mean, you think about that duel he had as Accursed Arm does not succeed. Amadeus punishes Dentic on the back of it, and that should stall Parallax out even a bit more. When you think about that duel that Kaiser had up against the Inara right here in this corner outside of these bleachers, and he couldn't win it, right? That's a scenario where I think just about anyone else wins that fight. I mean, I know it's Inara getting healed, it's tough, but unable to convert that one is pretty difficult in that spot, so just all these little small interactions that don't quite go In Control's way, and you start to wonder if they're going to hurt them as Kronz takes care of Tuga, and now they can start to come around this corner, start to push forward. The Inara is the one that's pushing up first with some backup from the Willow and the Andro. They're starting to get to this final corner and using the Andro to control these mines. In Control have got to slow them down here before they get past this final choke point, and a kill on a Mitau, not a bad way to do it.
I mean, it's a great way to start it off, as you had just said, but it's realistically maybe one of the small factors. I think this Willow might be somebody that you have to really stress out about because of the potency that she is giving Parallax Gaming. With everyone falling back, I'm trying to think of who can get a touch here. It would have to be Andro going in deep, but he's a little too low.
He is indeed a bit too low. Dentic ends up falling. Looks like the Inara will be right behind him. Yes, they do manage to get one kill on Amadeus, but all the other ones are lighting up In Control. So we're moving into yet another mid tied up here, Gore. Both mids have been 99 to 99, and so it's going to be a nail-biter all the way through.
I think it's going to continue to stay close, mainly because Souza on the other side is going to be in control of the midpoint. Unless Kronz comes in with a bulldozer and is able to deal with his Luna early, it's going to be something that is complicating everything for Parallax. And I want to give a little bit of trouble overall to what I think Dintic is doing, just because it's not a poor performance by any means, but I think that is the difference right now between the Parallax we're used to and the Parallax that is somehow surprisingly here in the lower bracket is where Dintic is in terms of what he's had. Because Spexy has so far been showing up an insane amount so far today and had a lot of stellar moments. But Dintic hasn't gotten to have as many of those flashing moments. I want this Andrew to go big here. You're at 67%. Charge that accursed arm. Have it hit wide and hard. And kind of showcase why you're here for Parallax.
4 ultimates are in control coming into this mid. Though I would say Parallax are pretty close to having 4, right? A lot of people in the upper 80s, and R and Buck both have theirs available already. But Dintic, again, being forced out. Parallax seem to have the control over the mid for now, but everyone alive on in control and nearby. So tenuous, I'd say, at best. But they've got, in particular, this Terminus low, and that's making it hard for them to push out. Now they're up to 57%, and what I thought was tenuous is turning out to be solid. They're up to 70%. And In Control still haven't found a way to fight them. At least Kaiser is keeping the Andro pinned back, but Spexy, Kron, and Midtow have struck for blood. The Terminus forced to use Reanimate onto the point. Down comes the Moji, and Midtow sniping with a shotgun seems to be working for now. But Parallax have given up on the mid, at least for a bit, and fallen back.
And it's perfectly fine. I mean, look at Terminus. Ice Monkey just used the Reanimate and he's half health. Snack time used against the Spexy, but he stays alive through all of that, and they get King Kaiser. That's the kind of turnaround play you need to capture a point.
He didn't even really do much. He was just kind of sitting there, a snack, and no one was looking to eat, I guess. Overtime taken down in favor of Parallax. And In Control struggling to find their way back into this mid. The clock ticks down, and Parallax move up to 3-2. But the offenses have struggled so far, Gore. I don't know if they'll be able to find a conversion here.
It's just so difficult. I mean, you're going to go up against Terminus, Makoa, Io, if they're not able to pay attention to that payload, is going to do her job stopping it forward. And Amadeus, again, maybe not a flashy streak right now, but has had a pretty stellar game on this Leon to just deal with Parallax Gaming in general. As long as Amadeus has high ground control, your life just gets intensely harder, which is where Dintic comes in, Midtow come in. If they can get to the back line, deal with that Leon consistently the way that Kronz does right there, then it's not going to be too difficult for him to keep this payload going.
Yeah, especially now there were a couple of kills. King Kaiser has fallen thanks to Kronz, and Amadeus has just now resurfaced. But Kronz was pushed all the way up to the point itself in an attempt to create space to get this cart moving in. Though up top goes the Terminus to contest, and the Willow, struggling in close quarters, falls to the combo of Ice Monkey and Kaiser. A little bit too easy for him in those mines. Kaiser gets another as Midtow falls as well. Exactly as I meant earlier, space normally dominated by the Buck can occasionally be won by this Moji.
I love the way... I just love seeing this. It's not something we get to see often. I like the fact that In Control... Again, you are technically 2 games away from getting knocked out here if this Moji doesn't work out. And yet you're still willing to go for it. I think that shows a lot of trust in the King Kaiser. It also showcases what he has done so far this year in Brazil for Paladins. Again, a name that kind of showed up and skyrocketed here. And this could be a portion where he makes a big difference. I think I just heard a snack time come through. But not only that, this is where it gets close range. This is where it's going to be opportunity and chaos. Jump in there and fight.
It was Outlander, I believe, that was the snack. And he was gobbled up. Dintic gets rid of Amadeus. Perhaps they can make this push work after all. They're playing it patiently for now. They might only get one more real crack at this, considering how low it is. Luna has been dealt with as Spexy gets rid of Tuga, and Kronz looking to loop around. That split focus was enough for Midtow to get rid of Kaiser, and the cart still being stalled. Up top, there's trouble from Ice Monkey as Midtow drops elsewhere, but now he's been put down. And there is no reanimate to help, so the cart moves slower and slower further forward. But in comes the Makoa to slow down the push. A wall has been put up to buy the team a little bit of time. As into the backline goes the divers of Parallax, but will the kills materialize when they need them desperately? No, Kaiser has risen to the occasion and gotten a Spexy. Kaiser sets up for the kill onto Dintic as well. Yes, Midtow gets Tuga, but too many have fallen. And Gore, you asked, when was the last time we saw Emoji? When was the last time we saw Emoji in an elimination game? And it's absolutely showing up.
Doing a lot. 16, 13, 12. Kills a lot, dies a lot, assists a lot. Is getting everything done for the team. 18, 9, and 12 as well. You can see the carries on the side of In Control definitely making their impact and presence felt. But these mid fights have not been going their way. Despite a draft that I think controls mids a little bit better, they have been falling apart there. And it's just because of whether or not King Kaiser can show up. And if Amadeus can show up during those moments. And Finch, this is where I have to be the bearer, not even bearer of bad news, but the, I guess, premonition that could be negative for an In Control Nation, which is, this is their map pick. This is a map that typically can go 3-3. It's known for length, even though we don't always see it go all the way. 4-2s, 4-1s, they're not uncommon here, and going to 4-3s is pretty much in the same vein. If In Control don't get this, Parallax has such an advantage going into the next one, even with map choice going to In Control, that it's a dangerous game to be playing. You're really risking a lot here.
Wow, Seismic Crash expended, and in the end, Mitau does get the kill onto Kaiser, but some more ultimates are on the way. Faithlight not that far behind, though they do have to deal with the Reanimate and the Begone on the other side. Even Enlightenment not that far, as Parallax has some control, but In Control have the most percent. They're up to 42, but Parallax are in hot pursuit. Now Ice Monkey's here and contesting the mid, so Aspexy contests from bleachers. I doubt that's where he meant that to go, but can still look to challenge as he goes up with the Faithlight, but he comes towards Lava Wall to help with this fight instead. They're hiding under cover, but Aspexy is a man on a mission. He locks down Kaiser. Mitau wins the duel with Duga, and that means Parallax now have uncontested control of the mid. Sure, Ice Monkey gets one kill, but as soon as his life is claimed, he'll be forced into the Reanimate, and he'll die right after. Amadeus gets rid of Mitau, but they have pushed all the way in. Amadeus is down, it's a double, and Parallax are continuing to rack up percent.
Oh, Ice Monkey goes for the Reanimate. That might not work out the way you want it to. Stays full health, so at least it's going to dodge that respawn timer, but it's 96% right now, Finch, in favor of Parallax Gaming.
And Aspexy's doing so much work for Parallax Gaming right now, and Dentic showing up in the final hour where they really need him. Mitau gets rid of Souza. King Kaiser cannot make the Moji work in close quarters. Yes, they lose Mitau elsewhere, but they have so many members here and healthy. Right now, Tuga doing his best to keep this game going, but I think they might have run out of time. On his way is Ice Monkey, but the Seismic Crash is not in time. He gets the touch, so overtime is renewed. Luna's there as well, but it's all ticking down, and Parallax Gaming take a commanding 2-0 lead.
So whether or not this ends up being a 3-0 for a set, or if right now In Control buckled down and they reverse sweep, that was an awesome Split Stone Quarry match. I don't get to say that often. A lot of the times we come here, and it does feel sometimes like you're trudging through, right? You're waiting for one of these teams to pop off. Just action all the time. I think that Moji pick, even though it might not be the best flank on the map, does end up looking pretty good. The Leon was played beautifully by Amadeus. It just wasn't consistent enough on their end, unfortunately, to find the win there. Versus what comes through, the tried and true on the side of Parallax, is what saves the day.
Yeah, I think it's no consolation to Amadeus, but that was a monster performance from him, right? It just was not enough for them to get the dub. Very close here on Splitstone, but now Parallax in a dominant position, so we'll get it back to the desk to see how they think this set's going to go from here.
That was really, really close. A lengthy one on Splitstone Quarry, but ultimately, Parallax Gaming continue their win streak and win their second game in a row. But Dave, how do you come away with that feeling great about yourself if you're Parallax? I mean, we saw Moji here for In Control. Obviously, they're trying as hard as they possibly can and picking everything they think is good. Right. But I'm sure when that got locked in, Parallax kind of gave themselves a look around like, what is going on here, fellas?
Sure.
They almost lost to that Moji.
They did. I mean, it was kind of, it slips my mind in drafts because I'm getting my hand eaten by my fur child back there. But, you know, this In Control team, they've made this Moji work in the past. King Kaiser really specifically hasn't happened in recent weeks as it's found its way out of the meta. But if there's any team that will and potentially can play the Moji, it's In Control. So not wildly surprising when you kind of put it in that context, but I agree. For Parallax, this is sort of, all right, we struggled against Carnage, who has given us some trouble previously in this phase. We should just quickly 3-0 In Control and move on. And In Control have always been stubborn. My storyline with these guys throughout the phase has been they've just been just shy of really putting it all together. They have such good synergy with one another. They're playing together, last year in the one of the Paladins League. So these guys know each other very well. Amadeus decimates this game, 20-11. So.
Yep.
If anything, I think you're onto something where Parallax are probably feeling a little bit shaky, and suddenly In Control are probably realizing, all right, guys, we can maybe do this. Now you have to look at the 3-game mountain they have to climb, but you have to take it one game at a time, as I've been saying throughout this weekend. But I think Parallax is really a mentally fortuitous team. They won't let a close 7-point game really hang on them, as close as it was. I think
Sure.
Gore hit it pretty well. The tried and true draft just sort of won the day here. Parallax Gaming, they need to be sure, though, that they kind of tie everything up nicely, because this In Control team is capable of bringing you to the limit.
What a fun game to watch, man. How often do you get to see an Inara do 100k damage, by the way? That's pretty absurd. To Jaguar Falls, we go. And this should be an interesting one. This series has really been defined by flanks at some points. I mean, you look at what we saw Amadeus be able to do there. It's so impressive because it has been so flank heavy. Now we go to Jaguar Falls, where flanks usually reign supreme.
Right. This is a Parallax kind of vibe being put out into the universe here, I think. This is the map where, again, barring In Control really bringing it like they did on Splitstone Quarry, this is, even before seeing the draft, I don't know, maybe that makes me a bad analyst. You're kind of feeling like this is the map where Parallax is going to bring things home, because it's just, it very much caters into their play style and the way they like to play. Interesting from In Control that they consider the Willow to be maybe the second highest threat, rather, to themselves here, where Parallax could have picked that. Absolutely a strong pick here on Jaguar Falls, but there's still so much. I've already said it once, it's kind of pointless to try to ban out a Spexy. You take away what you think is going to be the worst to play against, and then just hope that you have a game plan built around the next 5 or 6 picks that this guy can bring to the table. I like the way they start, though. Ashe fantastic on this map and assert dominance up, down, quickly inside these close corridors, great at closing gaps in some of those long sight lines. In Control, they just need to give themselves a chance out of the draft. And at least through one pick, they've done that.
Well, Zin and Genos are the first 2 picks here by Parallax, and if you're going to be picking a lot of flanks, giving them all a damage amp seems pretty good to me, especially with Zin, who, for me, it's between Zin and Maeve, who have been the most impressive flanks by a pretty considerable margin, though Buck on Splitstone is starting to put his name in that ring, as Fernando is then the pick. This has been a Parallax Gaming staple in a lot of their compositions, this Fernando now taken away on the other side by In Control.
It's interesting, kind of 2 different mindsets through the first few picks here. In Control, very concerned about how their front line is going to perform and keeping them alive. Fernando and Ashe have 2 pieces of utility in their ultimates that will keep, at least in Ashe's case, herself alive, and then Fernando, the rest of his team, alive. But you still give away the Rom. I think Rom is great on this map. The ability, specifically with his ultimate in some of those close quarters, to make a big difference. And then obviously the gap closing nature is very strong as well. I mean, Zin, Genos, Cassie, Rom, I mean, that's about as standard as it gets, and Parallax Gaming can make standard work. Moji Hover aggro doesn't necessarily scare me as much here on Jaguar Falls. It was eyebrow raising on Splitstone Quarry. Jaguar Falls, said it twice, I'll say it a third time. Close quarters, the ability to spread out that damage, hit those detonates from a closer range, just more consistent on Jag Falls. Don't hate it at all.
I like it quite a bit. If you're going to commit to playing Moji on Splitstone, you would best be ready to commit to playing it on Jack Falls. That's the way I feel about it, and they do just that. Tiberius as well, only 1 game all weekend, if my memory serves properly. It was earlier today on Ice Mines, where Mitau made it look really good. Going to have to try and keep that 100% win rate here up against what we expect to be one of the strongest teams here in Brazil. Xandroxis rounds out the draft here for Parallax. Kind of crazy they got Rom that deep in the draft. Can't imagine that you're feeling very good about In Control's odds just based on the way Parallax has been playing so far.
Yeah, I'm looking at what's going to slow down this Rom, and it's got to be Burn on his way to you, because other than that, this Rom I think just rumbles through this game. The creativity, it's the creativity aspect of In Control. If the creative kind of sidewindy type picks here that they're bringing, Moji and Tiberius at the end of their draft, can throw off Parallax from kind of their tried and true triple DPS standard that they've set, that's what's going to give In Control the edge, because you need something else to take down Parallax.
Parallax just one game away from going on their revenge tour up against Carnage in the finals. Can In Control stay alive here on Jaguar Falls?
That is the fundamental question, and they choose to stay alive. With Moji on Jag Falls, not so odd. But, Gory, is this the best map to pull out Tiberius in an elimination map?
I mean, this is not typically the one you see Tiberius on. It is still good for him for similar reasons as to why it is good on Ice Mines. Very, very tight corridors, and therefore a lot of places that you can get some fancy ricochets that come through, but he's actually running Tigron's Fury here, so that explosive blade that comes through, whenever you see him throw his sword, it'll be planted, and then he can snap, and it'll detonate in an explosion. So it gives him a little bit of burst ability, as well as a little bit of control that can come through. It's definitely an interesting one, but Amadeus just had a good Leon game. I'm going to go ahead and wager on a decent Tiberius game following up. I'm just going to say, though, Parallax Gaming with this draft, I mean, that's just Jag Falls crusher right there. It is going to be difficult to overcome the power that Parallax have, no matter what.
You've got a strong draft, and Spexy trying to put it to work, avoids the shoulder bash, and now has the 1v1 he wants up against Toga. But Kaiser has taken care of Dentic elsewhere already. Things seem to be a bit easier for the Moji now that she's back on her home turf, so to speak, the map where she's strongest. In Control have already moved up to 48%, though Spexy moving in has forced In Control off the point. Kront and Mittal both have some picks, though Kaiser got a return kill, but that is the end of his reign as Spexy cuts him down. This Xin has been a man possessed, already has Spike, and already cuts down the Ash. Spexy feeling it here on Jag Falls.
I mean, just right around the corner, able to hit that one onto the Ash. Good play from him to make sure that the pressure keeps going. And staggered out the tanks there with those kills makes it much more difficult for anyone on In Control to try and get back in time. You will have Emoji who can run in barrier and get an overtime touch, but Rom is just going to barrel to the back line and make sure things are tough for anyone on In Control.
Gets the job done, doesn't he, as Kronz pulls a minigun out of the Hellfire from the Afterlife and then puts it to work. Kaiser and Amadeus both trying to get in for a touch have fallen, and now Kronz trying to lock down the Fernando as well. These knockups are big, and they can already start to move the cart here. It can be a bit tough sometimes on Jag Falls if you don't win the mid cleanly, Gore, to get this cart moving like this, but look where Dentic is. He's keeping them locked down inside the actual point room and making things easy for his squad.
You know, the way you just described Rom made me realize that, I mean, what the Pyre has what? Furia? Like, I don't think there's anyone else that directly pulls from the Abyss's opposition. But there's so many cool Abyss champions out there, and Kronz showing off what you can do in the right hands. The knockup just so controlling for the team. And now he's looking to lock him inside the base. His ult is ready. The payload's coming around that last corner. This is looking like a good conversion.
You know, I was going to say he's demounting them, but I mean, the fight's happening here, right? So he's just raining in the damage, big damage onto Ice Monkey, who can barely hope to stay standing. Parallax, get the conversion as quick as you like, and In Control have got to right the ship before it sinks.
I mean, King Kaiser comes through, gets that first blood, gets 2 more kills throughout all of that, but 4 deaths. Nobody else on In Control is able to pick up any kills. In fact, only 2 of them got assists, and they didn't get that many. So on In Control, you need an entire change-up coming into this one. You do not have the credits I can see to really afford some of the items that you would want to. No way to get that Chronos 2 for Souza. Barely able to get some of the budget build that Ice Monkey has. They're dancing around the cat on Parallax because I think they know where they're going. Their plans are for the finals because they're 2 points away. And again, this is the draft to do it. Streaks burning, ults up, they're ready to go in. The only one lacking anything right now is Dentic, and I'm sure that Desandro is still going to have something to say.
So does Kronz. He looks for the knockups right away, and Amadeus never gets to play Paladins, my man. because Kronz is on a rampage. He wants to get back to finals, and Point Blank Cataclysm locks down Kaiser. Aspexy gets 2, but Kronz is setting it all up. Now he's running and gunning. Aspexy gets a 3rd, and Parallax are unrelenting. They want their revenge, and In Control will not stand in their way.
I mean, they're just getting so aggressive. And look, they use 4 ults, yeah, but now they have the Accursed Arma. Let's say you get to this point, good luck staying alive. The burst damage looking to come through once that barrier comes down. And this is all-out aggression and onslaught that is coming through from Parallax. But there's still the opportunity right here for In Control. Fernando's not going to live long, but that Immortal gets the touch.
And he needed it, didn't he? No way he was going to live without it. But the second it drops, he drops now. Let's see what he can do to lock down the Ashe as well. Reversal to stay alive. And he gets the punch up close. The Spexy has his back. 96-99, that's the cap. And now In Control, if they want to stay alive, have to defend. They must prevent the conversion. But so far, Parallax have done whatever they like. Starting with this ROM and trickling down. I don't see how they stop them.
In the last push, it just felt like a blink and you miss it kind of opportunity for them. All out aggression from Parallax once again, and it's going to be a slaughter, a stagger at that because of the fact that nobody else is there. And Kaiser's going to be out of here. His team at a 4v5. They're going to be able to find more after that, Finch. And this is where things go downhill. I see one ult charge. Spite just used the ult up for the ROM. This is where things start to change, and in favor of Parallax, I don't know if you're in a good position anymore for In Control.
Wow, calculated for Kronz. He dashed in 1,000 HP, left with 94. 93 more than he needed. Aspexy takes care of Kaiser. And right now, everything is clicking for Parallax. In come the tanks, though. The Ashe and the Nando are here to slow down the onslaught. They get the kill into Aspexy, and now Dintic. So, okay, In Control, showing some signs of life. Standing up now and pushing Parallax out of their base. But really, how long can they keep it up in Midtown? I mean, this is not a huge ultimate, but dropping it here on his own. A little bit surprised that the card continues to roll. But there's the snack time. Maybe he can get this kill on the Kronz, but they're just trying to stall him out as he continues to stand. But now they've lost Outlander. That might slow him down for good.
I mean, that execute is so crucial to land when you hit that. Just the snack time, the polymorph, that's good, but it's not as good as being able to delete the ROM. That's why I want to see, as difficult as it is, the rise of Drogo. Someone, and Moji, that can kill off this ROM with one hit. One ult, granted, but at least saves you in moments like that. Ultimately getting rid of the support, as you saw and said, is going to be able to slow this down. But with 30 seconds left, Parallax are not out of the question for getting back. A Cursed Arm could open up the door to get in there or seal the deal on the kills. And the rest of them, I mean, I see a 70% and a 50% ult that can change and win this game for Parallax if they get it here.
A Cursed Arm will be the call to start this fight off. Mostly gets damage back to the Tiberius, but not much else. Vitao has dropped, so things are starting to look good for In Control. If they can find maybe 1 or 2 more picks, then they have put this push to bed. But Dentic is the one getting kills. Kaiser has fallen, but they're going to need a few more if they want to realistically turn this into a push. Aspexy gets the second. What is this? Aspexy is on the warpath as Ice Monkey falls as well. Suddenly, it looks like this overtime might be a conversion. Aspexy is a man possessed. He continues to cut down the foes to open up the path. And Parallax Gaming keep this fight going. They move right back into the finals.
I mean, look, there's a reason this team was undefeated through all of Phase 2. The reason this team only took their first loss to a Brazilian team, I believe, maybe not this year, but since Phase 1, just today. And it's just going to continue going. I think it's great, honestly, to see on the other side In Control go out on a note that feels like their team. They're playing champions that are them. They're playing it well. And even though it's a 4-0, they're giving a good fight to Parallax. Parallax just happen to be one of the best teams in Brazil, and it's always going to come out that way. They were undefeated again for a reason, and I think we got to see that here.
Man, it's starting to look like you could roll a 5-sided die, and that's how you could pick the Paladins Player of the Year. Anybody on Parallax is a viable candidate, huh? Because these guys are absolutely nuts. We'll have our rematch right after the desk breaks it down.
Thank you, Finch and Gore, for running us through an impressive performance from Parallax. That map 2 on Splitstone, I don't know, Dave. Maybe Splitstone should be the ban for this team moving forward. They lose on it against Carnage. They get pushed to the distance. here by In Control. And then we go back to Jaguar Falls, and Parallax is like, oh yeah, we're
right.
just better. What if we just be better? And they were better on Jag Falls.
They were much, much better on Jaguar Falls. That was the concern, right? I thought it was wild that In Control took us to Jaguar Falls here this late on. 'Cause you just know that Parallax is going to do what they want on a map like this, and it was nothing short of exactly what Parallax wanted. Honestly, you know, it's so weird, and then this is kind of getting into like the mental of players. You know, I've never played at really anything at that high of a competitive level, but like, I'm Carnage now. I just beat Parallax, so obviously I'm feeling some level of confidence, but then I just watched Parallax decimate In Control. As Spexy goes 14-2. There's got to be like some level of concern up there, I imagine, if you're Carnage Gaming. You've got the one game in hand, so maybe Carnage's rooting factor right now mentally is we only have to win 2 instead of the 3 again this time against Parallax, since they have that one game in hand being in the upper side of the bracket. But that's going to be a blast to watch, especially now that Parallax Gaming have gotten their feet back under them here on Jaguar Falls. I mean, this is one you expected Parallax to win. It was how convincingly would they win? And Game 3 here gave us the answer. I mean, this is a full firing on all cylinders squad that's going to bring a fight to Carnage for sure.
Cannot wait for these grand finals, man. They are going to be so much fun to watch. The semifinals were incredible, and I'm sure the grand finals are going to do just the same for us. Parallax Gaming move on to the grand finals. Congratulations to In Control for a solid season, finishing 3rd here in Brazil, but let's be honest, Dave. Viewers didn't come to see who was winning the bronze medal. Let's see who brings home the gold right on the other side of this break.
Do you miss me at all? Do you think about the things we used to do? No, you couldn't stand tall. So why didn't you call? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all. But why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? Can you feel me? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all, but why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me?
Well, hey there, champions, and welcome back to the Crystals, a Paladins-themed award show to show some recognition to those of you out there in the community and all the hard work that you've done. You gave us nominees. The Evil Mojo guys went ahead and picked them up as to who would be the finalists, and then you voted for your winners of each category. And for this one, we're looking at the streaming awards, those streamers out there and what they have done. The Clip of the Year, your International Streamer of the Year, and your Streamer of the Year are the ones we're going to be looking at. And so first and foremost is Clip of the Year. There's a lot out there that can come through, but you had 4 nominees, 4 clips that rose above the rest. Unbelievable Creepers, Squixo, and Carefree Avery on that list. The winner, taking home their second award for the Crystals, is gonna be Creepers.
Execute! Execute! Thank you so much for voting for me on the Clip of the Year. You guys are awesome. All I can say right now is that I will be trying harder and harder next year to make even more awesome clips for you guys. And, well, if you want to join me on that little ride to get the amazing clips, by all means, just follow my 2 channels down here and join my streams. I'll see you guys there. Again, thank you so much for the votes, and I'll see you in game.
It's gonna be hard to top there, Creepers. I mean, a Hexakill, it literally doesn't count higher than that. Maybe you'll just have to give us more next year. We'll see what you're able to provide as it goes forward. But speaking of going forward, now we're going to be moving on to the International Streamer of the Year. Again, a lot of big names out there across the world that stream Paladins. Alive, TTV, Gloozy, NTBs, and Tardan made it into your top 4, but only one can win. And it's the Donut Queen herself, Gloozy, who's going to be taking home International Streamer of the Year. We got a couple of words from Gloozy herself as well.
Look what we won! I still can't believe this. Some amazing content creators were on the list with me. So when they told me that we won, I was like, I can't say thank you enough to everyone who voted for me on the Crystals as International Streamer of the Year. Thank you so much. You're all so amazing. I'm so thankful to have you all and to be able to rely on all your love and support. It has been a crazy ride, honestly, because I've been part of the Paladins community now for over 5 years. And thanks to that, I've also been able to build my own community. Big shout out to Paladins and to my awesome donut family community. For those who don't know who I am, my name is Gloozy. I'm also known as a Donut Queen because that's kind of my brand. I'm a Spanish girl living in Belgium and a full-time content creator thanks to all of you. So feel free to join our donut squad anytime. Mwah. Love you all.
Well, congratulations once again, Gloozy. Great streams. I recommend you go and check them out and maybe join the Donut Squad as you do. But now we're moving forward to Streamer of the Year. Again, a lot of big names that were out there nominated for this, but only 4 that were able to become finalists. I Dodge Bullets, Cyberbolt, Unbelievable, and Z1 Unknown. And your winner for Streamer of the Year is none other than Z1 Unknown. Congratulations on Z1 for being able to win this. I mean, above and beyond a lot of streams, a great creator who has been doing it for quite a while as well. So make sure you check him out, but also make sure you check out the other nominees from all of this. It's been a great awards. Congratulations once again to everyone who won. But that's going to do it for the Crystals here. So thank you for tuning in. Go check out these content creators as always, and we'll see you later.
And just like that, we are in the final set of Paladins for this competitive year, the Brazilian finals. Parallax up against Carnage. But before we get there, let me tell you about our partnership with SteelSeries here for this event. If you got a Paladins fan in your life, I'm straight up stealing this from Finch because it was very good. It's that time of year to buy gifts for those in your life. And if you got a Paladins fan in your life, I'm sure they'll appreciate a mouse pad or some speaker tags. Go on to steelseries.com and pick something up for the Paladins fan in your life. And I know I've got a Paladins fan with me here.
I'm a Paladins fan. I'm a Paladins fan.
You're right. You're a Paladins fan. You're in my life. Maybe I'll buy you a mouse pad or a speaker tag.
I need one, dude. This thing's abysmal.
I know. I had to buy a giant one for my desk because I don't know. We'll get there. Another day we'll talk about our mouse pads and how bad we need them. Maybe SteelSeries.com is where we can go. Gore, we move in to the final set here in Brazil, and we are moving into Game 2. That's important to remember here. Carnage Gaming, massive advantage. Think about this. You're going up against Parallax Gaming, and you only need to win 2. Parallax have to win 3. That's got to feel good if you're Carnage.
Yeah, it's one of those things, again, the winner's advantage is getting that map. That's what they earned earlier by beating Parallax Gaming. It is now having a little bit less work to do in the finals for them. And they won 2 in a row at the beginning of that set.
That's
so
right.
Theoretically, we might be able to see Carnage Gaming find themselves a sweep. Parallax, though, have lost 1 set in, I'm going to add this as a week, 16 weeks of play, if you include all of Phase 2. They have lost an individual set, and that was earlier today against Carnage. It's not something you can bet on happening every single time, but you do know that it is something that there is on their mind, weighing against them, that Carnage is the team that was able to do it, and that has to come up here. And the fact that Carnage played so well in those games, even though they lost 2 of them and maybe fumbled a little bit with it, they were still able to take it home and find exactly what they needed to win throughout all of that. And that's a little frightening. There's a lot to ban here, but because they've already played them, it's kind of like they have that warm-up. They've got 5 games experience as to how to beat Parallax now that they can apply right here.
Giving yourself that free win, cannot understate how important that is. And we will go to Jaguar Falls. First map overall. Carnage Gaming take away Ice Mines and Frog Isle. Shatter Desert Warder's Gate banned out by Parallax Gaming. Unsure as to whose map pick this is. I would raise my eyebrows if this was Carnage Gaming because of just how flawless Parallax Gaming just looked on this map. So, if you're Parallax, I mean, you picked this for yourself for good reason, or if it's picked against you, it is a Parallax pick. We've just gotten confirmation. So Parallax picked Jaguar Falls, and I think for good reason, Gore. Let's get our momentum flowing here already in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that comes through. You get that map advantage, yes, but first pick for maps at least will go over to Parallax. And then I believe because it'll hit map 3, we'd go into loser's pick right after this. So Parallax get that advantage. And like you said, we just got to watch it. I mean, it was a very fast game, very well-controlled game. And there's a few things that you can ban here. It was Bomb King and Willow is what In Control had decided to get rid of. But I think Parallax showcased that they don't necessarily need those to make it work. Bomb King going to be taken off the board again, but I'm thinking of the ROM, I'm thinking of that Zen. Those two really help drive it home. Mithouse Cassie as well fit perfectly with them. I think they're flexible enough here that they're not going to sweat it. I wouldn't be surprised for a ROM first pick.
Look at the kind of adaptation from Carnage Gaming here. Think back to what In Control banned on this map. It was the Bomb King, then the Willow as well. Parallax Gaming wasn't really concerned about either of those, I suppose. We'll see if the Willow was a warranted ban by In Control, if Parallax maybe go to that later on. But obviously the EV for a Spexy just carries so much weight. Carnage don't want to deal with it. Rom, though, first pick overall here, and then Gore. Now, this is not so much just dipping into a Spexy's champion pool. It's also giving yourself something on Carnage with this Maeve, something you know you have players can perform on.
And it's good, especially when you ban out the EV because you control what is the one-on-one conversion, like the other flank that keeps up. But it's bad because it's Jag Falls. This is not necessarily one of the best maps for Maeve. She's not the worst on this map, and we've seen her work today even, where it can be game-changing for you. But Xin, your Kogas, your Taluses, all of which come out, I think, a little bit stronger here. So I don't know that it hurts Parallax as much as you would like to. It does, however, like you say, give a big boon to Carnage Gaming. It's a very big pickup for Ares, if that's the route he wants to go, but it's a pickup for their team that fits really well, and will do well against the Rom and Ashe. Honestly, I think we might have seen it earlier, but going for something like an Execute against them wouldn't be the worst idea just because of how oppressive these tanks are.
Io falls down to a later on ban here, Gore. Interesting to say the least. And I suppose that's sort of what we've started to see over here in Brazil, where we want to get our tanks and our damage dealers. Those are the most important, and then whichever healer we're able to get later on, we'll be happy with. And it tends to be Io or Genos for one team or the other, and maybe these teams are just confident in what they're building around one support or the other. But Io Genos fall down to later on picks. In Parallax Gaming, they're going to look at standard as far as tank, damage dealer, healer numbers, but aggression might be the name of the game with what they've drafted.
And I really like it. So the way I see Vivian in this is if you wanted to run triple frontline, then that Ruckus that Parallax Gaming banned would fit in perfectly right there. But because Ruckus is gone and you get the Genos, I think Vivian is the perfect slot in to have a similar style, similar good damage that comes through. Maybe nothing as crazy as a Hexafire, but those Sentinels are still really good for the sustain. Plus with Genos, she's good against flanks. Maeve's Pounce does go through shields, but Vivian is really solid at dealing with the damage that comes into her and kind of shrugging it off. If you're going for daggers, she's not really worried too much about that damage. And Pounce, as good of an ability as it is, isn't the end-all be-all when it comes to killing Vivian. So I think she's really happy. This is a good map for Xin, plus with Genos being able to boost everybody and synergizing incredibly well with the entire lineup from Parallax. I don't think they have a lot of weak points for Carnage to come in and break them apart. Those weak points are picked apart by Maeve if she can get something for the tanks and or to the Xin, and by this Tyra and the Io being able to combine for an insane amount of point control between the Fire as well as Luna.
And I'm glad you brought up the Tyra, because in a weird way, I think that's kind of the curveball here towards the end of the draft. A million ways that Carnage Gaming could have gone here. I'm looking. There's still a Cassie potentially available, but Carnage Gaming, I think for all of the reasons you just listed, maybe and then some more, Gore, feel comfortable with this Tyra pick.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, again, so Tyra, when her fire spreads, you throw out the firebomb. Whatever talent she goes, it has RNG spread. But when you're in a narrow corridor, there's only one way to go, Dave, so you can control it a little bit more on Jag Falls, and that'll be helpful for Carnage here.
Carnage Gaming, one game in hand over Parallax. It's the rematch. It's the finals. Fawn and Krez, it's all yours.
Great job on the desk as always, you two. Fawn the Legend and Kresnik right here, bringing you guys the very first match of what is the final set of the Brazilian bracket. Earlier, you might have the conversation of Parallax, oh, this is a free 3-0. It might be close even though it's first and second seed, but come on, they're undefeated. Now, I feel like the conversation about these two teams is different, especially coming into this match.
Yeah, and I think normally you would say that Parallax would have the advantage, like you mentioned, and I might still think that looking at their composition, I do like how Carnage have kind of responded to it, though. I like how they see the double aggressive off-tank that Parallax have brought to the table. So they just bring a bunch of DPS that have a ton of DR. They have Tyra who can stack that up with the Mercy Kill, maybe. They have Maeve who has a lot at base, and of course Io who can anybody that necessarily needs it, but and they're all back on top of each other. It's going to be a very deathball style competition. It's pushing already the first kill.
Already the first kill available to Carnage Gaming is going to be in the form of Cool and Ares. The next one to be burnt on point is the Monster Rom, as he gets killed soon after that. 24% to 9% already. Things are becoming a bit more dire. The percentage is building, and with Luna on the point, it makes it even more dangerous than beforehand. 60% for Carnage Gaming, still climbing, and Rom wants to be the first one to see if he can sort of force this engagement on the objective, get the overtime touch needed.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight it. They have nothing again. They're not going away for it. They're response for Carnage Gaming, even if and back away.
It seems like for right now, Dintic already finds himself with a double kill. Rachao manages to get one, but Dintic pulls out the triple. The ROM is on point without Tyra. You can't burn the monster down, but Scooter tries to make himself more relevant, pushes himself in, and manages to at least get mid-tower, but Dintic with the delayed quadra kill might make it a little bit more relevant for Parallax Gaming. They're down a point in the set because of the lead that Carnage Gaming were already able to make. With 66% already available to them, might make it a little bit more dangerous for Carnage Gaming. And it seems like for right now, while everything ends up getting fixed for the moment time being, it seems like there's already 2 kills in the form of Tyra. That's a double kill. IO manages to at least get 1. That's a good amount of last hits available to him as they've managed to just make the point captured. Very first point for Carnage Gaming. Not too good of a look for Parallax. It seemed like they were able to make things work for them every now and again, but with a kill on Outlander, Carnage might be in a little bit more trouble. I mean, Parallax, excuse me, might be in a little bit more trouble than they were hoping.
I mean, this is a moment here where, you know, if you're Parallax, you really have to start sweating. I mean, you lost to this team earlier. You are in danger of things going wrong for you. And this payload's moving really fast. It's 2 more kills now for them, Fawn. And they don't really have the ults right now to defend themselves. They're slowly charging them up, but it's going all Carnage all day.
3 kills already available to Carnage Gaming. Rolling cart right on through Parallax. They might be coming off of a bad mental state. They lost to Carnage earlier. They're down a point now. The game's last set were a little bit closer, even though it was a 3-0. So it makes it a little bit more dangerous. Hook goes out, drags him right on in. Deflector shield, burnt. Void Grip goes out. Man, just live with Makoa for a little bit longer. Ares did manage to find the kill onto mid-tower, but they trade things out 1 for 1. Commanders grab, they're chasing him, ring around the rosy, the good old Scooby-Doo treatment. As Genos is trying to find a way to escape, Outlander manages to live for long enough, but not too long. Still going to get brought down. The assert dominance was what was forced here. Overpower goes out. Rom tossed right off the side. Shoulder bash on the way in, trying to force things into the back line. Try and make it even. 2 for 2 trades so far as Spexy finds himself with a nice double kill. They're still holding on to the objective as much as they can. Shots go out from Cool and from Crimson. They're trying to burn down targets one after the next. So that's a 2-0 for Carnage Gaming to start things off on Jack.
As much as they can. The phrase you use there, as much as they can. Parallax hold on as much as they can, and it's not a whole lot. They do not have anything really to fight back. I mean, Kronz is 0-5. He just had one of the best performances on frontline that we got to see, and he is 0-5 here now. Uses the assert dominance. Spexy as well uses that spite, and yet they don't have too much to show for it. They're still down 0-2. Now, benefits. They have the comeback mechanic in their favor. Against a team like Carnage, this is something you have to use. If Outlander can hit a sick ult, then that's the greatest way to start this off. But Cool is 9-1-4. You know where your target is. Right now, that Tyra, I kind of, on the desk, looked over it. I didn't think it was going to be this insane. But she's the problem. Someone has to deal with her, and once they're gone, I think Carnage Gaming will have to fall back, and that gives a good opportunity for Parallax to jump forward.
Jumps over the wall for just a little bit longer. Rom wants to try and see if he can force an engagement on the maze, but he already ate so much damage on the way in. Pulls in, Dentic gets the kill, and it's committed now. 21% on the objective for Carnage Gaming. They're waiting and buying time for Luna to come back, so they may not be able to be as aggressive as they might like to. Io will take the new spot on the objective as they're trying to force things into the Makoa on the left-hand side here. Secret is where they're fighting. Things are getting a little bit more dire. The percentage is still gaining on the side of Carnage Gaming. One of them goes down. Kronz is killed. And meanwhile, Vivian's the one trying to see if they can put any damage on the board. They do manage to find some. The touch is there. Overtime was started thanks to the on the right-hand side, though. Vivian wants to keep moving in, seeing if they can bring down Ares, and they do. Mid-Tow still alive for a little bit longer, spited in the back line. And that's going to be another member gone on the side. Carnage Gaming, beautiful battle shout to block out the Cataclysm. Doesn't want to get stunned, but they managed to take out another one. Outlander with a double kill. Last hits for the support mean that they will now put the shoe on the other foot and get the zone.
And you gotta look at that 99% for Carnage here. They've got a Be Gone. That's a great ult to get someone off of this point. Quite literally, Be Gone. Get out of here and let us move back in. Along with the Crossfire, this is a dangerous game for Parallax still, but that 74% is nice.
They already managed to make things work out for them, I should say. Cool. Does manage to get some kills available. Mid-Tow is going to be the first one that goes down. Hook goes out, stops Dintic and rolls right on through him. Gives himself a little bit of extra burst. Wasn't quite able to build it up thanks to the shell shield. Will be gone. Pushes one of them off of the objective here. Outlander trying to run away. Spexy is on cart. Same thing for Kronz. They're trying to stop them from capturing it, but Carnage already make this a 3-0 against Parallax Gaming. Not the type of look that you would expect to see from the #1 seeded team.
I can't remember the last time Parallax has been down this much. I mean, the fact that they lost a set earlier is still kind of boggling me to the fact that I don't know if I believe what I'm seeing with my eyes here, Fawn. They already have that one-game advantage on the side of Carnage, and Overpower available for him as well. It's not guaranteed done here just yet, but Jag Falls is one where momentum rides true. If Rachao gets a good kill onto a front line here, whether he uses his Overpower or not, that is a great way to keep things going. What a beautiful hook to keep the kills going in their favor.
Overpower, next thing to be used here. Dintic does manage to find the kill on the cool. The next one left is Ares. Not Ares, excuse me, it's Spexy. Ares is the one that secured the kill here. Outlander gets hooked right on in and pulled to the objective. Makes it easier for them to get the kill on him. Kronz dismounted. Cart still rolling forward. Kronz has to find some way to stall. Assert dominance is the best way that he can do that. Manages to pop the ultimate. Ancient Rage is available to him. They're trying to move in as best as they can. Vivian trying to fire shots into the opposition as Midtow is going to be brought down. Cool. Next one in line. Dintic, the other one that follows suit. The kills are starting to checkerboard, but mostly it goes towards the favor of Carnage Gaming. Commander's Grab goes out. Outlander can't stall, and Carnage Gaming make this a 4-0 against Parallax.
This has been a team that has worked so hard for this moment in both sides, but Parallax right now, backs against the wall. They were down 2-0 earlier, and they pushed us to 5. That's what I want to see out of them now. I know they can rally up behind themselves. I know they can push forward, but you can feel it in the air, the electricity that is the hunger of Carnage right now. They're just one game away, Fawn, from being able to get themselves a championship here in Brazil, and I don't know if there's a lot in the world that can stop them. Parallax are going to have to figure that out soon.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what they'll have to do either. They are down 2-0. They could be on set point. They could lose the World Championship, but let's give it back to the desk to break down the game.
Well, we're happy to be back here in the middle of the Paladins World Championship. Thank you, Fawn and Gore. Also, Kresnik, we'll see if we can get you back in here for bringing us the call. Right now, though, Dolson, don't Carnage seem unstoppable, right? They're on the warpath. And Parallax already fell to them once, and now here they are on the precipice of falling to them again. What do they need to change if they want to stop this Carnage team?
Look, man, I mean, there's just something in the air right now with this Carnage squad. I'm thinking Parallax are brilliant. They're mega brains for taking us to Jaguar Falls in game #1, and literally nothing seemed to be working here. I mean, at any facet of the game, I think you could look at anyone on Carnage Gaming, and this is normally what we say about this. Disgusting hook, by the way, there from Scooter. We normally say this about Parallax, where, like, you can look at one of anyone on Parallax, and they are probably helping out in every facet of the game. Carnage Gaming put together a complete performance this time around. Scooter wins my MVP right now. For game 1, I should say. You know, the 5-3-20 on the Makoa. Obviously 12-3-12. Very attractive KDA. 11-4-13, of course, is there. I think the front line of Carnage Gaming had a standout performance. 8-3-18 for Rachao as well. So much of the setup rolls through those guys, and then the follow-up absolutely needs to be there from Carnage Gaming. This is a full team win. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think Parallax's draft was necessarily bad. We're just seeing such value out of this Makoa recently. The con with the overpower and the lockdown there as well. I think this is just kind of a team outplay. I think Carnage Gaming have this momentum. And Finch, we're one game in, and thanks to beating Parallax earlier, Carnage Gaming only need one more.
Only need one more win to join the likes of Snappin', right, from these other regions to make it up there and be that first-place team here in Brazil. And it's been all Parallax, hasn't it? They had not lost a set so far. Obviously, they stumbled earlier, and now here they are on the precipice of having to accept a silver medal. Fish Market could potentially be their final battleground if they were to lose this next map. And so we know Fish Market, this big wide open mid with a bit of a difficult push where you're pushing uphill for a bit, then you get the downhill push there towards the tail end. This could be the map that Parallax needs to finally get their feet dug in.
Yeah, absolutely could be. And this is a map maybe unlike no other, I'm sure there are others, but where picks and bans, right? What a statement there for me. I'm really firing on all cylinders right now. But that comes to mind. Fish Market, I think, so heavily dictated by picks and bans is really the point I'm trying to make here. It just took me a minute to really get around to it. You can get out drafted very heavily on Fish Market, so I start to look towards the snipers, the Strix. Not really so much Kinessa here as of late. Io, very important on this map. If there's just a distinct long-range advantage, the ability to lock down big damage numbers and not put yourself in harm's way, not only important on the mid, important on the push, those are the sorts of things where you can really find yourself falling behind. So if you're going to give a Strix away or you're going to let the other team pick it, you need to have an answer to it. So the Fish Market, more so than others, I think, has that potential to kind of get out of control in the pick ban phase.
Well, so far the bans are Eevee and Rom. Parallax banning away the Rom after it didn't exactly pan out for them back on, I guess we got to call it map 2, right, with the 1 map advantage there for Carnage. So here we are going into Fish Market map 3, and just as you mentioned, the Strix has already been taken away. Carnage clearly don't want to have to deal with all that long-range damage here on a map where, especially in the mid, a Strix can find a spot and post up sometimes, man. It can be hard to get to them. So that's why I think the flankers are going to be important too, or whoever it is that you have as your job to push out and try and deal with that.
In the long-range category, you can fall behind. In the mobility category on Fish Market, you can really fall behind. So Maeve, I think, comes at a premium here in this game. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of these two teams reach for the Maeve early. That's a good point there, Finch. Torvald often gets banned out. It would be an interesting pick here for this map. We do see him on this map, so it wouldn't necessarily blow me away. But we've seen this Torvald composition attempted, and it's fallen short. I think Carnage won on it on Ascension Peak in the previous set that these two guys played, but it was like they sort of limped through the finish line in their 0.7 mid-fight. I mean, it just hadn't really been clicking for some of these teams here in this region. Not at all surprised to see Maeve in this set more so than others. When you have people on both teams that can play Maeve at that highest level, it just makes too much sense. So I like the way Carnage has started here.
Yeah, especially on a map like this. It can already feel like I can't see all the direction you're coming from. Now you factor in a midnight, and I actually can't, right? So difficult to try and deal with this Maeve on the other side. But now you've got Genos, this great pocket pick, the Luminary buff. We'll see what it's boosting up a little bit later on, but always strong to have on your side. Plus this Immortal. Sometimes you just need a little bit more time on a map like Fish Market, and Immortal can buy that for you, absolutely. But now the Ashe and the Maeve on the other side, two very potent top 2 picks here for Carnage Gaming.
And I like the point you make there about the Immortal, because really on Fish Market, it's very difficult to fight around this point as a tank, because it's just kind of a bowl and there's just damage pouring into at any given time.
Yeah.
So you really got to pick and choose your moments. And you never necessarily want to use an Immortal just to stay alive on the point, but a little extra survivability from the Fernando if need be. Genos, sort of a different look here for Parallax Gaming, where we've seen these healers fall down the draft board a little bit. More priority put on damage dealers and frontliners, but saving maybe for some counter picks later on is what Parallax is doing here. I'm a little concerned about Carnage's lockdown right now as far as their frontliners go. You look at Ashe and the ability to control space with that assert dominance. Khan on the overpower is effectively a free kill, and you're not only getting that for yourself, you're taking away a big counter to the Ashe. I think Carnage Gaming have set themselves up well through their first 3 picks.
They really have. And so far, Dave, you're proving to be correct, about your understandings of Torvald's value here, at least in this set.
Right.
I doubt at this point that we'll be seeing it over here for Carnage. Yeah, they're going to go with Corvus Vivian. Really not room to put Torvald in there. We need another damage dealer and a healer. And then over here for Parallax, I don't know that it's really an option for them either, as they pull in this Zen. They've been wanting this triple DPS, so no Torvald here in this one. Instead, it is mobility. Buck and Zen will be flying around this map. Is that going to be enough, though, for them to overpower the brick wall that is Khan and Ashe up front?
Yeah, there's so much mobility in the top 3 picks that's Carnage Gaming, so they'll be able to play around what Parallax are doing. Slight concern around this Vivian, totally dependent on where she plays. If she's following around the Ashe, following around the Khan, as she probably should, she'll be much more safe. But if she's even left alone in the backline for a moment, expect Leon to do big burst damage and then a Buck or a Zin to be somewhere in range to take her down. I think Carnage Gaming, very positional based and very how they're going to play around these frontliners that can control that space. Can't leave this Vivian on her own or else she's going to have a tough time.
Can our top team, undefeated in the regular season, really fall here on Fish Market? The answer gonna come to us here from Gore and Fawn.
Thank you guys so much. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Now I'm messing up. Dave, you gave it to me now. You messed up. You said a few things weird on the desk. Now I'm the one flipping up my words. Come on, man. It's whatever, man. It's the finals. I'm excited to see this next match that Carnage have proposed to us. It's already 2-0 as everything is sort of going down right now. I mean, I wasn't expecting Parallax to be twice behind. I thought at least they would have tied it up, if anything.
I mean, yeah, it's insane to think about them now. One map, Fawn, literally one map away from getting eliminated here in the tournament. And for Carnage to be able to find themselves a championship. This is a big one, though. I love Parallax Gaming Draft. This is a map, Fish Market, for triple DPS through and through. The Leon, the Buck, the Zen, all of them fit really well here with the Genos. And then I look at the other side. Khan, Ashe, the two best tanks I think there are on this map. A lot of work cut out for them, but Parallax, it's do or die.
They already want to be more aggressive. Scooter makes his way into the back line. Zen was going to be just a little bit more passive, wait in the back, see if he could toss out some more of his swings, if anything. But on the retreat, Kronz gets hit directly into the back. Projection gets brought out and used. Corvus manages to heal some people up. Meanwhile, Rachao is playing very forward here, zoning people out where he can. Notices that the Corvus needs help and tries to back up, sees if he can make this work for him. Shoulder bash all the way in, manages to dismount Fernando as well. It's going pretty good for Carnage so far. Not really much I can say about this except for the fact that they are holding on pretty efficiently as Genos has to find some sort of way out. They're still being stalled on the retake here.
I mean, like wolves herding sheep right now. Parallax just have no way into the point, and Ares is going to be able to go around on one of his best champions and find himself a kill there. This is looking good for Carnage.
It is, and a double kill already for Cools. They just now made it back, but Vivian, she's the one chilling up top right now. Buck has to do something to stop her, but he ate so much damage on the way in. The next one being forced down is the Kronz. Fernando killed. Buck gone. Overtime done, and that's the first point on Fish Market for Carnage Gaming.
I'm having trouble, Fawn. Again, I just can't believe what I am seeing with my eyes here. I didn't believe it earlier either, but it's happened once. Carnage are looking like a team that might just be able to do it even faster the second time around. Parallax need a little bit of a warm-up squad. Again, this is a map. It's not over just yet. You can take a little bit of a breather. You lose the first mid, it's not the end of the world. A defense on this portion, it is not too difficult. You got a nice long line of sight. Well, look, you do have to stay alive, and with Dintik going down, that might cause a little bit of troubles for him. An overpower coming up. Guaranteed conversion if you want to use that, or guaranteed kill at the beginning of the next round. Assert dominance available as well. With the ults coming in for Carnage and still plenty of time to charge them, I don't even know if they need to use them. This payload's moving so just seamlessly.
Shots are being fired into the Zen. It does force him out a little bit. You know, Mental posts up around the corner. See if he can find any sort of good shots onto the back line or anyone in particular. The Immortal gets used in trying to keep everybody alive. However, that doesn't mean that Carnage aren't ready to battle. They're throwing out the daggers. They manage to get the kill on Buck. Who will be the next one? Ares sees his next target. Fernando tries to move in, but the shield is broken. He goes down.
Wow.
And the next one that might follow suit is Espexi. That's 4 members down on Parallax Gaming side. This is a 2-0 so far against a seemingly undefeated team. That's the storyline of today. Parallax are struggling.
Espexi, Dintik, Mitau, players that countless times throughout this season have been easy. I mean, you could make montages, countless montages, endless montages on what these guys have done out of highlights from all of their sets in Phase 2, and all of them are at a negative slash line right now. 1 and 3 there for Dintik, 1 and 3 there for Mitau. Espexi a little bit better, only 2 deaths to his name and the 1 kill, but they haven't been able to be that consistent. You're killing Ares, he's the one at the most danger. He's going to be in there and easy to take care of, and with all of the ults available, the Sentinels still popped there for cool. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room for Parallax. They're still trying to charge up what they have left or haven't charged up, and the ults they used are nowhere near here. They have no Immortal and no ult for this Leon. It's going to be an uphill battle.
Oh, they landed so many headshots on the way down to that Leon. Now they're in big trouble. Ares in the back line. They're pincering them. Where are you going to run to? You can't escape from the carnage, if anything. Cool with the triple kill. The next one on the list is going to be the Fernando. Full-on team wipe already present for Carnage Gaming. They make this not only a 2-0, but they're looking good. They're trying to get their 3rd point.
I mean, look at this, just setting up life as a turret, doesn't need to go anywhere. A triple kill, 13 streak for Cool. It's easy right now, and 64% already on charging back those Sentinels. Gonna have it up plenty of time. There's an opportunity for a touch from Parallax, but this is looking like a really difficult shell to break into.
Already it seems like Scooter gets lifted up, but they already got their 3rd point. He's 1v2ing right now. Khan has to find some sort of way out. He doesn't quite make it, but neither do two teammates make that 3 on the side of Parallax Gaming. This might just be it, Gord. They are still filtering in kills. It feels like the snowball hasn't stopped rolling down the hill. It keeps building and building, and they keep getting picked off. I'm not sure what Parallax can do here. They seem so behind.
All right, Parallax, look, pep talk time. All of the finals have been 2 games. All of the finals have gone by fast. Dig your heels in now. Fight back. You have a 15 undefeated streak during the regular season. You got 16 sets in a row where you were able to win before Carnage Gaming took you down. We know what kind of team you are. This is the opportunity to turn it. But Ares says no, Fawn. He wants to keep going.
And Ash forced them all the way back to spawn. Ares wants a piece in the back line, gets the shot, but Ash is ready for the smoke. He's always ready for the fight. Moves in, manages to use the assert dominance through time and space, goes wide. 1 kill is followed through. A Tropic Breach on the objective. Who else will be the next one to fall on the side of Parallax Gaming side? There's one that's down. No more members remaining. Only 2 are going to be in instead. Another one falls soon after that, and Carnage Gaming take the World Championship from Parallax, the undefeated team in Brazil, easily clapped by Carnage Gaming.
I mean, like a checklist, dude. Systematic. They came in. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew the map they were going to, and they took them down. Parallax, 16 sets in a row without dropping a single one of them. They have beat Carnage Gaming countless times until today. Twice now in a row for Carnage Gaming, and the last time they're brushing dust off their shoulder like it's nothing. That felt great from Carnage to see the play they were able to bring. They came out to win. They were hungry, and they got what they wanted.
Yes, they did. Carnage Gaming, congratulations to you. Not an easy feat to make. Let's send it right back to the desk to close out the final set of the day.
Well, when these teams made it to the finals, they were done playing around. Carnage run right over Parallax despite their strong regular season. They didn't care about it at all and got what appeared to be an easy win, though we know they worked hard for it. I still have with me here on the desk, Dolson. I mean, we got to talk a little bit about how they made it to this point, right? Because Ares was popping off, the whole squad was.
Yep.
Parallax seemed like a non-factor to him.
Look, I think I love the way you bring up Ares here, because I know this means a lot to Ares especially. I mean, faced a lot of scrutiny in the PPL last year. I mean, he had some on days, had some off days. This entire day, Ares was on. Big reason his team had a big win here over Parallax Gaming. I think both damage dealers for Carnage really stepped up. And when you consider who you're fighting against on Parallax, Mitau and Aspexy, those are potential like region MVP candidates in the damage category when you're looking at it. So it was a tall task, absolutely, for Carnage Gaming. They're your 2nd seed, but they dropped 4 sets to Parallax's 0 in the regular season. So this is, make no mistake about it, an entire team effort from Carnage Gaming. But I know for Ares it definitely means a little bit extra to him. But you got to be happy, right? I mean, look, it's a very fast set, but I think always seeing the underdog step up. I don't know if you consider them an underdog after their set win earlier on, but to finish it off like this, I mean, that's decimation through and through. Ares had 3 deaths to everyone else's 1. Parallax never got anything going. The momentum was just too strong for Carnage.
And to talk about what Rachao and Scooter did, Rachao showing his versatility today with the different champs he was able to play. Scooter on the Makoa or the Calm, whatever it was, my man was lighting it up. This is such a team win from these Carnage Gaming guys. Sometimes you come to the end of one of these tournaments and you're like, man, they just got hot at the right time. Did the best team win? Carnage beat them on even ground at the best of 5, and then with the 1-game advantage, it wasn't close, man. There's no doubt in my mind that Carnage are the team that deserve to stand up there above everybody else. They absolutely earned it.
And the way they turned around their mid-fight as well. The first time Carnage and Parallax played, I was thinking, man, Carnage are just, they're going to defend. They'll turn around to mid-fight in 0.7. This was a 3-0 built on mid-fight wins from Carnage Gaming. They figured out whatever was going wrong kind of halfway through the first time they played Parallax, drove it home at the end of that set, and then continued to build on it here. So the ability to make adjustments, obviously good for them as well.
Impressive path that Carnage took to victory, 3-0ing in control, finding the 3-2 win over them in the semifinals, never dropping down to the loser bracket, never losing to anyone. No dirt on the jersey, to use a football analogy. Carnage comfortably make it to the finals with that one map advantage and then win it handily. You take a look back at the entire battle that they had to take through here, all the way back to the beginning when Parallax won against Ignite and Carnage beat In Control. A difficult journey that Carnage had to take, but now they do stand head and shoulders above the rest as your number one team. And you remember, Parallax were looking clean against everyone else, right? They were 6-0 against the rest of the field. It's just that when they met Carnage, they ended up having some struggle. So now they're able to stand up there at the top. Not maybe completely alone, because remember, we saw some other teams manage to come out and find the win here, snapping a bit of a surprise over there in North America. So it's a bit of an upset in Europe as well. An impressive run here, to say the least.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, the way things ended up taking form for the way we had to structure all this, awesome to be able to see these teams show up and compete in the way they did. You know, we had upsets abound. The way that some of these regions were during the regular season, it seemed like there was just a far and away winner, and you know, all the other games were just kind of building up to the guy who's just eventually going to win at the end of the day, regardless of how the early on matches went, and it was anything but. I think this weekend, for all of the regions, North America, EU, Brazil, showed that if you show up at the right time and you're playing your best Paladins, you can win the World Championship.
Well, we appreciate all of you for being here so much, and the love that you've been showing to all of these players. Thank you for being so welcoming to me, coming into this community in the middle of it as well. We really appreciate it. That is a bow on the 2020 Paladin season, and wouldn't have wanted to spend it with anybody else. Thank you as well, Dave, and we will see you all next time.
Looks like you're changing and all. Well, why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Do you miss me at all? Do you think about the things we used to do? No, you couldn't stand tall. So why didn't you call? So many years has gone by, but I think about you all the time. Looks like you're changing and all, but why didn't you call? Something in the air, always something in the air. Inexplicable, I can feel it in the air. Can you feel me? urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing color? How come I'm not seeing color? So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now, I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing